Zero Day, written by David Baldacci, read by Ron McClarty with Orla Cassidy. Chapter 1. The cloud of coal dust driven deeply into his lungs nearly caused Howard Reed to pull his mail truck off the road and throw up onto the stunted, burnt grass. But he coughed and spat and tightened his gut. Reed worked the accelerator and raced past the haul roads, where dump trucks lumbered across, spewing black grit into the air like burning confetti. That same air was filled with sulfur dioxide because a coal waste pile had caught on fire, as they often did. These elements would drift up into the sky, react with oxygen to form sulfur trioxide, and then clamp onto water molecules to create a potent compound that would later fall back to Earth as toxic acid rain. None of it was a trusty recipe for environmental harmony. Reed kept his hand tightly on the special mechanism, and his 18-year-old Ford Explorer with the rattling tailpipe and shuddering transmission stayed on the cracked asphalt. His mail truck was his personal vehicle and had been modified to allow him to sit in the passenger seat and pull up flush to the mailboxes on his route. This was accomplished in part by an apparatus that looked like the fan belt in a car. It allowed him to steer, brake, and accelerate from the right side of the car. After becoming a rural mailman and learning to drive from the wrong side of the vehicle, Reed had wanted to travel to England and try his newfound skill on the roads there, where every motorist drove on the left. He had learned that this dated back to the days of the jousters. Most folks were right-handed, and back then a man wanted to keep his sword or jousting pole closest to his enemy. His wife told him he was an idiot and would most likely end up dead in a foreign land. He moved past the mountain, or where the mountain had once been before the Trent Mining and Exploration Company had blown it up in order to get to the buried rich coal seams. Large tracts of the area looked like the surface of the moon now, cratered and denuded. It was a process called surface mining. To Reed, a better term was surface annihilation. But this was West Virginia, and coal provided the bulk of the good-paying jobs. So Reed didn't make a fuss about his home being flooded by a fly ash sludge storage pond giving way, or about well water that turned black and smelled like rotten eggs, or about air that was routinely full of things that did not mix well with human beings. He didn't complain about his remaining kidney or his damaged liver and lungs from living around such toxic elements. He would be viewed as anti-coal and thus anti-jobs. Reed just didn't need the added grief. He turned down the road to make his last delivery of the day. It was a package that had to be signed for. He had cursed when he'd picked up his load of mail and seen it. A signature meant he had to actually interact with another human being. All he wanted right now was to scoot over to the dollar bar where every mug of beer on Monday cost a quarter. He would sit on his little worn-down perch at the end of the mahogany slab and try not to think about going home to his wife, who would smell the alcohol on his breath and spend the next 4 hours lecturing him about it. He pulled into the gravel drive. This neighborhood had once been fairly nice. Well, if one went back to the 1950s. Now, it was not so nice. There wasn't a soul around. The yards were empty of kids, as though it were 2 in the morning instead of 2 in the afternoon. On a hot summer's day, the kids should be out running under the sprinkler or playing hide-and-seek. But kids didn't do that anymore, Reed knew. They sat inside in the AC and played video games so violent and gory that Reed had forbidden his grandchildren to bring them into his house. Now the yards were filled with trash and dirty plastic toys. Ancient rusted Fords and Dodges were up on concrete blocks. The home's cheap siding was popping off. Every surface of wood needed painting, and roofs were starting to collapse as though God above were pressing down on them. It was all sad and rather pathetic. It made Reed want that beer even more, because his neighborhood looked exactly the same as this one. He knew a few privileged folks were making a fortune off the coal seams. It was just that none of them happened to live around here. He pulled the package from the postal bin and trudged toward the house. It was a tired-looking two-story with vinyl siding. The door was hollow-core wood, white and scarred. A sheer glass door fronted it. A plywood wheelchair ramp bled off the stoop. The shrubs in front of the house were overgrown and dying. Their branches had pushed against the soft siding, buckling it. There were 2 cars parked in the gravel in front of his black Ford, a Chrysler minivan, and a late model Lexus. He took a moment to admire the Japanese car. Something like that would probably cost him more than a year's salary. He reverently touched the blue metallic paint. He noted a pair of aviator sunglasses hanging from the rear-view mirror. There was a briefcase in the back seat and a green jacket next to it. Both vehicles' license plates were from Virginia. He continued on, bypassing the ramp, hit the bottom step, trekked up the 3 squared-off logs of poured concrete, and rang the bell. He heard the sound pealing back at him from inside. He waited. 10 seconds. 20. His irritation grew. He rang again. "Hello, mailman. Got a package, needs a signature." His voice, virtually unused throughout his workday, seemed strange to him, as though someone else was talking. He glanced down at the 8-by-11-inch flat package. Attached to it was the receipt that needed signing. "Come on, it's hot as hell, and the dollar bar is calling my name." He glanced at the package's label and called out, "Mr. Halverson?" Reed didn't know the man, but did recognize the name from previous deliveries. Some mailmen in rural areas became friendly with their customers. Reed had never been that kind of mailman. He wanted his beer, not a conversation. He rang again and then knocked on the glass, 2 sharp raps with his knuckles. He swiped at a bead of sweat that trickled down the back of his burnt red neck, an occupational hazard from sitting next to an open car window all day with the sun beating down on him. His armpits were oozing sweat, staining his shirt. He wasn't running his car AC with the window down. Gas was expensive enough without wasting it. He raised his voice. "Hello, it's the mailman. Need a signature. If it goes back, you probably won't see it again." He could see shimmers of heat in the air. He felt slightly dizzy. He was getting too old for this. He aimed his gaze at the 2 cars. Had to be somebody home. He stepped away from the door and tilted his head back. There was no one peering at him from the dormer windows. One was open, making them look like mismatched eyeballs. He rapped again. Finally, he heard someone approaching. He noted that the wooden door was cracked open a few inches. The sounds grew nearer and then stopped. Reed was hard of hearing, or he would have noticed the odd sound of the footfalls. "Mailman, need a signature," he called out. He licked his dry lips. He could see the quarter beer in his hand, taste it. "Open the damn door." He said, "Do you want your package?" I could give a rat's ass, he thought. I could just chuck it down a ravine like I've done before. The door finally inched open. Reed tugged back the glass portal. His hand extended the package in it. "You got a pen?" he asked. When the door opened more, he blinked. There was no one there. The door had opened all by itself. Then he glanced down. A miniature collie looked back up at him, its long snout and furry hindquarters swaying from side to side. It had obviously nosed the door open. Reed was not the stereotypical mailman. He loved dogs, had 2 of his own. "Hey there, buddy." He knelt down. "Hey there." He scratched the dog's ears. "Anybody home? You want to sign for this package?" When Reed's hand hit the wetness in the animal's fur, he at first thought it was dog pee and he jerked back. When he looked down at his palm, he saw the red, sticky substance that had been transferred from the collie. Blood. "You hurt, boy?" He examined the dog. More blood, but no wound that he could see. "What the hell?" Reed muttered. He stood, one hand on the knob. "Hello? Anybody here? Hello?" He looked behind him, unsure of what to do. He glanced down at the dog. It was staring up at him. Its features now seemed melancholy, and something else was strange. The dog hadn't barked once. His 2 mutts would raise the roof if someone came to his door. "Shit," Reed said under his breath. "Hello?" he said in a loud voice. "Everybody okay?" He edged inside the house. It was warm. His nose wrinkled at the unpleasant smell. If his head hadn't been stuffed with allergies, the odor would have been far more unpleasant. "Hello? Your dog has blood on him. Everything okay?" He took a few more steps forward, cleared the small vestibule, and peered around the corner into the tiny living room set off the hall. An instant later, the wooden front door was thrown back, the knob punching a crater in the drywall. The glass door was kicked open so hard that it hit the metal banister on the left side of the porch, shattering the glass. Howard Reed jumped from the top step to the dirt. His heels dug in. He gave one shudder, sank to his knees, and threw up what little was in his stomach. Then he rose and stumbled to his truck, coughing, retching, and yelling in terror like a man suddenly deranged. And he was. Howard Reed would not make the dollar bar today. Chapter 2. John Puller stared out the window at the great state of Kansas a few thousand feet below. He leaned closer to the plane's window and looked straight down. The flight path into KCI Airport took them over Missouri and west into Kansas. The pilot would do a protracted series of banks and head back to the show-me state to land. The jet was now flying over federal property. In this case, that federal property was a prison, or rather several of them, both federal and military. Down there, several thousand inmates sat in their cells and brooded over having lost their liberty, many of them forever. He squinted, putting up one hand to block the glare from the sun. They were passing over the old USDB, or United States Disciplinary Barracks, also known as the Castle. For over 100 years it had housed the worst of the armed forces lawbreakers. Whereas the old castle looked like a medieval fortress made of stone and brick, the new USDB looked like a community college. That is, until you noted the twin 14-foot fences that ringed the facility. Leavenworth Federal Prison for Civilians was 4 miles to the south. Only men were incarcerated at USDB. Female military prisoners were housed in the San Diego Naval Brig. The inmates here had been convicted at court-martial of violations of the Uniform Code of Military Justice. USDB only housed prisoners who were sentenced to 5 years or more, or those convicted of national security offenses. National security. That was why John Puller was here. The jet's landing gear came down and the plane descended into the Kansas City airport, touching down smoothly on the tarmac. 30 minutes later, Puller slid into his rental car and drove out of the airport, steering his ride due west toward Kansas. The air was still and hot. The hills were green and rolling. Puller didn't turn on the car's AC. He preferred real air, hot or not. He was exactly 6 feet 3 7/8 inches in his bare feet, He knew this because his employer, the United States Army, was very good at measuring its personnel. He weighed 232 pounds. On the Army's height-to-weight-to-age standards, he would be deemed at 35 to be about 10 pounds overweight. But no one looking at him would have thought that. If there was an ounce of fat on the man, it would take a microscope to locate it. He was taller than most infantrymen, and almost all other Army Rangers he had served with. That had its advantages and disadvantages. His muscles were long and ropey, and his limbs carried the advantage of extraordinary leverage and endurance. The downside was he was a far bigger target than the typical grunt. He had been a decent tight end in college and looked like he could still suit up on Saturday. He had always lacked the supernormal speed and agility to make it into the NFL, but that had never been his ambition. There was only one career John Puller had ever wanted, and that was to wear the uniform of the United States Army. He was not in uniform today. He never wore it when he came to USDB. More miles went by. He passed a sign for the Lewis and Clark Trail. Then the Blue Bridge came up. He crossed it. He was now in Kansas. More specifically, he was now at Fort Leavenworth. He cleared the main checkpoint where the military examined his ID and wrote down his license plate number. The guard saluted Warrant Officer Puller and said a crisp, "Thank you, sir. You may proceed." Puller drove on. With an Eminem tune playing on the radio, he passed along Grant Avenue and eyed the remains of the old castle. He saw remnants of the wire canopy that had covered the former prison. It had been placed there to prevent escape by chopper. The Army tried to think of everything. 2 miles later, he arrived at the USDB. Somewhere in the background, a train's horn sounded. A Cessna lifted off from nearby Sherman Army Airfield, its bulky snout and sturdy wings battling a crosswind. Puller parked and left his wallet and most of his other personal possessions in the car, including his standard-issue SIG P228, which the Army designated the M11. He had checked his sidearm and ammo in a hard-sided case for the flight here. He was supposed to carry his gun with him at all times. Yet walking armed into a prison did not seem like a good idea to Puller, authorized or not. And he would have to secure the gun in a locker anyway once inside. For obvious reasons, no weapons could go in where the prisoners were. There was one bored young member of the military police manning the scan gate. Though Puller knew it was impossible, the soldier looked like he'd been pulled straight from boot camp to hold this post. Puller presented his driver's license and his cred pack. The burly, chubby-cheeked MP stared at the badge and ID card identifying John Puller as a Criminal Investigative Division or CID Special Agent. The crouching eagle, with its head turned to the right, was the centerpiece of the badge. It had large claws that gripped the top of the shield. Its one revealed eye looked menacing, the large beak poised ready to strike. The MP saluted, and then gazed up at the tall, wide-shouldered man. "You here officially, sir?" "No." "John Puller, Jr.? You related to—" "My old man." The young MP looked awed. "Yes, sir. Give him my best, sir." The United States Army had many fighting legends, and John Puller, Sr. was right near the very top of that list. Puller stepped through the magnetometer. It beeped. He was wanded, like always. The device screeched at his right forearm. "Titanium rod," noted Puller. He rolled up his sleeve to show the scar. The wand went off again at his left ankle. The MP looked up inquiringly. Puller said, "Screws and plate. I can lift my pants leg." "If you will, sir." When Puller let his pants leg drop back down, the guard said apologetically, "Just doing my job, sir. I would have given you hell if you didn't, MP." Wide-eyed, the soldier said, "Did you get those in combat, sir?" "I didn't shoot myself." Puller grabbed his car keys out of the bowl he'd put them in and slid his license and cred pack back into his shirt pocket. He signed the visitor's log. The heavy door was buzzed open, and he walked a few paces to stand in the visitor's room. There were 3 other inmates receiving visitors. Young kids played on the floor while husbands and their wives or girlfriends talked quietly. Kids were forbidden from sitting on their daddies' laps. 1 hug, kiss, or handshake at the beginning and end of the visit was allowed. No hands could dip below the waist. In between, a visitor and the inmate could intertwine fingers. All conversations had to be conducted in normal voices. You could only converse with the inmate you'd come to see. One could bring in a pen or pencil, but not paints or crayons. That rule, thought Puller, had come from a big mess that someone had made, probably a child. But it was a stupid rule, he thought, since a pen or pencil could easily be turned into a weapon, whereas a crayon wouldn't be much of a threat. Puller stood there and watched as a woman who looked to be the mother of an inmate read the Bible to him. You could bring books in, but you couldn't give them to the inmate. Neither could you give them a magazine or newspaper. You couldn't bring in any food, but you could buy your inmate food from the nearby vending machines. They were not allowed to buy things themselves. Perhaps it would have seemed too much like normal life, thought Puller, which was not something prison was designed to provide. Once a visitor entered the room, leaving it instantly terminated the visit. There was only one exception to this rule, of which Puller would never be able to take advantage: breastfeeding. There was a room for that upstairs. The door at the opposite end of the room opened, and a man in an orange jumpsuit walked through. Puller watched him come forward. He was tall, but an inch shorter than Puller, and possessed a more slender build. The face was similar, though the hair was darker and longer. There was a touch of white in places that Puller did not have. Both men's jaws were square, the line of the noses narrow and slightly off to the right, and the teeth large and even. There was a right side dimple and eyes that appeared green in artificial light and blue in the sun. Puller also had a scar across the left side of his neck that angled down toward the back. There were other distinguishing marks on his left leg, right arm, and upper torso, both front and rear. They all represented unwelcome intrusions of foreign objects, fired with violent velocity into his person. The other man had none of these, and his skin was white and smooth. No suntanning in here. Puller's skin had been roughened by brutal heat and wind and equally debilitating cold. He would be described by most as rugged-looking, not handsome, never cute. On good days he could perhaps be attractive, or more likely interesting-looking. It would never occur to him to even think about those things. He was a soldier, not a model. They did not hug. They shook hands briefly. The other man smiled. "Good to see you, bro." The brothers Puller sat. Chapter 3. "Lost weight?" asked Puller. His brother Robert leaned back in his chair and draped one long leg over his opposite knee. "Chow here is not as good as the Air Force. Navy does it the best. Army's a distant third. That's because the wings and the water guys are wimps. Heard you made warrant officer. No longer an SFC. Same job, little bump in the pay. Way you want it?" "Way I want it." They fell silent. Puller looked to his left, where a young woman was holding hands with her inmate and showing him some pictures. 2 little towheads played on the floor at Mom's feet. Puller gazed back at his brother. "Lawyers?" Robert Puller shifted his weight. He too had been watching the young couple. He was 37, had never been married, and had no children. "Nothing left for them to do. Dad?" Puller's mouth twitched. "The same." "Been to see him?" "Last week," he said. "Docs?" "Like your lawyers. Not much they can do." "Tell him hello for me." "He knows." A spark of anger. "I know. I've always known that. Robert's raised voice drew a long, hard stare from the burly MP stationed against the wall. In a lower voice, Robert said, "But still tell him I said hello." "Need anything?" "Nothing you can provide, and you don't have to keep coming." "My choice." "Younger brother guilt." "Younger brother something." Robert slid his palm across the tabletop. "It's not that bad in here. It's not like Leavenworth." "Sure it is. Still a prison." Puller leaned forward. "Did you do it?" Robert glanced up. "Wondered why you never asked me that before." "I'm asking now." "I've got nothing to say on that," replied his brother. "You think I'm trying to sneak a confession out of you? You've already been convicted." "No, but you are CID. I know your sense of justice. I don't want to put you in an untenable conflict of interest or of the soul." Puller leaned back. "I compartmentalize." "Being John Puller's son, I know all about that." "You always saw it as weight." "And it's not?" "It is whatever you want to make it. You're smarter than me. You should have figured that out on your own." "And yet we both joined the military." "You went officer route, like the old man. I'm just enlisted." "And you call me smarter?" "You're a nuclear scientist, a mushroom cloud specialist. I'm just a grunt with a badge." "With a badge," repeated his brother. "I guess I'm lucky I got life." "They haven't executed anybody here since '61. "You checked?" "I checked." "National security, treason. Yeah, real lucky I got life." "Do you feel lucky?" "Maybe I do." "Then I guess you just answered my question. Need anything?" he asked again. His brother attempted to grin, but it failed to hide the anxiety behind it. "Why do I sense a finality with that query?" "Just asking." "No, I'm good," he said dully. It was as if all the man's energy had just evaporated. Puller eyed his brother. 2 years apart in age, they had been inseparable as young boys, and later as young men in uniform for their country. Now he sensed a wall between them far higher than the one surrounding the prison, and there was nothing he could do about it. He was looking at his brother, and then again, his brother was no longer really there. He had been replaced by this person in the orange jumpsuit who would be in this building for the rest of his natural life, maybe for all of eternity. Puller wouldn't put it past the military to have somehow figured that one out. "Guy was killed here a while back," said Robert. Puller knew this. "Installation trustee. Baseball bat to the head on the rec field." "You checked?" "I checked. Did you know him?" Robert shook his head. "I'm on 23-1. Not a lot of time to socialize." That meant he was locked up 23 hours a day and then allowed out for 1 hour of exercise alone in an isolated place. Puller did not know this. "Since when?" Robert smiled. "You mean you didn't check?" "Since when?" "Since I belted a guard." "Why?" "Because he said something I didn't care for." "Like what?" "Nothing you need to know about." "And why is that?" "Trust me. Like you said, I'm the smart brother. And it wasn't like they could add any more time onto my sentence." "Anything to do with the old man?" "You better get going. Don't want to miss your flight out of here." "I've got time. Was it the old man?" "This isn't an interrogation, little brother. You can't pump me for info. My court-martial is long since over." Puller looked down at the shackles on his brother's ankles. "They feeding you through the slit?" There were no bars at USDB. The doors were solid. For prisoners in solitary, their food was delivered 3 times a day via a slit in the door. A panel at the bottom of the door allowed the shackles to be put on before the door was opened. Robert nodded. "Guess I'm lucky they didn't stamp me NHC, or else we wouldn't be sitting here." "Did they threaten no human contact status?" They say lots of things in here. The men sat in silence. Finally, Robert said, "You better get going. I've got stuff to do. Keep real busy here. I'll be back." "No reason, and maybe a better reason not to." "I'll tell the old man you said hello." The men rose and shook hands. Robert reached out and patted his brother on the shoulder. "You miss the Middle East?" "No, and I don't know anybody who served over there who does." "Glad you came back in one piece." "A lot of us didn't." "Got any interesting cases going?" "Not really." "You take care." "Right. You too." Puller's words were empty, hollow, before they even left his mouth. He turned to leave. On cue, the MP came to get his brother. "Hey, John?" Puller looked back. The MP had one big hand on his brother's left upper arm. Part of Puller wanted to rip that hand off and knock the MP through the wall. But just a part. "Yeah?" He locked gazes with Robert. "Nothing, man. Just nothing. It was good to see you." Puller passed the scan MP, who jumped to attention when he came by, and hit the stairs, taking them 2 steps at a time. The phone was ringing when he reached his rental. He looked at the caller ID. It was the number for the 701st MP Group out of Quantico, Virginia, where he was assigned as a CID special agent. He answered, listened. In the Army they taught you to talk less, listen more, much more. His response was curt. "On my way." He checked his watch, swiftly calculated flight and drive times. He would lose an hour flying west to east. 3 hours and 50 minutes, sir. There was a slaughterhouse in the boonies of West Virginia. One of the victims had been a full colonel. That fact had triggered CID involvement, although he wasn't sure why the case had landed in the lap of the 701st. But he was a soldier. He'd gotten an order. He was executing that order. He would fly back to Virginia, grab his gear, get the official pack, and then it was burnt rubber to the boonies. However, his thoughts were not on the murder of a colonel, but rather on that last look on his brother's face. It perched in a prominent corner of Puller's mind. He was good at compartmentalizing, but he didn't feel like doing it right now. The memories of his brother from a different time and place slowly trickled through his thoughts. Robert Puller had been a fast-track major in the Air Force, who had helped oversee the nation's nuclear arsenal. He was a lock for at least 1 star and possibly 2. And now he was a convicted traitor to his country, and would not be leaving USDB until his last breath had been drawn. But he was still his brother. Not even the U.S. military could change that. Moments later, Puller fired up the engine and smacked the car into gear. Every time he came here, he left a bit of himself behind. There might come a day when there would be nothing left to take back. He had never worn his emotions on his sleeve. He had never cried when men around him were dying on the battlefield, often horribly. But he had avenged them, in equally horrible ways. He had never walked into combat carrying uncontrolled anger, because that made you weak, and weakness made you fail. He had not shed a tear when his brother was court-martialed for treason. Men in the Puller family did not cry. That was Rule 1. Men in the Puller family remained calm and in control at all times, because that raised the odds of victory. That was Rule 2. Any rules after that were largely superfluous. John Puller was not a machine, but he also could see that he was awfully close to becoming one. And beyond that, he refused to engage in any further self-analysis. He left USDB far faster than he'd arrived there. A far speedier wing ride east would take him headlong into another case. It was welcome to Puller, if only to take his mind off the one thing he had never come close to understanding, or controlling: his family. Chapter 4. "You're on your own with this one, Puller." John Puller sat across the desk from Don White, his SAC, otherwise known as the special agent in charge at the Criminal Investigative Division's headquarters in Quantico, Virginia. For years, the headquarters had been farther north at Fort Belvoir, Virginia. Then the base realignment and closure folks had decided to consolidate CID offices across all branches at Quantico, which was also home to the FBI Academy and the Marine Corps. Puller had made a quick stop at his off-base apartment to pick up a few things and check on his cat, a fat orange and brown tabby he had named AWOL, since it was always going off without getting clearance from him. AWOL meowed and then snarled at him before brushing against his leg and letting Puller run his hand over its arched back. "Case, AWOL. Be back sometime. Food, water, and litter box in the usual places." AWOL meowed his understanding of this and then glided away. He had wandered into Puller's life about 2 years ago, and Puller figured the cat would wander out of it at some point. There had been several phone messages on his apartment hardline, which he only kept in case the power went out and his cell phone went dead. There was only one message that he listened to in full. He had sat down on the floor and played it through 2 more times. His father. Lieutenant General Fighting John Puller was one of America's greatest warriors and the past commander of the Screaming Eagles, the Army's legendary 101st Airborne Division. He was no longer in the Army, and he was no longer a leader of anything. But that did not mean the old man accepted either of those points of reality. In fact, he did not, which of course meant he was not really living in reality. He was still ordering his younger son around, as though he was at the top of the stars and bars chain, and his boy at the bottom. His father would probably not remember what he had said on the message. He might not even recall that he had phoned. Or the next time Puller saw him, he might bring it up and chastise his son for not executing the given order. The old man was as unpredictable in civilian life as he had been on the battlefield. That made him the toughest of opponents. If there was anything a soldier feared, it was an adversary you could never read, a foe who might be more than willing to do whatever it took, however outrageous, to win. Fighting John Puller had been such a warrior. Consequently, he had won far more than he had lost, and his tactics were now a fixture in the Army training methodology. And future leaders learned about him at the War College, and spread the Puller fighting tactics to all sectors of the Army universe. Puller erased the message. His father would have to wait. Next stop was CID headquarters. The CID had been started by General Blackjack Pershing in France during World War I. It had become a major Army command in 1971 and was headed up by a 1-star. Worldwide, nearly 3,000 people were assigned to it, 900 of them special agents, like John Puller. It was a centralized stovepipe command structure with the Secretary of the Army at the top and special agents at the bottom, with 3 layers of bureaucracy in between. It was a lasagna dish with too many noodle beds, Puller thought. He focused on the SAC. With an off-post homicide, we usually go heavier than a one-man team, sir. White said, "I'm trying to get you boots on the ground in West Virginia, but it's not looking good at this point." Puller now asked the question that had been puzzling him ever since learning of the assignment. "The 3rd MP Group has the 1,000th Battalion at Fort Campbell, Kentucky. West Virginia is their area of responsibility. They can investigate a colonel's homicide as well as we can. Murdered man was with the Defense Intelligence Agency. Sensitive slot calls for the quiet professional of the 701st. White smiled at the description often given to the highly trained field investigative personnel of the 701st CID. Puller didn't smile back. White continued. "Fort Campbell, that's where the 101st is stationed. Your father's old division, the Screaming Eagles." "Long time ago, sir." "How's the old man doing?" "He's doing, sir," Puller replied tersely. He did not care to talk about his father with anyone other than his brother. And even with his brother, it was usually only a few sentences at most. Right, good. Anyway, the 701st FIUs are the best of the best, Puller. You weren't assigned here like other MP groups. You were nominated. Understood. Puller just sat there wondering when the man would get around to telling him something he didn't know. White slid a file across the metal desk. Here's the prelim. Duty officer took down the initial info. Check with your team leader before you head out. An investigative plan has been formulated, but feel free to ad-lib based on conditions on the ground. Puller took the offered file, but kept his gaze on the man. Thumbnail, sir? Dead man was Colonel Matthew Reynolds. As I said, he was with DIA stationed at the Pentagon. His local address is in Fairfax City, Virginia. West Virginia connection? Unknown as yet, but he's been positively identified, so we know it's him. His duties at DIA? Anything that could connect to this? DIA is notoriously tight-lipped about its people and what they do, but we have learned that Reynolds was in the process of retiring and going into the private sector. If we need to get you read in for purposes of the investigation, we'll do so. If? Puller thought. What were his official duties at DIA? The SAC wriggled a bit in his seat. He reported directly to the J2's vice chair. The J2 is a 2-star, right? Gives the daily intel briefing to the chairman of the Joint Chiefs. That's right. Guy like that gets murdered, why isn't DIA all over this? They have badged investigators. All I can tell you is that the task has fallen to us, namely to you. And if we catch the person, does DIA, or more likely the FBI, get to swoop in and do the perp walk? Not my call. So DIA is sitting this one out. Again, I'm just telling you what I know. Okay. Do we know where he was heading to after he left the service? White shook his head. Don't know yet. You can check directly with Reynolds' superior at DIA for specifics, a General Julie Carson. Puller decided to say it. Looks like I'll have to be read in to do the investigative work, sir. We'll wait and see. That answer was nonsensical, and Puller noted his SAC didn't look at him when he said it. Any other victims? He asked. Wife, 2 kids, all dead. Puller sat back. Okay. 4 dead, probably complicated crime scene in West Virginia with the investigation also extending to DIA. We would normally send out at least 4 to 6 people with major tech support on something like this. Even calling up some bodies from USACIL, he added, referring to the Army's Criminal Investigation Lab at Fort Gillem in Georgia. We need the manpower just to properly process the evidence, and then another team to hit the DIA angle. I think you just hit on the operative word. What's that? Normally. Puller sat back up. And normally in an office as large as the 701st, I'd be getting my assignment from my team leader, not the SAC, sir. That's right. The man did not seem inclined to expand on that response. Puller dropped his gaze to the file. He was obviously expected to figure this out on his own. Phone call said slaughterhouse. White nodded. That's how it was described. Now, I don't know how many homicides they have out there in West Virginia, but I guess it was pretty bloody. Whatever it is, you'll have seen far worse in the Middle East. Puller said nothing to this. Much like the subject of his father, he did not talk about his tours of duty in the desert. White continued. The local police are in charge of the investigation since its off-installation. It's rural, and from what I understand, they do not have an official homicide detective. Uniforms will lead the investigation. Finesse will be called for. We don't really have grounds for full involvement unless it's determined the killer was military. And because of Reynolds' position, I want us involved at least on a collateral investigation basis. To do that, we need to play nice with the locals. Is there a secure facility in the area where I can store evidence? Homeland Security has a secure site about 30 miles away. Second person stationed there to witness opening and closing the safe. I've gotten your authorization. I assume that I can still have access to USACIL. Yes, you can. We also did a quick phone call to West Virginia. They voiced no objection to CID involvement. The Army lawyers can paper it later. Lawyers are good at paper, sir. White studied him. But we're the Army, so together, with finesse, the occasional hammer will also be necessary. And I understand that you're equally capable of providing either one. Puller said nothing. He'd spent his entire military career dealing with commissioned officers. Some were good, some were idiots. Puller had not made up his mind about this one. White said, "I've only been here a month. Got posted here after they moved the operation from Fort Belvoir. Still feeling my way. You've been doing this 5 years. Going on 6. Everyone who counts tells me you're the best we've got, if a little unorthodox." He leaned forward, rested his elbows on his desk. "I'm sure I don't have to tell you that there's a lot of interest from up top on this one, Puller. I'm talking past even the Secretary of the Army and onto the civilian corridors in D.C. Understood. But I've investigated cases involving defense intelligence that were handled within normal parameters. If there is that much interest at those levels, Colonel Reynolds must have had some extra juice at his post at the Pentagon." He paused. "Or maybe more dirt." White smiled. "Maybe you are as good as advertised." Puller stared back at the man. He thought, and maybe I'd make an excellent fall guy, if this all goes to hell. White said, "So, you've been doing this nearly 6 years." Puller remained silent. He thought he knew where this was going because others had gone there before. The man's next words proved him correct. White continued, "You're college-educated, you speak French and German and passable Italian. Your father and brother are officers." "Were officers," corrected Puller. "And the only reason I speak those languages is because my father was stationed in Europe while I was a kid." White didn't seem to be listening. "I know you were a star of your training class at USAMPS," he began, referring to the United States Army's Military Police School at Fort Leonard Wood in Missouri. "As an MP, you bounce the drunken heads of grunts all over the globe. You've cracked cases pretty much everywhere the Army has a footprint. And you've got your top secret and SCI clearances." He paused. "Even though what your brother did nearly blew that for you." "I'm not my brother, and all my clearances were renewed." "I know that." The man fell silent and tapped the arm of his chair. Puller said nothing. He knew what was coming next. It always did. "So why not West Point for you, Puller? And why CID? Your military service is solid gold. Top scores at Ranger School, hell of a combat record, a leader in the field. Your father earned 49 major medals over 3 decades, and he's an Army legend. You garnered nearly half that in 6 tours of combat in Iraq and Afghanistan. 2 silvers, one of which landed you in rehab for 3 months, 3 bronzes with V devices, and a trio of purples. And you bagged a guy on the 52-card most wanted deck in Iraq, right?" "5 of spades, sir," said Puller. "Right. So you've got more than enough stars and scars. Army loves that combo. You're a stud with an impeccable military pedigree. If you'd stayed with the Rangers, you'd be a shoo-in for the top enlisted spot. If you'd gone to West P, you'd be a major or maybe even a lieutenant colonel by now. And you could have earned at least 2 shoulder stars before you left the Army. Hell, maybe 3 like your old man if you played the political games right. At CID, an enlisted man tops out at command sergeant major. And my predecessor told me the only reason you filed your warrant officer application was because sergeant first classes sit their butts behind desks at CID while WOs can still get out in the field. I don't much like desks, sir. So here you are at CID, on the low side of the bars and clusters, and I'm not the first to wonder about that, soldier." Puller let his gaze drop to the other man's row of ribbons. White was dressed in the Army's new blue Class Bs that were over time replacing the old greens. For anyone in the military, the chest of ribbons and/or medals was the DNA of a person's career. It told all to the experienced eye. Nothing of significance could be hidden. From a combat perspective, there wasn't anything in the SAC's history worthy of note. Not a purple or valor device in sight. Certainly the ribbons were many in number and would look impressive to the layperson. But it told Puller that the man was basically a career desk humper who only fired a weapon for recertification. Puller said, "Sir, I like where I am. I like the way I got there. And it's a moot point now. It is what it is." "I guess it is, Puller. I guess it is. Some might call you an underachiever." "Maybe it's a character flaw, but I've never cared about what people call me." "Heard that about you, too." Puller eyed the man steadily. "Yes, sir. I guess the case is getting cold out there." The man glanced over at his computer screen. "Then get your gear and head out." When White looked back moments later, Puller was already gone. He never even heard the big man leave. White leaned farther back in his squeaky chair. Maybe that was why he had all those medals. You couldn't kill what you couldn't see coming. Chapter 5. Sitting on the trunk of his black Army-issued Chevy Malibu, Puller drank one extra-large cup of coffee while he scanned the file under the arc of a streetlight outside CID headquarters. Clustered around here were all the criminal investigative divisions of the military, including NCIS, which had become a hugely popular television show. Puller wished he could solve crimes in 60 minutes each week as his TV counterparts did. In the real world, it often took a lot longer, and sometimes you never did get to the truth. In the background, the sounds of gunshots were relentless. The FBI's hostage rescue team and the Marines trained around the clock with live ammo. Puller was so used to the gunfire that he barely noticed it. He would only react if he hadn't heard it. Ironically, no shots fired at Quantico meant something was seriously wrong. He turned the page in the file. The Army was as methodical and precise about record-keeping as it was about everything else. The size of the file, the number of pages stapled to it, right side info versus left side, what dot and dash and triple slash went where. There were volumes of field manuals devoted to every last detail. Just the regulations that went along with maintaining the military police blotter were legendary in their exactness. But the important thing to Puller would always be what was on the page, not where in the folder it was supposed to go. Matthew Reynolds and his wife Stacy and their 2 teenage kids, 1 girl, 1 boy, had been murdered at a house in rural West Virginia. Mailman discovered the bodies. Local police on the scene. Husband was a colonel at DIA. He was in the process of rotating out and flipping to the private sector after pulling his 26 years in uniform. He was stationed at the Pentagon and lived in Fairfax City, so Puller didn't know what the man and his family were doing in a house in West Virginia. That would be one of many questions he would have to find answers to. Maybe the locals already had answers. He would take any they had and then verify them independently. He put the file in his briefcase and checked his gear pack in the trunk. It was contained in a customized infantry rucksack with over 100 compartments. It held pretty much everything he would need in the field. Light blue latex gloves, flashlights, paper bags, body bags and tags, 35mm and instant cameras, green biohazard suits, complete with hood and air filtering gear, white field evidence collection scrubs, tape measure, ruler, evidence tape, departmental file forms, latent print kit, GSR analysis kit, barrier sheeting, digital recorder, crime scene notebook, medical equipment kit, shoe covers, body thermometer, purification mask, reflective vest, a pocket knife, and nearly 6 dozen other items. He had 2 M11 pistols, an extra 13 and 20 round mags. Puller also carried in his trunk an MP5 submachine gun. He had spare combat duds neatly packed in another bag. For now, with the heat still at 85 degrees this late at night, jeans and a short-sleeved white shirt and Nikes would do. Puller had never taken on a case like this solo. There was usually at least one other CID agent with him, usually more, plus tech support, and this case begged for more resources. But he had his assignment, and in the Army, once you had your assignment, the next step was to execute it. Otherwise, you would find yourself in front of a military tribunal, with perhaps prison your next career post. He programmed the address where he was heading into the GPS, closed the Chevy's door, punched the gas, and left Quantico behind. He stopped once to take a leak and grab another cup of black coffee. He hit Drake, West Virginia, population 6,547, as the sign said, at 3 in the morning. Sunrise would be in a little over 3 hours. He had gotten lost once, when the GPS led him down a 2-lane road on the outskirts of Drake. His headlights had hit on a neighborhood of abandoned houses. There must have been at least 100 of them, maybe far more. They looked to be prefabricated and mass-assembled on site. There was a string of electrical and telephone poles down one side of the street. Yet as his car glided down this little detour, Puller had changed his mind. The houses weren't abandoned. At least some of them were occupied. There were old cars parked out front, but the lights that glowed in a few of the windows didn't seem to be electrical. Maybe gas or battery-operated. He kept going, and then his lights hit on something else peculiar. It was a huge dome-shaped mass formed out of concrete that rose up out of the woods. What the hell was that? Despite his natural curiosity, he had driven on, anxious to get to where he was going. The GPS had recalibrated, and he soon found himself on the right path. When he arrived, he wasn't tired. In fact, the long ride had both relaxed and energized him. He decided to get to work. He'd called ahead and reserved a room at the only motel in the area. It was a few notches below a Motel 6, but Puller didn't care. He'd spent years of his life in tin cans, in swamps and deserts with a bucket for a shower, and a hole in the earth for a bathroom. So this particular crevice in the wall was like the Ritz. The door to the office was locked, but on the third ring of the buzzer the door opened. Later, after she checked him in, the sleepy old lady in hair rollers and ratty robe, standing behind the counter, asked him what he was in town for. As he palmed the room key, Puller said, "Vacation." That had made the old woman laugh.
"You're a slick one, you are,"
she said, her voice lisping through a large gap between her front teeth. She smelled of nicotine, garlic, and salsa. It was an impressive combination.
"And big."
She gazed up at him from her 5-foot 1-inch perch on Earth. "Any place you'd recommend to eat at?" Army rule number 1, find a dependable place for chow.
"Depends."
On what?
"On whether you mind coal dust in your eggs."
Can't be any worse than depleted uranium in your morning coffee. And I'm still standing. She cackled.
"Then any place in town will do. They're all about the same, honey."
As he turned away, she said,
"You married?"
"You looking?" he replied, turning back to see her gap-toothed grin.
"If only, honey. If only. Get a good night's sleep."
Puller headed out. Sleep was not on his agenda. Chapter 6. Puller had called the police officer in charge of the investigation a number of times on the drive to West Virginia and left multiple messages. He hadn't received a response. Maybe the locals were not going to be as cooperative as his SAC had suggested they would be. Or maybe they were just overwhelmed with 4 bodies and a massive forensics puzzle. Puller could hardly blame them if they were. The motel was a 1-story courtyard configuration. On the way to his room, Puller passed a young man lying unconscious on a strip of grass near a Pepsi machine that was chained to a metal post 30 feet from the motel office. Puller checked the man for injuries and found none. He made sure he had a pulse, smelled the liquor on his breath, and kept going. He carried his bag into his 12 by 12 room. It had a bathroom so tiny he could stand in the middle and easily touch the opposite walls simultaneously. He made some coffee from his own stock and using his portable percolator, a habit he'd picked up while on assignment overseas. He sat down on the floor with the files spread in front of him. He eyed the numbers, slid out his cell, and punched them in. The voice was female, groggy.
Hello?
Sam Cole, please.
Speaking.
Sam Cole? He asked again in a louder voice. The voice became rigid and more alert.
Short for Samantha. Who the hell is this? And do you have any idea what time it is?
The local accent thickened with the level of anger, Puller noted. It's 0320, or 20 after 3 for civilians. Long pause. He could see her wheels spinning, translating this to something comprehensible.
Damn, you're Army, right?
Her voice was now husky, attractive. John Puller, CID Special Agent from the 701st MP Group, out of Quantico, Virginia. He recited this in staccato fashion, as he had 1,000,000 times before. He envisioned her sitting up in bed. He wondered if she was alone. He didn't hear any male mumbles in the background, but he did hear the percussion of a Zippo followed by a few seconds of silence. Then there was an intake of breath, followed by an elongated exhale of smoke. You missed the Surgeon General's warning, Miss Cole?
No, it's right here on the side of my smokes. Why the hell are you calling me in the middle of the night?
You're listed in my file as the officer in charge. I just got into town. I need to get up to speed, and for the record, I called you 4 times over the last 6 hours and left messages each time. Never got a call back.
I've been busy, haven't even checked my phone.
I'm sure you have been busy, ma'am, he thought, and I'm sure you did check, but didn't bother to call me back. Then his SAC's admonition came back to him. Play nice. I'm sorry to roust you out of your sack, ma'am. I thought you might still be at the crime scene.
I've been working this thing all day and most of the night. My head just hit the damn pillow an hour ago.
Which means I have a lot of catching up to do. But I can call back later. He heard her get up, stumble, and curse. Ma'am, I said I can call back later. Just go back to sleep.
Will you just shut up a minute?
What? Puller said sharply.
I have to pee.
He heard her drop the phone on the floor. Footsteps. Door closed, so he didn't actually hear Cole relieving herself. Another minute went by. He wasn't wasting time. He was reading through the report again. She came back on.
I'll meet you there at 7 o'clock. Excuse me, 0700 o'clock a.m. or whatever the hell it is you say.
0700 Juliet. He listened to another long inhale and then exhale of smoke.
Juliet, I told you my name is Sam.
Means local daylight saving time. If it were the winter and we were in Eastern Standard Time, it would be 0700 Romeo.
Romeo and Juliet?
Contrary to popular belief, the United States Army has a sense of humor.
Goodbye, Puller. Oh, and just so you know, it's Sergeant Samantha Cole, not ma'am or Juliet. Romeo.
Got it, Sergeant Cole. I'll see you at 07. Look forward to working with you on this case.
Right.
He could visualize her throwing the phone across the room and falling back into her bed. Puller put the phone down, drank his coffee, and went through the report page by page. 30 minutes later, he gunned up, slipping one M11 into his front holster and the other into a holster attached to his belt in the rear. After fighting his way through the Middle East, he never felt as though he had enough weapons on his person. He put on a windbreaker and locked his motel room door on the way out. The young man who'd been lying in the bushes was now sitting up and gazing around in bewilderment. Puller walked over and looked down at him. You might want to think about cutting back on the booze, or at least pick a place to pass out that has a roof. The man blinked up at him. Who the hell are you? John Puller. Who are you? The man licked his lips as though he was already thirsty for another round. Puller said, You got a name? The man stood. Randy Cole. He wiped his hands on the front of his jeans. Puller reflected on the last name and wondered about the obvious possibility, but chose to keep it to himself. Randy Cole was good-looking and appeared to be in his late 20s, about 5'10" with a lean, wiry build. Under his shirt, he probably had six-pack abs. The hair was brown and curly, the facial features strong and handsome. There was no wedding band on his finger. "You staying at the motel?" asked Puller. Randy shook his head. "I'm local. You're not." "I know I'm not." "So what are you doing in Drake?" "Business." Randy snorted. "Business? You don't look like no coal man to me." "I'm not." "So why then?" "Business," Puller said again, and his tone indicated he was not going beyond that description. "You got a car? You okay to drive?" "I'm cool." Randy climbed out of the bushes. "You sure?" asked Puller. "You need a ride somewhere, I can give you a lift." "I said I'm cool." But he staggered and grabbed at his head. Puller helped to right him. "I'm not sure you're all that cool yet. Hangovers are a bitch." "Not sure it's just a hangover. I get headaches." "You ought to get that checked out." "Oh, yeah. I'll go get me the best docs in the world, pay 'em in cash." Puller said, "Well, next time, I hope you can find a bed to sleep in." Randy said, "Hell, sometimes bushes beat the shit out of beds. Depends on who you're sharing the bed with, right?" "Right," said Puller. Puller aimed his ride west, following the GPS, but really listening to his own internal compass. The high-tech stuff was good, but your head was better. High-tech sometimes failed. The head didn't unless someone had put a bullet through it, and then you had far bigger problems than just being lost. He again wondered briefly if Randy Cole was related to Samantha. Cop and drunk. Not an unheard-of situation. Sometimes the cop was also the drunk. 40 minutes later, after winding in and out of surface roads barely a car wide, and fighting switchbacks and becoming lost once, he reached the street he wanted. By his internal compass, it had taken him 40 minutes to go about 7 miles, and he noted that the GPS agreed with this. There were no straightaways in the mountainous terrain, and he had never once cranked the Malibu above 40. He slowed his car and eyed the surroundings. One of the CID's credos came to him. Look, listen, smell. He took a deep breath. It was all about to begin. Again. Chapter 7. Puller eased his car to the side of the road and looked out the window. This would be the only time on this case his senses would not be dulled by prior observation. He stepped out and leaned against the Malibu. He took a deep breath. In the air currents, he could smell the mining operation he passed a couple miles back. His ears picked up the distant sounds of rumbling trucks. He looked to the west and saw a searchlight crisscrossing the sky. Why? He didn't know. He studied the neighborhood. His night vision was excellent, and the moonlight and lightning skies allowed both large and small details to be revealed. Small, dilapidated cookie-cutter houses, toys in yards, rusted trucks on blocks, a stray cat sneaking by. The place was tired, dying, maybe already dead, like the Reynoldses, wiped out. However, what Puller wasn't seeing was the most disturbing of all. There was police tape hanging in front of the door telling everyone to keep the hell away, and someone had fashioned a jury-rigged barricade to the driveway using 2 5-gallon buckets turned upside down and more yellow police tape strung between them. But there wasn't a cop in sight. No perimeter guard, and yet the scene was barely 14 hours old. Not good. It was unbelievable, in fact. He knew the legal chain of evidence could be blown out of the water by leaving a crime scene unsecured. He didn't really want to do this, but not doing so would be derelict and might cost him and others their careers. He took out his phone and hit the numbers from memory. She answered on the second ring.
I swear to holy God I am going to shoot whoever this is.
Sergeant Cole, it's Puller again.
Do you have a death wish?
There's no guard here.
Where?
At the crime scene.
How the hell do you know that?
Because I'm parked outside the house.
You're wrong. There's a patrol car with a deputy in it on duty. I ordered that myself.
Puller gazed around. Well, unless he's hiding in the woods and ditched his ride, he must have turned invisible. And isn't the point of a perimeter guard to be visible?
Shit. Are you really out there?
I really am.
And there's really no patrol car there?
There's really not.
I'll be there in 35 minutes.
Not faster than that?
If I tried to drive faster than that on these roads in the dark, I'd end up wrapped around a tree or off a mountain.
She paused, and Puller heard her clomping around in her bare feet, opening drawers, pulling out clothes, no doubt.
Look, Puller, can you do me a favor and temporarily secure the crime scene? I'm going to call the deputy who's supposed to be there and chew his ass out.
I can secure it. Are the bodies still inside?
Why?
If they are, I want to see them.
The bodies are still in there.
That was a long time to keep the bodies at the scene, but Puller decided not to comment on why that was. In a way, he was glad. He wanted to see everything just as the killer had left it. I don't want to screw up your crime scene. Have you dusted for prints, searched for trace?
Pretty much. Going to do more this morning.
Okay. Was there forced entry?
None that we could see.
So I can go in the front door?
It's locked, at least it should be.
Then I'll go in the front door.
Puller.
35 minutes.
Okay. See you then, and thanks for the assist.
Puller closed the phone and looked around. There were 8 houses on the short dead-end street. Each one was dark. That was unremarkable at this time of the morning. Cars in the driveways of each of them. Woods at the rear of the houses on both sides. He grabbed some items from his rucksack and put them in a collapsible backpack he always carried with him. He slipped on an ear mic and connected it to a recorder that he dropped into a pouch on his belt. He slapped on his light blue gloves. He walked to the front of the house, glanced down at the gravel shoulder, and hit it with his maglite. Tread marks. Could be any of the vehicles that had come here to investigate. He went over the chronology in his head. Mailman found the bodies at about 1400 and called it in. First responders showed up at past. The call to the army had come in 10 minutes later. That was fast. Someone out here was on the ball. He wondered if it was Cole. He'd gotten the heads up in Kansas and hopped his flight back. The plane had had a hell of a tailwind, and they'd gotten in 40 minutes early. After a brief stop at home, he'd pulled into CID at 1840. He was wheels out at 1950. He'd driven like a rocket and hit Drake a bit after 3. It was now going on 0500. Puller eyed the wheelchair ramp. Matthew Reynolds was in his late 40s and in good enough shape to be in the Army. His wife was 5 years younger with no health problems. Her insurance records were clean. The kids were 16 and 17 with clean health records. They weren't using the ramp. This wasn't their house. They were here for another reason. A reason that might have cost them their lives. He studied the tread mark on the shoulder again, and then his gaze traveled to the dark patch, right where the engine would be if the car were pointed to the east. Careful not to impact the tread mark, he squatted, touched the liquid. Warm. Oil. Recent. The perimeter cop? Probably. If so, where was he? He moved swiftly up to the front door, noted the broken glass. He slipped on his shoe covers. The front door was locked, but it wasn't a deadbolt. It took him all of 3 seconds. He moved forward, shining his light around with one hand, the other gripping his front side M11 pistol. Puller figured you go into a house where 4 people had been murdered and the guard who's supposed to be out front isn't. Certain possibilities come to mind. He reached the living room, and his light hit them. On the couch, lined up in a row. 4 bodies, the weight of one holding up its neighbors. He holstered his weapon and, keeping well back, spoke into the mic, recording everything he was seeing. Dad to the far right, teen daughter to the far left, Mom and brother in the middle, Mom next to Dad. He hit the carpeted floor in front of them with the maglite. No blood spatters. He glanced up, aimed his beam at the heads. Dad had taken a heavy ordnance load right in the face, a near-contact wound. Mom's face was relatively intact, but her torso was destroyed. Puller glanced down at the dead woman's hands and saw that they were nearly obliterated. She'd held them up, he surmised, right before they shot her. The hands had no chance of protecting her from the blast, but it was just instinctive to block whatever part of the body the gun was aimed at. The two teens' kill wounds were not evident. Maybe they'd taken it in the back. The parents had not been killed here. The spatters would have covered the room. Killed somewhere else in the house, moved here, lined up like a family watching TV together. Pretty sick. But then you had to be pretty sick to take out a family. Sick, or a professional without a conscience. And maybe it was the same thing. He drew closer, careful not to step on anything marked with an evidence number on the carpet. Dad was in his old green Class Bs that could be officially worn for a few more years. The right side of his face was mostly gone, his spine exposed to the gaping wound in the neck. Bone and hollow eye socket looked back at Puller. No wounds in his torso. He'd taken it all in the face and neck at close range. A shotgun was pretty much the only firearm that did damage like that. He could see bits of white in the wound tracks, wadding from the shell. Hopefully they'd be able to tell the gauge from measuring the diameter of the wadding, or by the name of the marker on top of the wad, if it was still readable. Mom's eyes stared back at Puller. For an observer given to melodrama, it would have appeared that the woman's look was pleading. Find my killer. Puller illuminated her chest with a maglite. Dozens of punctures, randomly distributed. Shotgun as well, but different in the way it had been deployed. He drew a ruler from his pocket and measured the distance between the punctures on Mrs. Reynolds' blouse that had once been white but was now mostly crimson. He did the calculation in his head and put the ruler away. He felt the man's arm and then the woman's, still in rigor, though it was well on its way down and the muscles were relaxing. The bodies were the temperature of the room or lower. He pulled his air thermometer and took a reading. Blood had pooled to the lower extremities. Bowels and bladders long ago emptied. Skin greenish blue, rotting smell. Faces dissolving. In death, everybody was ugly. He turned his attention to the teens. Then he stopped, swiveled. A noise from somewhere in the house. Apparently, he wasn't the only living person in here. Chapter 8. Thump, whoosh, thump, thump, whoosh, thump. Down the stairs. Basement level. Of course it is. Puller eased to the doorway. He sniffed the air. The scent of decomposing bodies was heavy, but Puller was not focusing his nose on that. He was trying to detect something else. Sweat, cologne, cigarettes. The molecular signature of bad breath, anything that would give him an edge. Nothing. He moved the door open with his foot. The passageway down was dark. Of course it is. Thump, whoosh, thump. The mechanical nature of the sound did not cause Puller to relax. If he were leading someone to his death, he would employ deception. In fact, in Iraq and Afghanistan, he'd done it many times, just like the other side had been trying to do to him. He pulled a pair of night optics from his knapsack, slipped them on his head, flipped down the eyepiece, and fired them up. The tunnel of darkness immediately flamed to life, albeit a green, somewhat hazy life. He squatted and pulled his other pistol from its holster. Both handguns were double single action, racked and ready. Ordinarily, he would not use two pistols at the same time, for the simple reason that his aim and accuracy could be diminished if he fired at two targets simultaneously. However, in a contained space like this, where accuracy was not so critical, he needed as much firepower as possible. Two of the main differences between MPs and CID special agents were that MPs carry their weapons without a round chambered. CID agents went through life with racked guns at all times. MPs turned in their weapons when their shift was done. CID agents didn't draw a breath without their guns in easy reach. When Puller applied 12 pounds of pressure on the trigger and fired, the slide would push the hammer back, and his weapon would become a single-action pull. 20-round mags, so 40 shots total, though he normally only needed one. He had never been a spray-and-pray kind of guy, but he could empty both pistols in about 10 seconds if need be, and lay down a man-sized target at 15 meters with no problem. Now, he just needed to acquire a target, preferably before it acquired him. With his silhouette narrowed and lowered, he began to proceed down the carpeted stairs. He squinted along the iron sights of the right-hand pistol. He did not like being in an enclosed space. The fatal funnel, the Army called it. He had decent firepower, but they might have more. Thump. Whoosh. Thump. Mechanical. But someone had to hit the start button. The file had mentioned a dog. Cole and her folks had to have confiscated the animal. They wouldn't have been so stupid as to leave a dog alone to mosey through the crime scene, particularly with bloody dead bodies around. Dogs, though domesticated, were carnivores after all. Thump. Whoosh. Thump. He hit the bottom step and crab-walked over to a far corner into the recon. Unfinished space. Poured concrete floor, both studded out and concrete foundation walls. Exposed ceiling. Wires snaking up the naked walls. Mildew hit his nostrils. It was far better than the smell upstairs. Against one wall he saw the marks, and on the floor in front, blood. The killing had been done down here, at least for Mom and Dad. Thump. Whoosh. Thump. He scanned the area once more, the room dog-legged at the other end. There was a space he couldn't see because of a jutting concrete load-bearing wall. Thump. Whoosh. Thump. Of course the sound is coming from there. Both guns aimed at this spot. Puller advanced, keeping low, and his torso turned to the side. He reached the corner, backed away parallel to the wall. Corners were problematic. Dynamic corners were how the Army referred to them because situations could change quickly once you stepped around one. He said, "Federal agent." Nothing. "Federal agent." He eyed the wall. Concrete. If it were wood or drywall, he would have fired some shots through it to get the attention of anyone on the other side waiting to ambush him. With concrete, his rounds were more than likely going to ricochet right back at him. "Slide any weapon out, then follow it with your hands on head, fingers interlaced. I count to 5. Noncompliance will get you a flashbang right up your ass." He counted off, wishing he had a flashbang with him. Thump. Whoosh. Thump. He holstered one pistol, slipped off his backpack, aimed, and tossed it in front of the opening. Thump. Whoosh. Thump. Either there was no one there, or he was one cool customer. Puller crouched, tensed, and did a quick turkey peek. In that momentary flash, he took in a lot. None of it was good. He edged around the corner. Following the sound, he looked down. The floor fan was on its side. The whoosh sound was the fan. The thump was the fan oscillating from side to side, where the frame made contact with the concrete on each revolution. But something had turned it on, and now he knew what that was. Puller glanced up. The man was in uniform. He was hanging from the ceiling. The strap used to hold him there had loosened. His body had dropped down, though it was still suspended. It had hit the fan, knocking it over and turning it on. Puller had just discovered what had happened to the perimeter guard. He eyed the man through his optics. Clearly dead. Eyes bugged out and glassy. Body hanging limp, hands bound, feet the same. Puller approached, touched the man's skin. Somewhat warm, but rapidly cooling. Hadn't been dead all that long. He checked for a pulse, just to be sure. There was none. Heart had stopped beating and everything else had stopped working instantly. He was past the point of no return, but not by much. They had taken his police wheels, warm oil, warm body. The dead guy looked young. The low man on the totem pole, he'd drawn the crap post assignment, guarding stiffs in the nighttime, and now he was a stiff too. Puller eased his gaze over the uniform. Looked to be a deputy sheriff. Drake County, the shoulder badge said. He eyed the holster. No gun. No surprise. Man has a gun, he's not going to let you string him up without a fight. The face was swollen enough from the strangulation to where Puller couldn't tell if he'd been beaten. He reached down and turned the fan off. The thump, whoosh, thump symphony ceased. Puller drew closer to the body and used his optics to read the nameplate. Officer Wellman. That was ballsy, thought Puller. To come back here and kill a cop. To come back to a murder scene once you'd done the deed. What had they missed or left behind? The next moment, Puller was sprinting up the steps. Someone else was coming. He glanced at his watch. It might be Sergeant Samantha Cole. Or it might not. Chapter 9. The woman climbed out of her ride. It wasn't police wheels. It was a plain, decades-old pickup truck with a 4-speed stick drive and 3 transmission antennas drilled in the cab's roof. It also had a white custom camper with side windows and a flip-top gate on the back with the word Chevy stenciled on it. The truck's pale blue was not the original color. Samantha Cole was not in uniform. She was dressed in faded jeans, white t-shirt, a WVU Mountaineers windbreaker, and worn-down calf-high boots. The butt of a King Cobra double-action .45 revolver poked from inside her shoulder holster. It was on the left side, meaning she was right-handed. She was a sliver under 5'3", without the boots, and a wiry 110 with dirty blonde hair that was long enough to reach her shoulders. Her eyes were blue and wide. The balls of her cheekbones were prominent enough to suggest Native American ancestry. Her face had a scattering of light freckles. She was an attractive woman, but with a hard, cynical look of someone to whom life had not been overly kind. Cole stared at Puller's Malibu, and then up at the house, where the Reynoldses sat dead all in a row. One hand on the butt of her gun, she advanced up the gravel drive. She passed the Lexus when it happened. The hand was on her before she realized it. Its grip was iron. She had no chance. It pulled her down and then over to the other side of the car.
Shit!
Her fingers closed around the long, thick fingers. She could not break the grip. She tried to pull her gun with her other hand, but it was blocked by her attacker's arm pinning hers against her side. Cole was helpless. "Just stay down, Cole," the voice said into her ear. "There might be a shooter out there."
Puller?
She hissed as she turned to him. Puller released his grip and squatted next to the right front fender of the Lexus. He flipped up his night optics. He had one M11 in hand. The other pistol was parked back in its rear holster. "Good to meet you."
You nearly gave me a heart attack. I never even heard you.
That's sort of the point.
You about crushed my arm. What are you, bionic?
He shrugged. No, I'm just in the Army.
Why did you grab me?
Your guy named Wellman?
What?
The cop on guard duty tonight?
Yeah, Larry Willman. How'd you know that?
Somebody strung him up in the basement of the house, and then stole his ride. Her face collapsed.
Larry's dead?
Afraid so.
You said there might be a shooter?
He touched his optics. Saw a flash of movement through a window of the house when I heard you pulling up.
From where?
The woods behind the house.
You think they...
I don't presume. Why I grabbed you. Already killed one cop, so what's another to them? She gave him a searching glance.
I appreciate that. But I can't believe Larry's dead. No wonder he didn't answer my call.
She paused.
He's got a wife and a new baby.
I'm sorry.
You sure he's dead?
If I weren't, I would have cut him down and tried to resuscitate him, but trust me, it would have been pointless. He hasn't been dead long, though. Body's still warm.
Shit.
He drew in her scent. Her breath smelled of mints, with the tobacco lapping right underneath. No perfume. She hadn't taken time to wash her hair. He glanced at his watch. She had gotten here 2 minutes ahead of her own deadline. He saw her eyes start to glisten. A wobbly tear freed itself and slid down her cheek. "You want to call it in?" he asked. She answered in a dull, tired voice.
What? Oh, right.
She hastily wiped her eyes and pulled out her phone. She drilled in the numbers. She spoke fast but clearly, also putting out a bolo on the missing police cruiser. The woman had gone from emotionally paralyzed to professional in a few seconds. Puller was impressed. She closed the phone. "How many officers do you have available?" he asked.
We're a rural county, Puller. Lot of space, not a lot of dollars. Budget cuts have wrecked us, cut our force by a third, and 3 of my guys are reservists who are currently in Afghanistan. So that translates into us having a total of 21 uniforms to cover about 400 square miles, and 2 of them are banged up from a car crash last week.
So 19, including you?
Including me.
How many are coming now?
3, and that's a stretch, and it won't be fast. They're nowhere near here.
Puller looked toward the woods. "Why don't you stay here and wait for them, and I'll go check out whatever it was I saw in the woods."
Why would I stay here? I'm armed. 2's better than 1.
"Suit yourself." He eyed the woods, did the run-through logistics in his mind. It was so ingrained in him that he thought about it thoroughly without seeming to think about it at all. "You ever been in the military?" She shook her head.
State police for 4 years before I came back here. For the record, I'm a hell of a shot. Got the ribbons and trophies to prove it.
"Okay. But you mind if I take the lead on this search?" She looked out at the dark woods, and then at his large, muscular physique.
Works for me.
Chapter 10. A few minutes later, Puller glanced behind him to see Sam Cole struggling to keep up with him in the dense brush. He stopped and held up his hand. Cole froze. He swept the area in front of him with his night vision optics. Trees, brush, the dart of a deer. Nothing that was looking to kill them. He still didn't move. He thought back to what he'd seen in the woods through the window. A shape, not an animal. A man. Didn't necessarily have to be connected to the case, but probably was.
Puller?
He didn't look back at her, but simply waved Cole forward. She crouched next to him a few seconds later.
You catch anything with that fancy gear of yours?
Just a deer and a whole lot of trees.
I don't hear anything either.
He eyed the lightening sky. There was a searchlight on when I arrived. To the east, a couple miles away.
Probably mining operation.
Why a searchlight?
Chopper landing, most probably. Giving the bird a target to hit.
Chopper landings at a coal mine in the middle of the night?
No law against it. And it's not a mine. They do mountaintop extraction here, which means they don't tunnel under, they just blow up the mountain instead.
Puller kept scanning ahead and on the peripheries. Were you the one who contacted the Army about Reynolds?
Yes. He was in uniform. That was our first clue. And we checked his car, found his ID. You've been inside, obviously. You saw he didn't have much of a face left.
Did he have a briefcase or a laptop?
Both.
I'll need to see them.
Okay.
There could be classified material in and on them.
Right.
Are they secure?
In our evidence room, back at the station?
Puller thought for a moment. I need you to make sure no one tries to access them. Reynolds was DIA, Defense Intelligence. It could be a big issue if an unauthorized person gets into that stuff. A real headache you don't need.
I understand. I can make a call.
Thanks. File said you printed him?
And faxed it off to the Pentagon to a number they gave us. They confirmed his ID.
How many crime scene techs you have?
1, but he's pretty good.
Medical examiner?
Chief's way over in Charleston, along with the state medical lab.
Puller kept scanning while he talked. Whoever had been out here was gone. Why are the bodies still in the house?
A number of reasons, but mostly because we didn't really have an appropriate place to put them.
Hospital?
Closest one is a good hour away.
Local ME?
We're in between.
What does that mean?
It means the one we had moved out of town. Andy wasn't a doctor. He was an EMT, but under state law, that was good enough.
So who's going to do the posts on the victims?
I'm trying to work that out now. Probably a local doc I know who has some forensics background. How many crime scene techs did you bring with you?
You're looking at him.
Tech and investigator. That's a little unusual.
It's actually a smart way to do it.
What do you mean?
That way nothing gets between me and the evidence, and I've got the Army's Criminal Investigation Lab to fall back on. Let's head back to the house. A minute later, they stood in front of the 4 bodies. It was growing light outside, but Cole turned an overhead on. Puller said, "The integrity of the crime scene has been blown. The killers came back. They could have screwed with the evidence."
They could have screwed with it before, too.
Even if we get a suspect to trial, his attorney can trash the entire prosecution based on this. Cole said nothing. By her angry features, Puller could tell that she already knew this to be true.
So what do we do about it?
Nothing, for now. We keep working the scene.
Will you have to report this back?
He didn't answer her. Instead, he looked around and said, "The Reynoldses didn't live here. So what were they doing here?"
Home belongs to a Richard and Minnie Halverson. They're Mrs. Reynolds' parents. They live in a nursing home. Well, he does. Mrs. Halverson was living here, but she suffered a stroke recently and is at a specialty hospital over near Pikeville. Not that far as the crow flies, but on our back roads, it'll take you a good hour and a half to get there.
I saw some of that getting here.
Apparently, Mrs. Reynolds was staying here temporarily to take care of things, oversee her father's care, get the house ready for sale, and have her mother admitted into the same nursing home since she can no longer live alone. It was summer, so the kids were staying with her. Mr. Reynolds was apparently coming out here on weekends.
Where'd you get all this info?
Local sources, nursing home and the hospital, and from poking around here, and we talked to some of the neighbors on the street.
Good work, said Puller.
I'm not here to do crappy work.
Look, I'm only here because one of the victims is wearing a uniform, and my SAC said you guys were cool with collateral arrangement.
My boss was.
And you?
Let's just say the jury's still out.
Fair enough.
So he was with DIA?
Didn't they tell you that when you faxed the prints in?
No, they just confirmed for me who he was. So military intelligence. Was he some sort of spy? Is that why someone killed him?
I don't know. He was getting ready to retire. Might just be a paper pusher with eagle leaf clusters looking to punch the private sector ATM. Pentagon is full of them. Puller had decided not to fill her in on what Reynolds had really done at DIA. She wasn't cleared for it. And he wasn't looking to get busted down in rank for letting something slip he shouldn't.
That really doesn't help us all that much, then.
Puller's honest side got the better of him. Well, it might be he wasn't just a paper pusher.
But you just said...
I said might. It's not confirmed. And I'm just coming to the investigation, too. A lot I don't know.
Okay.
Puller drew closer to the bodies. You found them like this? All seated in a row?
Yes.
The adults' causes of death are pretty obvious. What about the kids? He pointed to them. When she didn't answer, Puller turned to her. She'd pulled her cobra and was aiming it at his head. Chapter 11. Was it something I said? Asked Puller quietly, his gaze on her face and not the muzzle of the cobra. When someone drew down on you, you watched her eyes. That told you intent. And her intent clearly was to shoot him if he said the wrong thing or made the wrong move.
I must be punch drunk because of lack of sleep.
Not following.
I have no idea if you are who you say you are. You're the only one who said you were with CID. I should never have given you permission to enter the crime scene. For all I know, you killed Larry Wellman and made up a story about seeing somebody. Maybe you're a spy looking to steal what was in that man's briefcase and laptop.
My car outside has Army plates.
Maybe it's not your car. Or maybe you stole it.
I've got ID.
That's what I wanted to hear.
She flicked the .45 caliber.
Show me. Real slow.
Cole backed slightly away. Puller noted she used a standard Weaver firing stance, named after a county deputy in California who'd revolutionized shooting competitions back in the late 1950s. Feet shoulder-width apart, knees locked. Gun side foot slightly back on the other foot. She would employ the classic push-pull to control recoil when she fired. He could tell she had locked her dominant arm, but had not done the same with the hand. She would suffer grip tremble before she fired because of this, but she held the cobra like she knew it well. And while her form might not be perfect, it was more than good enough to take him down with one shot at this distance. He three-fingered his cred pack from his shirt pocket.
Flip it open for me. Badge first and then ID card.
He did so. She studied his picture and then glanced back at him. She lowered her weapon.
Sorry about that.
I would have done the same. She holstered the cobra.
But you didn't ask for my ID.
I called you to come here. Name and number was in the official Army file. Army doesn't make mistakes like that. I saw you climb out of your ride, badge on your belt. When I grabbed you and you cried out, I recognized the voice I'd heard on the phone.
Still got the drop on you.
Maybe not as much as you thought. He showed her the black K-bar knife he was holding in his other hand, concealed by his forearm. You probably would have still gotten your shot off just by reflex. Then maybe both of us would have gone down. He slipped the knife in its holder on his belt. But it didn't happen.
I never saw you pull the knife.
I did it before you took your gun out.
Why?
I saw you look at me, then at the cobra, and then at the bodies. Not too hard to figure what you were thinking.
So why didn't you pull your gun on me instead?
When I pull my gun, I intend on using it. Didn't want to make an awkward situation worse. Knew you'd ask for the cred pack. I had the knife in reserve in case you had something else on your mind. He looked back at the bodies. The kids? She stepped forward, pulled a pair of latex gloves from her windbreaker, slapped them on, gripped the back of the boy's neck, and tilted the corpse forward about 10 degrees. With her free hand, she pointed to a spot near the base of the neck. Puller hit the area with his maglite. He saw the large purplish bruise. Somebody crushed his brainstem. She leaned the body back to its original position.
What it looks like.
Same with the girl?
Yes.
From the condition of the bodies, they've been dead over 24 hours, ballpark, but less than 36. Your CST have a better read?
Roughly 29 hours, so you were close.
Puller checked his watch. So they were killed around midnight. Sunday night?
Right.
And the mailman found them on Monday in the early afternoon, so rigor would have just started by then. Can you confirm that as a supplemental benchmark?
Yes.
Did the mailman notice anything suspicious?
You mean after he dry heaved on the front lawn for the 4th time after we got there? No, not really. Killer's long gone by then.
But they came back tonight. Killed a cop, in fact. Any other wounds or marks?
As you can see, we haven't undressed them, but we did a pretty good look around and found nothing. But you crush the brain stem, the person's dead.
Yeah, that one I get. He was looking around the room. You have to know what you're doing, though. Precise hit, otherwise you incapacitate instead of kill.
Professional, then.
Puller thought. Or military. And if this is a soldier-on-soldier killing? He said, maybe, or lucky. He looked at the girl, but not lucky twice. They weren't killed here, at least the colonel and his wife. Cole stepped back away from the couch, looked at the carpet.
Right. Blood spatters. None up here. Basement is a different story.
I noted that when I was down there.
Speaking of, I need to go see Larry.
Bulla thought he heard her voice catch, even though she had tried to say this in a casual tone. Do me a favor first.
What's that?
Make the call to the station and put the seal on the colonel's briefcase and laptop. She did as he asked. As soon as she closed the phone, he said, "Follow me." She trudged after Puller down the stairs. He led her over to the spot where the cop was hanging. The dead man had dropped still lower, his black leathers almost touching the concrete. Puller studied her while she was studying the dead guy. No tears this time. Brief shake of the head. Woman was internalizing it, probably embarrassed to have already teared up in front of him. And then the voice catch. She shouldn't have been embarrassed. He'd seen friends die, lots of them. It never got any easier. It only got harder. You thought you became desensitized to it, but that was just an illusion. The hole in your mind just got deeper, so more shit would fit inside. She stepped back.
I'm going to get whoever did this.
I know you are.
Can we get him down? I don't want to leave him up there like a damn slaughtered hog.
Puller checked the back of the man's neck. We can cut the noose loose opposite the knot in the line to preserve it, but give me a sec. He hustled out to his car and grabbed his rucksack. Back downstairs, he took out some plastic sheeting and a portable stepladder. I'm going to wrap this around the body to safeguard any trace. Then hold him up while you climb on the stepladder and cut him down. Remember, cut on the opposite side of the knot. You can use my knife. They accomplished this without a hitch, and the plastic-wrapped dead man leaned into Puller's strong arms. He laid him down on the floor on his back, while Cole climbed down. Puller said, "Turn on that light over there." He motioned to a wall switch. The light came on, and Puller examined Wellman's neck. Carotid and jugular compressed. Hyoid bones probably fractured. Post will confirm that. He pointed to several spots around the dead man's neck. Blood vessels ruptured. Means he was alive when they strung him up. Puller carefully edged the cop up on one side so they could see his bound hands. Check for defensive wounds or trace under the nails. If we're real lucky, we got some DNA leave behind. Cole used Puller's maglite to do this.
Nothing that I can see. Don't understand that. Larry should have fought back, or maybe the killer scrubbed it afterwards.
I think this probably explains it. Puller pointed to matted blood in the man's hair. They knocked him out before hanging him. He pulled a skin thermometer from his rucksack, ran it over Wellman's forehead, and checked the reading. Little under 5 degrees down from normal. He swiftly did the required calculation in his head. Dead about 3 hours. So about 2:30. They heard cars pulling to a stop outside. "Cavalry's here," said Puller. Cole looked down at her colleague.
You seem to know what you're doing,
she said softly, staring down at the dead man. "I'm here to help if you want it. Your call."
I do.
She turned and walked toward the steps. Puller said, "I know you've already processed the scene, but I'd like to do it again." He added, "I'm not looking to step on anyone's professional toes, but I've got people I have to report to, and they expect our investigations to be processed in a particular way."
I don't care so long as we get the son of a bitch who did this.
Cole headed up the stairs. Puller looked down at the dead cop and then over at the far walls where the collection of blood and flesh against the studs revealed where the adult Reynoldses had been executed. Executed was really the only way to look at it. Headshot for him, torso for her. He wondered why the different treatment. And then the kids not shot at all. Usually with mass killing, the same method of murder was employed. Changing weapons took time, precious time. And killing and then moving the bodies took still more time. But maybe this killer had all the time in the world. Puller glanced back down at Wellman's body. Every murder was the same, and that someone was dead from a violent cause. Yet other than that factor, everything was always different. And solving it was like treating cancer. What worked in one case almost never worked in another. They all required their own unique solution. He walked off to join Cole upstairs. Chapter 12. The three Drake County cops stood in a row looking down at their fallen colleague. As they did this, Puller studied them. All about 6 feet tall, 2 lean, 1 chubby. They were young, the oldest in his early 30s. Puller spotted an anchor tattoo on the hand of one. "Navy?" he asked. The man nodded, drawing his gaze briefly from Wellman's body. The tattoo, Puller knew, had been done after the man had left the service. No tattoos that were visible with your uniform on were allowed in the military. "Your Army?" said Anchorman. "I'm with the 701st CID out of Quantico." "Marines trained down there, right?" said the chubby cop. "That's right," said Puller. "My cousin's a Marine," said Chubby. "He said they're always first in the fight." "Marines covered my butt many times in the Middle East." Cole came down the stairs.
A miner on his way to work found Larry's cruiser about 2 miles from here, down in a ravine, and called it in, sending our tech over to scrub it down.
Puller nodded. "And then he can come here? I need to talk to him."
I'll let him know.
She turned to her men.
Considering what happened to Larry, we'll need 2 officers to post here at all times.
"Sarge, that really cuts into our patrol. Pulled thin as it is," said Anchorman. She pointed down at Wellman.
Maybe Larry thought that too, and look what happened to him.
"Yes, Sarge."
And Dwayne, I want you to head over and secure Larry's cruiser.
"Yes, Sarge," said Dwayne. Puller observed the other cops for any visible reaction in dealing with a female superior. If West Virginia was anything like the Army, it was still tough going for the girls even in the 21st century. From the looks of them, it was still tough going for the ladies in the Mountain State.
Special Agent Puller here will be assisting us in this investigation.
The 3 cops looked at him with stiffened expressions. This didn't surprise Puller at all. In their shoes, he would have felt resentment too. He didn't say anything as patently cliché as that they were all looking for the same thing, justice. In fact, he didn't say anything at all. While he was being polite and professional, the truth was he had no authority over these folks. It was left to Cole to keep her men in line. "Where's the crime scene log?" he asked, glancing at Cole. She'd zippered up her windbreaker. Perhaps, Puller thought, to cover the sheerness of the T-shirt underneath in the presence of her deputies.
In my pickup?
She got the log and Puller added his name to it, recording the date and time of entry. He studied the names of the other people on the list, cops and the 1 tech, and a medical professional who had no doubt officially proclaimed the 4 corpses to be lawfully dead. He waited for Cole to give Dwayne the location of Wellman's ride and send him off. "Any media on the shit?" he asked Cole. They were on the front porch. Dawn had broken, and it was light enough for him to see the dark circles under her eyes. She pulled a cigarette from her pack. He held up his hand and lowered his voice so the cops who were still inside the house couldn't hear. "Let's put together a break area in the side yard over there. This scene is going to take a while to process. You can smoke and we can eat and pile our trash up there. And we'll need a portable john."
There's 2 bathrooms in the house.
"We don't change the crime scene in any way. Don't touch the thermostat. Use the john, smoke, eat, drink, or chew tobacco. Our stuff gets mingled with what's here. It makes things more complicated. She put the smoke away and folded her arms over her chest.
Okay.
Media?
We only have one weekly newspaper. The nearest TV and radio stations are a ways away, so no, not much in the way of media. And I won't be holding a press conference just in case you're wondering. We're hard to get to. You have to really want to get to Drake, and right now no one in the media seems to want to.
Good. He paused, looked at her.
What?
She finally said under this scrutiny. You related to somebody named Randy Cole?
My younger brother. Why?
Ran into him earlier.
Ran into him where?
Place I'm staying. She assumed an uninterested air that Puller saw right through.
And how was he?
What do you mean?
I mean drunk or drunker?
He was sober.
What a shock.
But he said he gets headaches.
Yeah, I know. For the last year or so.
Told him to get that checked out.
I told him the same thing. Doesn't mean he's going to do it. In fact, it means he probably won't.
I'm going to grab my gear and get to it.
You need any help?
You're in charge. That's lackey work, isn't it?
Not much around here is lackey work. We all pitch in. And even if it were, Larry getting killed changes things. At least for me. Never lost a man on my watch. Now I have. Changes things.
I can see that. I'll let you know if I need a hand.
You lose many of your guys over in the Middle East?
Even one was too many. Chapter 13. Puller had sketched preliminary drawings of the main floor and the basement. He had put together his loose-leaf notebook, with his name, rank, and the date, weather, and lighting conditions on each page, as well as compass north designated. Measurements had been done to all relevant landmarks and other objects in the rooms. Cole, who was watching him finish the drawing, asked,
Army taught you that?
Army taught me a lot of things.
Why do you think they came back, Puller?
To get something, or leave something. I just don't know which one. Cole let out a long breath, filled with frustration.
Never thought that could happen. Coming back and killing the cop guarding the crime scene.
He put the sketch pad aside and drew from his rucksack a 35mm camera, tripod, flash, and flash extension cord. He also stuck a device that looked like a flashlight into a holder on his belt.
My guy already took pictures.
I like to take my own. Procedure we have to follow, like I said.
Okay, but he's good, and you're welcome to what we have.
I appreciate that. Where is he, by the way? Shouldn't have taken him that long to scrub the car. Cole went to the window.
Speak of the devil.
Landry Monroe, said Puller.
How'd you know?
Saw his name on the log.
We call him Lan.
Tell me about him.
24 years old, WVU grad, criminal justice, certified in CS processing, been with the department for 2 years.
Where'd he get his certification?
State runs a program.
Okay.
It's a damn good program, Puller.
Didn't say it wasn't.
I could tell by the look on your face.
What's your goal here?
What?
Your goal.
To catch whoever did this.
Mine too. And if we work together and follow each of our protocols, the odds are a lot better that we'll find the people responsible. They stared at each other for an uncomfortably long few moments. Cole turned, went to the door, and called out to the man who had his head buried in his car's trunk.
Lan, get your stuff and get in here. Got somebody who's really looking forward to working with you.
She turned back to Puller and pointed a finger at him.
Let's get one thing straight. He's a kid. You can rough him up some, show him stuff that'll make him better, but you are not to crush his confidence. You'll be leaving West Virginia after this, but not me. I have to work with him, and he's all I've got. Understood?
Puller nodded. Understood. Lan Monroe came in about 30 seconds later, juggling bags and knapsacks. He was black and wearing green scrubs. He stopped at the front door and dropped his gear to put on booties and latex gloves. He signed the on-site log held by one of the officers on perimeter security and stepped inside. Monroe was not much taller than Cole, with narrow shoulders and the bulk of his weight carried in his gut, hips, and butt. His legs were thick and short. His head was shaven, and he wore wire-rimmed glasses that had slid halfway down his nose. Cole said,
"Lan, meet CID Special Agent John Puller."
Monroe smiled and looked up at Puller, who was nearly a foot taller than he was. He put out his hand. They shook. "Nice to meet you, Special Agent Puller." "Just make it Puller." He glanced at the bags. "Your equipment?" "Yep."
"Did you do Larry's car?"
Monroe nodded. "The prelim didn't turn up anything. There was no blood in the vehicle. I had it towed back to the station. I'll do a more thorough scrub there." Puller said, "Sergeant Cole said you'd taken pictures. Can I see them?" "That's a big 10-4, good buddy." Monroe dug into one of his bags while Puller glanced over at Cole with hiked eyebrows. She shrugged and attempted a smile. Monroe got his camera out, powered it up, and showed the range of pictures on the flip-out viewfinder. 35mm SLR, said Puller. "Yep, that's what they had us use at school. Now, I did 3 shots of everything, one in relation to nearby objects, one with ruler, and one close-up without." "Good. What aperture setting did you use?" Cole shot Puller a hard glance. He ignored it. Monroe remained oblivious to these exchanges. He said, "F-16 with everything 3 feet or more away, F-28 for the close-ups." Puller nodded approvingly. "What were your angles of photography?" "I did everything from eye level." "Did you do a 360 overlap?" Monroe suddenly looked uncertain and shook his head. No." Puller glanced at Cole and found her still staring intently at him, hands on hips, lips pursed. For a moment, he thought she might go for her Cobra again. Puller said, "No problem, just Army overkill. Look, I need an experienced hand to help me with that, Lan. And you obviously know your way around a camera." "No prob," said Monroe, his good spirits restored. "Glad to do it." He pointed at the tripod and other equipment Puller had taken from his rucksack. "Is that a flash extension?" he asked. Puller nodded. "We'll use it to photograph fingerprints, tire marks, and any tool marks. We'll use the sync cord to engage the flash." "How far away do you Army guys hold it?" asked Monroe eagerly. "Ideally 3 feet, and at a 45-degree angle. 2 shots from all 4 directions."
"What's the big deal with the extension thing?"
Puller replied, "Prevents hot spots of light, causes overexposure to the top of the photos." "Cool," said Monroe. Puller pointed to the 4 members of the Reynolds family. "Since they haven't been moved, we need to photograph them properly. All 4 sides, including the rear. 5 shots of the face, all wounds, and other marks. With and without rulers, liver mortise patterns, and all gunshot powder and stippling. You got a video camera?" Monroe nodded. Puller said, "You video everything, but you don't rely on that for fine detail. Defense attorney will blow you out of the water with that."
"And did that happen to you?"
"It happens to everybody." Puller was about to set his tripod to start taking pictures of the bodies when he looked down at the carpet and stopped. He knelt and took a closer look at the medium pile carpeting. "What do you see there?" he asked. Monroe and Cole came over. The tech dropped to his knees and studied the spot. "Not sure," he said. "An impression of something." "Impressions, actually. 3 of them circular, but in a triangular pattern." Puller hefted the tripod and set it down a few feet from the others. Then he picked it back up. "What do you see?" Monroe looked at the spot, so did Cole. They both started and looked back over at the original spot. The impressions were nearly identical.
"Somebody already set up a tripod here. Why?"
Puller looked at the spot and then over at the bodies all lined up. Bodies in a row, on a couch, tripod in front, camera mounted on it.
"They were filming the Reynoldses?"
Puller took several shots of the impressions. No, they were interrogating them. Chapter 14. Hours later, they had finished photographing the 4 bodies and processing other parts of the crime scene. Puller and Monroe had laid the bodies next to each other on white plastic sheeting spread on the floor. Larry Wellman's body had been brought up and was lying in a zippered body bag in the dining room. There were no defensive wounds on Wellman or the Reynoldses. They had all apparently been taken by surprise. Puller had recorded his observations and used the device he'd previously stuck in his belt to help him organize the investigation. Monroe had excitedly asked him what the tool was. Army calls it a CSED, or Crime Scene Exploitation Device. It's a camera with a barcoder, digital screen, labeler, and printer all rolled into one. It's got a flip-out USB so I can down and upload from my laptop. My digital recorder has the same capability, and it has an electronic transcriber so it'll automatically type out what I've recorded by voice. I'm not great on the keyboard. "That is beyond cool," said Monroe.
Don't get too excited, Lan. Doubt there's money in the budget for us to get one of those.
Puller glanced at Cole. "Tell me about the dog that was here."
Collie. Got a colleague taking care of it. Friendly thing.
Okay, but any of the neighbors report hearing any barking?
Dog can't bark. Probably the only reason they let it live.
A dog that can't bark?
Well, it hasn't once barked for us. Might have had an operation done. That can sometimes screw up the bark, at least according to a vet friend of mine that I asked.
Looking down at the lined-up bodies, Cole said,
You said they were interrogated, but didn't really explain what you meant. They obviously weren't being interrogated after they were killed. So why line them up on the couch after they were dead?
I think the person wanted to see them being interrogated, and they also wanted to see on the video that they were dead.
So they were broadcasting the video out to someone else?
That's how I read it. Cole slowly nodded.
So if we can get our hands on the video, there might be some clues. One of the killers might have stepped in front of the camera, for example, or maybe it might have caught a reflection of one or more of them.
That's true. But odds are if we find the video, we'll find the killers, too. That's not something they'll leave lying around.
Well, let's hope that happens.
We need to get the bodies to a refrigerated environment soon, and then have the post done, said Puller, as he stared down at the decomposing bodies. At some point, courtroom evidence starts falling apart. How's it coming with your doctor friend?
Should know something definitive later today.
Puller knelt down next to Matt Reynolds. Shotgun to the face, less than 3 feet away, minimal pellet dispersal, wadding in the wounds. If the muzzle was choke-bored, it could muddy that analysis. He indicated the wadding. Lan, have you taken a sample yet to verify gauge? Yeah, haven't done the test yet, but I hope once I compare the diameter with sample wads, it'll give us an answer. Puller turned to the wife's body. I measured the distance between pellets, and that, together with no central wound or wadding, means she was probably shot from farther away than 10 feet.
But down in the basement,
said Cole, who knelt next to him. Presumably, but serology results will confirm it, said Puller.
Why the basement?
Quieter, but you still have problems.
Like what?
Shotgun blast even in a basement in the middle of the night might attract attention. And you have to control the other captives. They hear the shot, they panic, start screaming, trying to get away, knowing they'll probably be next. Monroe snapped his fingers, unlocked a metal evidence box he'd previously brought into the house, and pulled out some sealed, labeled evidence bags. I was wondering why I found these things in those places, but what you just said may explain it. Puller took up the bags one by one. Tell me what you've got here. That bit of gray fuzz came from the girl's left ear. The white thread I found inside the boy's mouth. Found a similar one hung up on the mom's left molar. Cole looked at them over Puller's shoulder. Puller said, The white thread in the mouth? Gag?
And the thing in the ear?
Monroe said, I'm thinking it's a piece of an earbud, like from headphones to an iPod or MP3 player. Puller said, they were blasting music into their ears when they were shooting people so they couldn't hear it. That's pretty hardcore, added Monroe. Puller said, but that doesn't explain the shotgun use. Maybe they couldn't hear it, but some of the neighbors might have. Cole rose and went over to the window and looked out. She whirled back around.
You said blasted.
Puller handed the bags back to Monroe and turned to her. Yeah, so?
Trent Exploration. They might have blasted on Sunday night, and this neighborhood is only a couple miles away from where they're doing it.
Chapter 15. Puller was staring at Cole. Okay, but would the blast be loud enough to cover a fired shotgun from being heard in another house?
From a basement, I'd say so. If you're close enough to them, some of those explosions can lift you right out of your bed.
You never say they might have blasted. You don't know for certain?
No, I live pretty far from here, but the sound of a blast reaching this neighborhood had to come from a Trent operation. It's the only one nearby.
Monroe said slowly, wait a minute. I was out late that night with my girlfriend, about 2 miles from here, but in another direction. I remember hearing it. Puller said quickly, do you recall the time of the explosion? He thought for a few moments. Between midnight and 1, I'd say. That mirrors the timeline established by the body deterioration, said Puller. But having a tighter time window helps us in one respect.
Alibis, or lack thereof.
Noted Cole, and he nodded in agreement. Puller said, but then we have to wonder why they shotgunned the parents and not the kids. Or why not blunt force to all of them, and you don't have to worry about the sound of a gun? Neither Cole nor Monroe had a ready answer to these queries. Puller looked at the tech. You get elimination prints from the victims and the wife's parents? Yeah, that's where I was early this morning before I went to scrub the car.
You didn't tell them what had happened, though.
Well, the mom's had a stroke. I just printed her while she was unconscious, so I couldn't tell her anything. The dad goes in and out. I made it a game so he wouldn't catch on. Dementia, said Puller, and Cole nodded. Does he have lucid moments?
I think so, sometimes. You think he might be helpful?
Puller shrugged. Well, if somebody local killed those folks, he might know something. Here's the possibilities as I see them. 1. They were killed because of Colonel Reynolds' employment with DIA. 2. Something connected to the mom. 3. Something connected to the kids. 4. Something connected to the wife's parents. Or 5. Something we don't see as yet. Could be a random burglary, noted Monroe. Puller shook his head. They left a late-model Lexus, a laptop computer, and the wife's wedding ring. No other valuables known to be missing, and random burglars seldom take the time to interrogate their victims. Cole added,
The wife's parents probably don't have an enemy in the world, and the wife and kids were just here for the summer. I doubt they had time to make any enemies. That leaves Colonel Reynolds.
Maybe. Still have to check it all out. Puller rose. Any other prints here that didn't match the eliminated ones from the first responders?
The mailman's, a caregiver who works at the nursing home. Got her Leighton on the fridge. She was here to help Mr. Halverson before he went in the nursing home. And 2 EMTs who were called here when the old lady had her stroke.
No others?
There were 2, on the living room wall and 1 on the kitchen counter. I'm running the prints through our database.
Puller said, let me have copies, and I'll get them to run them through the federal databases, too.
Thanks.
Puller said, how did the killers know when the mine blast would take place? Is that public knowledge?
Yes. There's a bunch of regulations about surface mining blasting. You have to get proper permits and have a blasting plan in place. You have to post blasting schedules in the local papers well in advance. People close to the blast get personal notification. You have to use a certified blaster. There are limits on noise, so they have to monitor the decibels of the blast. They also have to measure ground vibration. and they often separate the blast charges by 8 milliseconds.
Why? Asked Monroe, who looked fascinated by the discussion. He caught Puller gazing at him. Went to WVU, but I'm not from around here.
The 8 milliseconds allow enough separation to keep the air blast noise and ground vibration under control.
Puller gazed at her. You obviously know a lot about all this. How come? She shrugged.
West Virginia gal. Whole state's one big mine. At least that's what it feels like sometimes.
And didn't your dad work for Trent Exploration? Asked Monroe. Cole shot a quick glance at Puller, who was staring at her even more intently.
He did. Not anymore.
Why not? Asked Puller.
He's dead.
Sorry to hear that. He paused for a few moments. What explosives do they use to do the blasting?
Usually AMFO, combination of ammonium nitrate, fertilizer really, and diesel fuel. They scrape the topsoil and subsoil layers and then drill holes in the rock to lay their charges. The goal is to fracture the rock layers. Then they bring in heavy equipment to expose the coal seam.
Why do they blow it up instead of digging tunnels?
Decades ago they did tunnel, but getting to the coal that's left won't allow tunneling. Softness of the rock, or so they claim. It's funny, though.
What? Asked Puller.
Typically, blasting has to take place between sunrise and sunset, Monday through Saturday. Trent must have gotten a special permit to blast at night and on a Sunday.
So the blasting schedule is public knowledge. Doesn't help narrow down the list of possible suspects. But tell me about Trent Exploration.
Trent is by far the biggest employer in the county.
Well-liked outfit? Asked Puller. Cole pursed her lips.
Nobody loves coal companies, Puller. And the way Trent does it has resulted in entire valleys being filled up with debris. It causes flooding and a host of other environmental issues, not to mention that blowing the tops off mountains leaves the countryside pretty damn ugly. But it's a hell of a lot cheaper for the company to do it that way. They're enormously profitable.
But it still provides jobs, added Monroe. My cousin works at Trent as a geological engineer, makes a decent living.
Roger Trent is sole owner of the company. He's had his share of code violations and accidents where people have died. And it doesn't help that he lives in a big mansion behind big gates and gets his water piped in nice and clean because his operations have screwed up the water tables.
And folks around here just let that happen?
He has junkyard dog lawyers on retainer, and even though the state's trying to clean up the judicial sector, he's still bought up half the judges in the state. But he keeps people employed, pays fair, and gives to charities, and so he's tolerated. But a few more mining accidents and a few more cancer diagnoses because of all the pollution, and he might get ridden out of here on a rail.
Puller looked over at the bodies. How long had the Reynoldses been staying here?
About 5 weeks, according to folks we talked to.
And the colonel was coming and going from D.C.? Added Puller. He looked out the window. You've canvassed the neighbors?
7 other homes, and we've talked to everyone. Got zip.
That's a little hard to believe, said Puller. Killer's right next door and nobody sees or hears anything. And then a cop gets killed and someone drives off in his cruiser, and again, nothing.
All I can tell you is what they said.
Then I think it might be time to check with everyone again. Chapter 16. Puller walked down the front steps and kept going until he was in the middle of the yard of fried grass. Cole had followed him outside. Lan Monroe had stayed inside to finish bagging evidence. Puller looked right, left, and then forward again. The day had passed rapidly. The sun had long ago begun its descent, but it was still uncomfortably hot. There was no wind. The humidity pressed in from all sides like solid walls of water.
Puller, you want to split up the houses?
He didn't answer. What he was seeing had to be deciphered and put into its proper perspective. There were 8 homes on the street, 4 on each side, including the one where the murders had occurred. At 6 of the houses, there were people out front, a few men, several women, and some little kids. They were all ostensibly doing everyday activities, washing a car, cutting the grass, getting the mail, playing ball, or just chatting. What they were really doing was satisfying their morbid curiosity by surreptitiously staring at the house where violent death had occurred. Puller's immediate task was to separate the obvious and normal from its antithesis. He focused on the house directly across the street. 2 cars and a big Harley highway bike were in the driveway, but no one was outside. No gawkers at all. He pointed. "Did you talk to the people in that house?" Cole looked at where he was indicating. She called over her shoulder to one of the uniforms standing guard at the crime scene.
Lou, you talked to those folks, right?
Lou came forward. He was the chubby cop. His leather belt squeaked as he walked. Puller knew that to be a rookie mistake. Oil the belt. Squeaks get you killed. Lou pulled out his notebook and leafed through it. "Spoke to a man who identified himself as Eric Treadwell. He lives in that house with a lady named Molly Bittner. He said she'd gone to work early that morning and didn't mention hearing or seeing anything suspicious. But he said he'd check with her when she got home. And Treadwell said he hadn't seen or heard anything either."
But he might have seen something last night when Larry got killed. I want every one of these folks questioned again. Someone drove off in Larry's cruiser. Somebody in one of those houses might have seen or heard something.
"Okay, Sarge." Puller said, "Did this Treadwell guy show you any ID?" Lou, who had been about to walk off to execute Cole's order, turned to him. "ID? You had to prove he actually lived there." "No, he didn't show any ID." "Did you ask for it?" "No, I didn't." The tone was now defensive. "How did it go down? Did you approach him?" "He was standing at the front door when I came up," said Lou. "That's probably why I didn't ask for ID, because he was in his house." That was bullshit, Puller knew. The guy was backpedaling, building in a justification for his lack of professionalism and even common sense. "But you didn't know Eric Treadwell by sight?" he asked. Cole looked over at her deputy, who was scowling at Puller.
Answer the question, Lou.
"No," Lou admitted. "Any of the other deputies know him?" "Not that they mentioned to me." "What time was it?" Lou checked his notes once more. "Little after 3 in the afternoon. We'd really just gotten here after the call came in." "Any other neighbors around then?" "No. That time in the afternoon wouldn't expect it. People in Drake work, both husbands and wives. But apparently not this guy."
What are you getting at, Puller? Are you trying to say this guy was the killer? Pretty stupid for him to hang around and talk to the cops, then.
In answer, he pointed at the house. "It's after 5 in the afternoon. There are 2 cars in the driveway. They were there when I got here at about 4 a.m. And they've been here all day. So even though you said everybody works around here, it doesn't seem to apply to that house. And at every other house, you've got people outside watching us. That's normal. There's no one in that house even peeking out the windows. Under the circumstances, that's not normal." He turned to Lou. "When you were talking to the guy on Monday, were those 2 cars and the Harley parked in the driveway?" Lou tipped his hat back and thought about this. "Yeah, I think they were. Why?" "Well, you said the guy told you his wife was still at work. How many vehicles do they have?"
Shit,
muttered a ticked-off-looking Cole as she glared at Lou.
Come on.
She strode across the street with Puller and Lou trailing. She knocked on the door, got no answer, and knocked again. Nothing.
Problem is we don't have a search warrant, and we've got no probable to bust in. I can try to get some...
She broke off.
What are you doing?
Puller had leaned over the front banister and looked in the front window. "Getting us probable cause."
What?
Puller drew his M11.
What are you doing?
Puller slammed his size 13 shoe against the wood of the door and it buckled inward. His shoulder finished what his foot had started. He stepped inside, keeping low, and doing visual sweeps, his gun running parallel to his gaze. He turned the corner and disappeared from view. "Get in here," said Puller. "But keep alert. Place isn't cleared yet." Cole and Lou pulled their weapons and followed him inside. She peered around the corner to find Puller staring at it.
Son of a bitch,
exclaimed Cole. Chapter 17. A man and a woman, both heavy-set and possibly in their 40s. It was hard to tell with the state they were in. The man had a heavy beard, and tattooed sleeves ran down both bare arms. There was also an eagle tattoo across his bare pecs. The woman's hair was bottle blonde, and she was dressed in hospital scrub bottoms, but no top. They were sitting on the couch in the living room. They were clearly dead, but it wasn't obvious how they had died. Cole stood next to Puller, who stared down at the corpses. Puller looked down at the floor. No visible tripod indents, because it was hardwood and not carpet. Still, his gut was sending him a clear message. They were interrogated, too. They were both turning green. CPR was not called for. A grave was. The man had a Virginia Tech ring on his right hand. The woman had a bracelet on her left wrist, along with a Timex wristwatch. Puller said, "Look to be dead about the same time as the Reynoldses. We'll need someone to pronounce them deceased officially."
Okay, but how did they die?
Puller checked the floor again. No blood splatters. He slapped on a fresh pair of gloves, pulled from a fanny pack on his belt, and tilted the man's head forward. No obvious gunshot entries or exits. There were no brainstem bruises, no knife wounds, no ligature marks on the neck, no evidence of blows to the abdomen. "Suffocation?" said Lou, who was standing farther back and looking queasy, probably from the smell. Puller carefully opened the man's left eyelid. No sign of petechial hemorrhage. He glanced at the man's torso and then at the woman's.
What?
Asked Cole, who'd noted his quizzical look. "The bodies have been moved, and their shirts were taken off."
How do you know that?
He pointed to some pale marks on the arms and around the necks of both. "Those are vibuses. Pressure on the capillaries from tight clothing keeps them from filling. That means they had shirts on for a while after death, and after death blood pools by gravity to the lowest parts of the body."
Lividity.
He said, "Right. 6 hours after death the capillaries coagulate. Then you have permanent post-mortem staining."
Why would they take their shirts off after killing them?
Lou said, "Well, we don't know anybody killed them, do we? Maybe they committed suicide, took poison or something, and took their shirts off before they croaked." Puller shook his head at this suggestion. "Tox screens will tell for certain, but in most poisoning cases, the hypostatic areas have distinct colorings, cherry red, red-brown, or dark brown. Don't see any of that here." Cole examined each of their hands.
No sign of defensive wounds. Nails look relatively clean. But why take off the shirts? Especially her, I mean. If I'm a woman and I kill myself, I sure as hell don't want to be found topless.
She drew her gaze away from the woman's heavy-veined breasts, which sagged nearly to her belly button. Puller said, "The killers took off the shirts because they wanted us to work a little harder to find out how these people died."
Meaning?
Meaning the shirts had bloodstains on them.
How do you know that?
He pointed to a spot where the woman's right breast attached to her chest. Blood soaked through the shirt, and some of it got lodged in that crevice. Killers must have missed it, but they did a good job cleaning up everything else, because there would have been blood and tissue spatters.
Okay, but from where and what?
Puller bent down and carefully lifted up the man's right eyelid. "Would have seen this earlier, but I opened the wrong one." Cole leaned in closer.
Damn.
The eye was gone. In its place was a dark, blistered hole. "Contact wound," said Puller. "We'll find powder in the wound track, small caliber. Check the woman." Cole slapped on gloves. The woman's left eye was just a hole, too. Gray brain matter clustered around the opening. "Only seen that once before," said Puller. "In Germany. Soldier-on-soldier special forces. Their knowledge base on killing people runs pretty deep." Cole straightened up and put her hands on her hips.
Why the subterfuge? Even if we didn't catch it here, the Post would have.
"The Post might have," Maybe they were counting on you having to get a paramedic to do the cutting and missing it, or no X-ray so they don't see the bullet in the brain. Happens all the time, unfortunately. And they probably thought it was worth a shot here. The good news is there's no exit wound on either one. That means the rounds are still in them. He eyed Lou. This is obviously not the guy you spoke with yesterday. No, he was a lot thinner and was clean-shaven, conceded Lou a bit lamely. Give us a full description of him. Lou did so. Puller said, "We'll have to check for ID here." Cole spoke up.
And this guy was obviously already dead when that guy was pulling a slick one on you, Lou. Get his description to dispatch and put out a bolo. Go do it now, although the guy's probably long gone.
Lou left and she turned to Puller.
Now we've got 2 crime scenes to work. This is going to drain my resources fast. Think the Army can spare some more people?
Don't know, said Puller, who thought they could only spare me initially. Does that change now or not?
Well, they have to be connected. At least we know that. Way too big a coincidence to have 2 murders on the same street at the same time by 2 different sets of killers.
When he didn't respond to this, she said again,
They have to be connected, right?
Nothing has to be anything. It has to be proven.
But you got any early theories as to why they might be tied together?
Puller eyed the window. That looks directly across to the Reynolds place. Cole went to stand by the window and looked out.
So you're thinking these folks saw something over there and had to be silenced?
But if you reverse it, the Reynolds' front window looks right back at this place. Cole nodded, seeing where this line of reasoning was going.
So it's chicken and egg. Who saw what first?
Maybe.
Well, it really has to be one or the other.
No, it doesn't, said Puller. Chapter 18. The bodies yielded few clues. The basement was far more interesting. Puller and Cole had searched the lower level and come to a door that was locked. With Cole's okay, Puller opened the door using a tire iron he found in an old storage bin set against one wall. The revealed room was 10 feet wide and 12 feet deep. On a long folding table were propane tanks, bottles of paint thinner, a can of camp stove fuel, mason jars, rolls of tubing, gas cylinders, pill bottles and rock salt, funnels and clamps, coffee filters, pillowcases, coolers, and thermos bottles. "You got a biohazard team?" asked Puller, putting a hand over his mouth and nose to shield his lungs from the smell of solvents and chemicals.
Meth lab.
"Meth lab," repeated Puller. "You got a biohazard team?" he asked again. "This thing could blow up and take the crime scene upstairs with it."
We don't have a biohazard team, Puller.
"Then I'll make one." 20 minutes later, with the neighbors and Cole and her deputies watching, Puller re-entered the house dressed in a hooded green biohazard suit with an air filter, red shoe coverings, and green gloves, all of which he kept packed in his rucksack. Puller methodically pored over the site, dusting for and lifting prints, separating potentially volatile substances from each other, and photographing and tagging all of it. 2 hours later, he stepped outside and noted the sun was nearly down. He took off his hood. His body was drenched with sweat. The house had been hot. Inside the suit added at least another 20 degrees. Cole saw the beads of sweat on his face, the flattened wet hair. She handed him a bottle of cold water.
You okay? You look whipped.
He drank down half the liquid. "I'm good. A lot of stuff in there. I worked a bunch of drug lab cases in the Army. That lab was pretty rudimentary, but effective. They could turn out some decent product, just not that much."
While you were working that, I found a place to take the bodies.
"Where?"
Local funeral home. They have refrigeration facilities.
"It needs to be secure."
I'm posting 2 deputies here and 1 there. Rotate 24/7.
Puller stretched out his back.
You hungry?
"Yeah."
There's a good restaurant in town. It's open late.
"Late enough for me to grab a shower and change my clothes?"
Yes, I plan on doing the same. Try to get the stench out.
Tell me how to get there.
Where are you staying?
Annie's Motel.
Restaurant's only 3 minutes from there, 2 blocks to the east. Hanging right on Cyrus Street. Can't miss it. Hell, everything here is only 3 minutes from each other. That kind of town.
40 minutes to the hotel, 10 minutes to shower and dress, 5 minutes there. I'll see you in 60 minutes.
But the minutes only add up to 55.
I need 5 minutes to communicate with my boss. I should have done it before now, but things got a little busy.
A little busy? You have high standards, then. I've got my stopwatch. Don't disappoint me.
He drove back to the motel, passing the restaurant where they would be eating, showered, and changed into fresh jeans and a t-shirt. He pulled out his mini laptop, plugged in his communication fob, and sent an encrypted email back to Quantico. Then he spent 2 minutes on his secure phone, filling in the SAC on what he had discovered and his progress so far. Don White wanted detailed reports sent out the next day by email, with more formal ones in the snail mail shortly thereafter. "Lot of eyes on this, Puller." "Yes, sir, you made that very clear." "Any theories yet?" White asked. "As soon as I have them, so will you. The colonel's laptop and briefcase is secure. I'll try to get it released from police custody and drop it off at the DHS site." "Have you readied anything to be sent to USACIL yet?" "In the process, sir. Should go out tomorrow. At least the first batch. There's a lot to process. 2 crime scenes instead of 1. He paused to allow the SAC to offer more manpower to assist him. The offer never came. "Lines of communication open, Puller," the man said instead. "Yes, sir." Puller closed his phone and slipped his mini laptop into an inner pocket of his jacket. He didn't like leaving things like that behind in a motel room that anyone could break into with a jackknife or credit card. He gunned up, 1 front, 1 back. He passed his car on the way out and double-checked that it was locked. He decided it would be faster to walk to the place than drive. So Puller walked. He'd get a better lay of the land that way. And he might just see the person who had wiped out 2 households. He had a feeling this killing was local, but not necessarily in all respects. Chapter 19. The place was like a million others Puller had eaten at in rural towns. Plate glass windows overlooking the street with the name, "The Crib Room," stenciled on the main window in letters that looked older than Puller. Another smaller sign promised breakfast all day. Inside there was a long counter with swivel seats topped in cracked red vinyl. Behind the counter were rows of coffee pots that, despite the late-night heat, were in continuous use. Although Puller saw many bottles and drafts of cold beer circulated to the thirsty patrons too. Through a serving window connecting the front to the kitchen, Puller could see columns of ancient fry-daddies, racks of wire cook baskets ready to be dropped into vats of hot, bubbly oil. And there were big blackened pots over flaming burners. There were 2 short-order cooks with little white hats, stained T-shirts, and weary faces manning the kitchen. Throughout, the place smelled of decades-old grease. Past the counter stools were 4-person booths in the same cracked vinyl set in an L pattern against 2 walls, and tables with checkered tablecloths perched between the counter and the booths. The place was 3/4 full, 60-40 men to women. Many of the men were lean, almost gaunt. They were mostly dressed in jeans and work shirts, steel-toed boots, hair slicked back probably from a recent shower. Maybe mining employees, Puller thought, just off their shift. Cole said they didn't dig here for the coal. They blew it out of the mountain and then hauled it away over treacherous roads. It was still dangerous, hard work, and these men looked it. The women were halved between matronly types in wide, knee-length skirts and modest blouses, and younger, wiry females in cut-off shorts and jeans. A few teenage girls wore skin-tight outfits short enough to reveal glimpses of panties or pale bottoms, probably much to the delight of their rugged-looking boyfriends. There were a couple of men in jackets and slacks, button-down shirts, and scuffed wingtips. Maybe mining executives who didn't have to get their hands dirty or their backs ruptured for their daily bread. But apparently, they all had to eat in the same place. Now that was democracy for you, thought Puller. Cole was already there, at a booth near the rear. She waved and he headed over. She had on a jean skirt that revealed muscled calves and a white sleeveless blouse that showed off firm, tanned arms. Her sandals revealed the woman's unpainted toes. Her large shoulder bag was next to her, and inside it Puller figured she kept both her cobra and her badge. Her hair was still damp from the shower. The coconut smell of it cut through the grease as Puller approached. All eyes in the place were on him, a fact he recorded and recognized as perfectly normal under the circumstances. He doubted many strangers found their way to Drake, but then again, Colonel Reynolds was one of them, and now he was dead. He sat down. She handed him a plastic menu.
58 minutes. You didn't disappoint.
I scrubbed fast. How's the coffee? He asked.
Probably just as good as the Army's.
His lips twitched at her comment as he scanned the menu. He put it down.
Already made up your mind?
Yes.
I guess quick decisions are a necessity for someone like you.
So long as they're the right ones. The crib room?
Coal miner slang. Means the area designated at a mining operation for miners to eat and take a break.
Looks like it does a brisk business.
Pretty much the only place in town open this late.
Cash cow for the owner.
That would be Roger Trent.
He owns this place, too?
He owns most of Drake. Got it cheap. Place is so polluted people just want to sell and get out. Those that remain he gets coming and going. Groceries, vehicle repair, plumbing, electrical, this restaurant, that gas station, bakery shop, clothing place. List goes on and on. They ought to rename the place Trentsville.
So he profits from creating environmental nightmares.
Life's a bitch, ain't it?
How about Annie's Motel? Does he own that?
No, owner wouldn't sell. Barely makes ends meet. Doubt Roger was really all that interested in buying it.
She scanned the other customers.
People here are curious.
About what specifically?
About you. About what's happened.
Understandable. Word travels fast?
It's like an old-fashioned viral, mouth to ear.
Media inquiries yet?
It finally hit. Messages waiting for me on my phone, newspaper, a radio station. Got an email from a TV station over in Parkersburg. Expect to get one from Charleston, too. Something bad happens, they all want to jump on it for about 15 minutes.
Executive lag them all for now.
I'll hold them off as long as I can, but the last word's not up to me.
Your boss?
Sheriff Pat Lindeman. Good guy, but he's not used to media inquiries.
I can help with that.
You handle lots of press relations, do you?
No, but the Army has folks that do, and they're good at it.
I'll let the sheriff know.
I'm assuming everyone has heard about the second house.
You probably assume correctly.
They had found ID in the house. The dead man was Eric Treadwell, 43 years old. The lady was Molly Bittner, 39.
So the imposter used Treadwell's name when talking to my guy. That was still a big risk if Lou had asked for ID or wanted to get in the house. Or what if one of my guys knew Treadwell? Drake is not that big a place.
You're right. It was a big risk, a calculated one. But it worked out in their favor. And guys willing to take those kind of risks and play them out successfully make for tough opponents. What Puller was actually thinking was that the imposter had some special training, maybe military. And that would make things very awkward very fast. He wondered if the Army had had an inkling of that, and whether that was the reason he'd been sent out here solo. The waitress, a short, crusty type with gray hair, dark eye circles, and a raspy voice, came to take their order. Puller had decided on breakfast. 3 eggs over light, bacon, grits, hash browns, toast, and coffee. Cole had a Cobb salad with oil and vinegar dressing and an iced tea. When Puller moved to hand back the menu, his jacket opened, and his M11 was revealed. The waitress's eyes flickered, and then she gripped the offered menus and walked off. Puller noted this, and doubted it was the first time the lady had seen a gun.
Breakfast?
Didn't have one yet today. Figured I'd get it in before I go to sleep.
So did you check in with your boss?
I did.
Is he happy with the progress?
He didn't say, and there wasn't much progress, frankly, just lots of questions. Her iced tea and his coffee came. Cole took a sip of hers.
Do you really think those people were interrogated before they were killed?
It's somewhere between a guess and a deduction.
Meth lab in the basement?
I'd like to keep that one under wraps.
We're doing our best. I put a seal on everything with my guys.
She hesitated, looked away. Puller read her mind. But this is a small town, and sometimes things slip. She nodded.
What would they have been interrogating them about?
Let's say the folks who killed Treadwell and Bittner were working with them in the drug business. One or more of the Reynoldses sees some suspicious activity. They're caught doing that. The druggies want to find out how much they've seen, who else they might have told.
And put it on a video for someone else to see? Why, if this is local?
May not be local or entirely local. Mexican drug cartels have set up shop all over the country, metro and rural areas. Those guys don't play around. They want to see everything. And they have first-rate equipment, including communications gear. And it could have been a live feed.
But you said it was just a simple meth lab with not much product coming out.
That may have been a sideline for Treadwell and Bittner. They might have been working for a distribution ring in another capacity. You have drug problems here?
What town doesn't?
More than most?
I guess we have more than our share. But a lot of it is prescription drugs, so go on with your theory. Why kill Bittner and Treadwell?
Maybe they drew the line at murder and they had to be killed too, to keep them silent.
I don't know. I guess that works.
It only works with what we know so far. That can change. There weren't wedding bands on either of their fingers.
From what I was able to find out, they were just living together.
How long?
About 3 years.
Planning on tying the knot?
No. According to what I found out, they were just doing it for expenses.
He looked at her curiously. What?
Makes the paycheck stretch further if you have just one mortgage or rent payment. Common enough practice around here, people have to survive.
Okay. What else do we know about them?
Did a quick and dirty while you were playing Biohazard, boy. I didn't know them personally, but it's a small town. He went to Virginia Tech. He started up a business in Virginia that failed. Went through a series of jobs pretty quickly. He'd been a machinist here for years, but got laid off a while back. He's been working at a chemical supply store on the western edge of town for about a year.
Chemicals? So he'd know his way around the equipment for a meth lab. And he might also be sticking his hand into the inventory if he is in the drug business. Any scuttlebutt that he was involved with drugs?
Not that I could find out, but that basically means he was never charged with any drug-related crimes. He was clean on our books.
Which means he might have been smart enough to not get caught. Or his meth business was a recent startup. Like you said, hard times. Trying to stretch the paycheck. And Bittner?
She worked in an office at the local Trent mining and exploration operation.
Puller studied her. So our mining mogul pops up again.
Yeah, I guess so.
Cole said slowly, not meeting his gaze. That a problem? He asked. She eyed him coolly.
The way you say it, you must think there is.
This Trent guy obviously has a lot of local pull.
No problem there, Puller. Trust me.
Good. What did she do in the office?
Clerical and some related stuff as far as I know. We'll check it out more thoroughly.
So they both worked and had a meth lab on the side and lived together to save money, and they still lived in a ratty house? Didn't think the cost of living was that high around here.
Yeah, well, neither are the wages.
Their food came, and ravenous, they plunged into their meals. Puller had 2 more cups of coffee.
How are you going to be able to sleep?
Asked Cole, as he lifted the 3rd cup to his mouth. My physiology is a little backwards. The more caffeine I consume, the better I sleep.
You're kidding.
Actually, the Army just teaches you to sleep when you need it. I'll need it tonight, so I'll sleep just fine.
Well, I know I can use it too. Only got a couple hours sack time.
She eyed him with a mock-angry expression.
Thanks to you, Romeo.
Won't happen again.
Famous last words.
Are the bodies being transported?
Already there.
You said Deputy Wellman was married. She nodded.
Sheriff Lindeman has been to see Larry's wife. I'll go tomorrow. I don't know Angie that well, but she'll need as much support as possible. I guess she's a wreck. I would be.
She have family in the area?
Larry has. Angie moved here from Southwest Virginia.
Why? She scowled.
I know it seems like people would just be moving out of here, not the other way.
Didn't mean that. And you told me that people were trying to get out. I'm just trying to figure out the landscape.
Larry went to community college over in Virginia. It's not that far as the crow flies. That's where they met. He came back here and she joined them.
What about you? She set her glass of iced tea back down.
What about me?
I know you have a brother here, and your dad's dead. Anybody else in the area? He glanced at her hand. No wedding band. But maybe she didn't wear one on the job. And maybe she was still on the job.
Not married,
she said, catching this glance.
Both my parents are dead. My sister lives here too. What about you?
I have no family in the area.
You know that's not what I meant, smartass.
Father and brother.
Are they in the military?
They were.
So they're civilians now.
You could say that. Puller put some cash down on the table. What time do you want to meet tomorrow? She stared at the money.
How about 0700 again? Juliet.
I'll be there at 06. Any chance I can get the Reynolds' laptop and briefcase tonight?
It's technically evidence.
It technically is. But I can tell you that there are folks back in D.C., and not just the ones in uniform, who are very anxious to have those items back.
Is that a threat?
No. As I alluded to before, I don't want you inadvertently to do something that'll get you in trouble later. I can tell you that anything not classified and having to do with the investigation will be turned over to you.
As determined by who?
The appropriate parties.
I'd like to determine that for myself.
Fine. Do you have top secret or SCI clearance? She moved a strand of hair from her face and glowered at him.
I don't even know what SCI means.
Sensitive compartmented information. It's a bitch to get. On top of that, the DoD has SAPs or Special Access Program clearances. Reynolds was fully charged with TS, SCI, and SAPs for his compartment and program areas. Consequently, if you try and access the laptop or check the colonel's briefcase without proper authorization, you could be charged with treason. I don't want that to happen, and I know you don't. I realize all these acronyms probably sound stupid, but people in the government arena take them very seriously. And the consequences of running afoul of these parameters, even by accident, are pretty severe. It's just a big headache you don't need, Cole.
Strange world you operate in.
No disagreement on that. All around them, the good folks of Drake were shooting curious glances in their direction. Two suits in particular were taking a special interest, as was a table of four beefy guys outfitted in corduroy pants and short-sleeved shirts that showed off their burly arms. One had on a javelin cap. Another wore a dusty cowboy hat with a sharp crease on the right side. A third quietly drank his beer and studied the air in front of him. The fourth, smaller than the rest, but still weighing in at about 210, watched Puller and Cole via a large mirror on the wall. Cole moved her gaze to look at the cash.
The police station is only
3 minutes from here, like everything else.
Actually, it's about 8.
Can I get the stuff?
Can I trust you?
I can't make that decision for you.
So maybe I can.
She put some dollars down to pay for her share of the meal. I think my cash covered them both with a tip, said Puller.
I don't like owing people.
She rose.
Let's go.
Puller left his money right where it was and followed her out as the town of Drake continued to stare. Chapter 20. They walked down the street. The few people there stared at Puller and his blue jacket with the gold CID lettering. It didn't faze him. He was used to being the outsider. He only showed up in towns like this when something bad had happened. Nerves were tight. People were often dead by violent means. A stranger snooping around just added to the misery, the suspicion. Puller could deal with all that. But he also knew there was at least one killer out there, probably more. And something told him they were still here. Maybe a mere 3-minute walk away from here, like everything else. Except the police station. Cole nodded to some of the passer-by and said hello to one old woman using a walker to slowly amble along. The woman said in an admonishing tone,
"Young lady, you haven't been to church in a while." "Yes, Mrs. Bethel. I'll do better." "I'll pray for you, Sam." "Thank you. I could use it, I'm sure."
As the woman shuffled on, Puller said, "Small town?"
"With all its thorns and rose petals."
They walked some more. Cole said,
"At least we know whoever killed the Reynoldses wasn't after his military stuff. Or else they would have taken the laptop and briefcase with them. Maybe that rules out the spy angle."
Puller shook his head. "You can download a laptop's hard drive onto a flash drive, so you don't have to take the hardware. Did you happen to see if anything was in the briefcase?" She feigned astonishment.
"My God, Puller, and me not having an SCI or an SAP? I wouldn't think of it. I could be charged with treason."
"Okay, I deserve that. But did you see anything?"
"It was locked with a combo code. I didn't want to break into it, so it's in pristine condition."
Keeping his gaze straight ahead, he said, "Someone's on our 7, last 3 blocks, 20 meters back." Cole kept her gaze straight, too.
"Could be they're going in the same direction we are. What do they look like?"
Older man in a suit, 20-something big guy in a cut-off shirt with a tat sleeve down the right arm.
"Walking together?"
"Appear to be. They were in the restaurant eyeballing us the whole time, but from different tables."
"Follow me."
Cole cut to her left and started to cross the street. She let a car pass and took a look in both directions, ostensibly to check for more traffic. She proceeded on, and Puller followed. She turned right and kept going in the same direction they had been heading, but on the opposite side of the street. "You know them?" asked Puller.
"The man in the suit is Bill Strauss."
"And what does Bill Strauss do?"
"He's an exec with Trent Exploration, like the number 2 guy after Roger."
"And the beef and the cutoff?"
"His son, Dickie."
"Dickie?"
"I didn't name him."
"And what does Dickie do? Something with Trent Exploration?"
"Not that I know of. He was in the Army for a while."
"Nowhere?"
"No."
"Okay.
"What now?"
Well, we're about to find out what they want."
"Why?"
"They're catching up to us." From habit, Puller turned slightly and let his right arm dangle loosely. He lowered his chin, turned his head 45 degrees to the left, and deployed his peripheral vision. He walked on the balls of his feet, dispersing his weight evenly so he could strike out in any direction with a balanced effectiveness. He wasn't concerned about the older man. Bill Strauss was in his 50s, flabby, and Puller's hearing told him that the guy was wheezy just from a brisk walk. Dickie, the tat boy, was a different story, but Puller wasn't all that concerned about him either. He was late 20s, an inch over 6 feet, scaled about 260. Puller noted that he'd gotten fat after leaving the Army, but he kept the infantry brush cut and some of the muscle. "Sergeant Cole?" said Strauss. They turned, waited. Strauss and his son walked up to them.
"Hello, Mr. Strauss. What can I do for you?"
Strauss was about 30 pounds overweight and a sliver under 6 feet. He wore a canale pinstripe with a loosened solid blue tie and white dress shirt. His hair was mostly white and longer than his son's. His face was overly wrinkled, especially around the mouth. His voice was husky and edging toward ravaged. Puller noted the red and white pack of Marlboros sticking from his breast coat pocket and the nicotine fingers. Lung cancer cometh, Mr. Wheezy. His son's face was filled out, the cheeks reddened from too much sun. His pecs bulged from too many bench presses, but he'd grown light in the quads, hammies, and the all-important calves from neglecting his lower body. Puller seriously doubted the man could run the Army 2 mile in the allotted time. His tat sleeve also caught Puller's attention. Strauss said, "I've heard about the bodies being found. Molly Bittner worked at my office."
That we know.
"It's just awful. I can't believe she was killed. She was a very nice woman."
I'm sure she was. Did you know her well?
"Well, just from the office. She was one of a bunch of gals who worked there, but we never had any issues with her." Puller said, "And would you expect to have had issues with her?" Strauss shifted his gaze to Puller. "I understand you're with the Army. An investigator?" Puller nodded but said nothing. Strauss eyed Cole again. "If you don't mind my asking, why aren't you handling the case?"
I am. It's a collaborative investigation, Mr. Strauss. One of the victims was in the military. That's why Agent Puller is here. It's standard procedure."
"I see. Of course. I was just wondering. Did she seem normal over the last few days?" asked Puller. "Anything seemed to be bothering her?" Strauss shrugged. "Again, I didn't have a lot of contact with her. I have my personal secretary, and Molly worked out in the main office area." "Doing what exactly?" "Doing whatever was needed around the office, I suppose. We have an office manager, Mrs. Johnson, who could probably answer your inquiries. She would have had more contact with Molly than I would." Puller was listening, but no longer watching the older man now. His gaze was on the son. Dickie was eyeing his work boots, big hands stuffed in his worn corduroys. "Heard you were in the Army," Puller said. Dickie nodded but didn't look up. "What division?" "First Infantry." "Mechanized man. Fort Riley or Germany?" "Riley. Never been to Germany." "How long are you in?" "One stint." "Didn't like the Army?" "Army didn't much like me." "BCD or a DD?" Strauss broke in. "Well, I think we've taken up enough of your time. If we can help in any way, Sergeant Cole."
Yes, sir. I'm sure we'll be by your office to talk.
"Certainly. Let's go, son." As they walked off, Puller said, "Know the man well?"
One of Drake's leading citizens, and one of the wealthiest.
"Right. Number 2 guy. So in the same league with Trent?"
The Trents are in a league by themselves. Strauss is just one of his peons, but a very well-compensated peon. His house is smaller than Trent's, but gargantuan by Drake standards.
"Strauss from Drake?"
No, he moved here with his family over 20 years ago. He was from the East Coast, at least I think.
Don't take this the wrong way, but what brought him here?
Work. He was a business guy and in the energy field. Drake may not look like much, but we do have energy in the form of coal and gas. He started working for Trent, and the business really took off. Now, what was that DD stuff you mentioned?
Puller said, "A BCD means Big Chicken Dinner. That stands for a Bad Conduct Discharge. A DD is worse, a dishonorable discharge. Since Dickie's still walking around free, I'm guessing it wasn't a DD. They kicked him out for a reason that didn't involve a court-martial. That's what he meant when he said the Army didn't much like him." Cole gazed in the direction of the Strausses.
I never knew that.
"The only reason it might be relevant is that lots of BCDs are tied to drug use that the Army just doesn't want to screw around with. So they choose kicking guys out instead of prosecuting them."
And maybe that ties to the meth lab we found.
"You noticed it, right?" asked Puller. She nodded.
Dickie's tat sleeve is identical to Eric Treadwell's.
Chapter 21. Puller snagged the laptop and briefcase from the Drake Sheriff's Office evidence room. Puller had to fill out the necessary paperwork to maintain proper chain of custody. As they walked out, Cole yawned and stretched. He said, "You should head home and get some sack time." I promise not to call and wake you up." She smiled.
I appreciate that.
"The tat sleeve? Is that a gang deal? Or do people around here just like that particular arm design?"
I suppose I've seen it on Dickie before, but never really focused on it. I can ask around.
"Thanks. I'll see you tomorrow."
You really going to be there at 0600?
I'll give you a break. I'll make it 0630.
Oh, I found a doc to do the posts.
Who is he?
Walter Kellerman. He's first rate. Even wrote a textbook on forensic pathology.
When is he going to do the posts?
Starting tomorrow afternoon at his office in Drake around 2. You want to be there?
Yes. He turned to head back to the motel.
Hey, Puller. Why do I think you're not really going to bed yet?
He glanced back. "You need me. You got my number."
So I can call and wake you up?
"Any time." Puller fast-walked back to Annie's motel. Cole had been spot on. He wasn't going to bed yet. He checked the little traps he always put in his room to make sure no one had been there. Annie's motel did not offer maid or room service. One had to police his own space and find his own grub, which suited Puller just fine. He found nothing amiss. He was on the road within 5 minutes. His destination, the designated DHS drop site. He could kill 2 birds with 1 stone with this maneuver. He made a call and arranged for the agent stationed there to meet him. It took 50 minutes on the curvy roads. Normally, the drop site was for evidence storage when a CID agent was in the field with no access to secure facilities. It took 2 agents to log in or log out any evidence, for obvious reasons. When he got to the site, Puller and the agent on duty packaged the laptop and briefcase in special boxes to be sent to the Army's criminal lab in Atlanta. Puller did not have the technical expertise to break the passcodes and access the laptop. And though he possessed both TS and SCI clearances, he probably didn't have the specific authorizations to look at what might be on there anyway, because the laptop and briefcase potentially contained national security information. A commercial shipper could not be used. A special military courier was being summoned to accompany the sealed boxes down on a morning flight out of Charleston, West Virginia. They would be in Atlanta later that day. Puller could have taken the stuff down to Georgia himself, which he'd actually done in the past, but he thought it was more important to remain at the scene. In the Army, you always covered your ass. Thus, he'd gotten approval for this plan from his SAC, who had covered his ass by getting necessary approvals all the way up to the 1-star level. How the 1-star covered her butt, Puller didn't know, and didn't really care. On his drive back to Drake, Puller phoned Usasil in Atlanta and spoke with a supervisor he knew there who was working late on a rush case. She was a DA civilian named Kristen Craig. They had worked on many cases together, though they'd only met a few times in person. He gave her a thumbnail of what was going on. "Kristen, I know you guys are cleared for most stuff, but you'll need to be read into this by DIA, and the stuff has to go in your secret safe. I marked everything appropriately."
Got it, Puller. Thanks for the heads up.
The CIL had multiple branches depending on what evidence was being processed. Latent prints, firearms and tool marks, drug chemistry, DNA, serology, paint, cars, digital evidence and computers, and the list went on and on. And Kristen, it's a complicated crime scene. I'll be sending down a batch of different things across most branches, so be prepared. I'll try to be as specific as I can on the accompanying docs, but I'll probably need to clarify things by email or phone. And I think the Army is real anxious on this one.
I'm surprised they didn't call on us for tech support. How many agents you have with you?
It's just me.
You're joking.
Just me, Kristen. He could hear her take a deep breath.
Hey, Puller.
Yeah.
What you just told me is starting to make sense based on what happened here today.
What happened?
We got a call from the Secretary of the Army's office.
Puller kept one hand tightly on the wheel while the other hand pressed the phone to his ear. SecArm?
Yep. That's not an everyday thing.
I know. What did they want?
To be kept in the loop on everything, and then we got another call.
You're a popular place. Who from?
FBI? The director's office. Same thing. Be kept in the loop. Just thought you should know.
Puller mulled this. His SAC had said there were many eyes on this, and he hadn't been exaggerating. Maybe the answer did lie with Colonel Reynolds, or whatever he was doing at DIA. But then, why was the FBI involved? Thanks, Kristen.
Hey, how's your father?
Hanging in there. No one ever asked him about his brother. He closed the phone and drove on. He got back to the motel and carried his rucksack in with him. The trunk on his Malibu had a special alarm, and a few surprises that were definitely not put there by the manufacturer. But Puller had also felt he was the best security for important items, and thus they always came in with him. He slept with one M11 under his pillow. The other one was perched in his right hand. The only deference to safety had been no round in the chamber. He would have to wake, rack the slide, acquire his target and fire, and not miss. He would do all of that in 3 seconds, and trust that it would be fast enough. He needed to go to sleep. And in 10 seconds, just as the Army had taught him, he did. Chapter 22. It is the fire he remembers, really. Always that. In some ways, maybe only that. Rubber, metal, and human flesh ablaze all together give off a smell like no other. It is a scent that is burned right into your DNA. It becomes part of you forever. It is a part of him forever. His right forearm shattered. He fires with the left, the butt of his assault rifle wedged into his armpit. Left-hand trigger pull for a righty would normally be problematic, but he's trained for this very moment. Sweat, blood, and guts for this very second. He's become ambidextrous, can fight off both sides with nearly equal skill. Diesel fuel soaks his combat uniform. His combat assault helmet is gone, blown off by the blast's concussive force. The strap burned his chin on the way out of the Humvee. He tastes salty blood, his and others. There are scraps of human tissue on his face, his and others. The sun is so hot that it seems possible it could alone ignite the fuel, burn him to cinders. He is perhaps a few degrees away from being a walking conflagration. He assesses the situation, up, down, out, in. All relevant compass points. Doesn't look good. Actually, it never looks good. 2 heavy-as-hell Humvees blown onto their sides like downed rhinos. Despite the underside armor, 4 of his men are dead or mortally wounded. He's the only one mobile. There's no good reason why this is the case. It's luck, nothing more. None of the dead and dying men had done anything wrong. He had done nothing particularly right. The IED had packed some serious punch. The terrorists were getting better. Americans armor up, so the turbaned bombers make a bigger boom to compensate. He sprays the area with his assault weapon, empties 2 mags, drops it, shakes free his pistol, and fires off the extended mag on that. He's not really looking to kill the enemy with the barrage, only to get their attention, to let them know he's still around. To let them know that they can't come and just take him and his men. That it won't be easy or smart to try. The next weapon he pulls from the wrecked Humvee is his favorite, the Army bolt-action sniper rifle. This time he will fire with more deliberation, with far more care. He uses the metal skeleton of the Humvee as his support. He wants them to know he is serious. He fires off 1 round merely to warm his rifle barrel. No matter how good a shot you were, a bullet traveling down a cold barrel often misses its target. Snipers normally had spotters, but he doesn't have that luxury right now. Thus, he counts his mil dots, gauges angles, distance, ordnance drop, ambient temp and wind among other factors, and dials in the necessary adjustments on his scope. He does this automatically without really thinking, like a computer executing a tried and true algorithm. The longer the shot, the greater small mistakes in calculations add up. An inch off here or there meant you missed your target by yards over a great distance. He is chasing breathing figures, performing horizontal sprints across the street. These men are all lean and can run all day, not an ounce of Western fat on them. They are brutal, hardened. Mercy is not in their lexicon. Yet he is also brutal, hardened, and mercy has been absent from his vocabulary since the day he put on the uniform. The rules of engagement are clear, and have been ever since men first took up arms against each other. He relaxes his breathing, and then lets out a long exhale, reaching his cold zero point of physiological perfection for a sniper. Between heartbeats, to minimize barrel motion, he executes a long, sure, and unhurried trigger pull, using the ball of his finger to avoid a sideways pull on the weapon. The shot impacts its targets and spins the Taliban runner like a ballerina. He hits the Afghan soil at the mid-street point. He lies still for all time, his brain disintegrated by Corporal John Puller Jr.'s heavy round. He exercises the bolt on his weapon and slides home another 7.62 shell. A split second later comes another run by an even taller, leaner Taliban. Puller performs his kill algorithm at lightning speed, his synapses traveling far faster than even the bullet he's about to deliver. Another trigger pull, and then there occurs a second spin of Afghani flesh and bone, with essential brain parts missing. The target twirls with grace, with utter finality. There are no second acts on the desert stage. This Taliban, like the first, doesn't even realize he's dead, because the brain is slow on the uptake in such situations. The howls of his comrades rip the air. Racks on weapons pull back. They are pissed. His preliminary mission is accomplished. Upset people never fight well. Yet there will be some caution, for they know he is a force to be reckoned with. He looks at his men. He triages from a distance as blood pours out of his own body from multiple points. 3 of his guys are dead, already burned nearly beyond recognition, because the fuel and ammo loads have blown up in their laps. No chance for any of them. One man has been thrown clear of the fire, but is dying nonetheless. A chunk of his chest and right leg are missing, and as Puller watches, something bursts inside the wounded man, and superoxygenated arterial blood sprays over him like a horrific fountain of red. He'll be dead in seconds, yet there are 4 injured men he can still save, or die trying. Shots come his way. The Taliban aren't running anymore. They take cover, raise their weapons. Often they're American-made weapons from the Russian invasion decades ago, and do their best to end Puller's life. They are determined. So is he. They have fellow warriors they are fighting for. So does he. There are many more of them. He has called in for backup. It will take longer to get here than he probably has to live. To get out of this, he will have to kill them all. John Puller is prepared to do just that. In fact, he expects to do just that. All extraneous thought is banished. He focuses. He doesn't think. He simply employs his training. He will fight until his heart stops. Total focus. This is it. All those years of sweat, of agony, of having someone screaming that you can't do something, but actually expecting that you will do it better than anyone ever has. All for the next 3 minutes. Because that's probably how long it will take to declare a winner in this encounter between desperate men. If you multiply all these individual fights to the death by a factor of 1,000,000, it will add up to something called a war. He lets their gunfire pass. The sounds ping off American Humvee armor. Others rip past his head, sounding like miniature jet fighters. One grazes his left arm, a totally unremarkable wound among all the others. He will find out later that another rifle round whipsawed off the armor plates on his flak jacket, ricocheted off the toppled Humvee, reversed course, and found purchase in his neck after losing most of its juice. To the docs, it will look like a big metal zit right underneath the surface of his skin. Right now, he doesn't even notice, doesn't care. And then John Puller raises his weapon once more. Chapter 23. As always, Puller didn't jerk awake. He simply eased off his thin mattress at Annie's motel. He was in control, his movements measured, steady. He was not on the outskirts of Kandahar fighting turbaned killers. He was in American coal mining country, looking for perhaps homegrown killers. He didn't have to check his watch. His internal clock told him what he needed to know. 04:30. He showered and took an extra 30 seconds under the hot water to lift the stench of a years-old memory. But it didn't work. It never did. He was just going through the motions. He dressed in what had quickly become his uniform here, jeans and CID polo shirt, but he substituted an old pair of his beige army jump boots for the sneakers. It was already hot outside. It likely never grew cool overnight. But no matter how hot it ever became, nothing could come close to Afghanistan or Iraq in summer. That was a heat that was impossible to forget, especially when it was fueled by diesel fire, by the screams of men burning to death, turning black and raw, and then disintegrating right in front of you. His cell phone rang. The office, or maybe Cole. Maybe something else had happened. He checked the ID on the screen. His expression changed from one of alertness to something else. Something diminished. John Puller. You never call me back, XO. Out on a mission. He paused, but only for a second. How you doing, General? John Puller Sr.'s voice was like the bark of a large, big-chested dog. It was an army myth that the man could kill men simply with his voice, by making their hearts seize up with fear. You never call me back, XO, he said again, as though he hadn't heard Puller's reply. Was going to today, sir. Problems? My command is going to shit. Puller's father had had his sons later in life. He was 75 now, and in failing health. You'll whip them back into shape. Always do. And they're good men. They'll respond. Rangers lead the way, General. Puller had long since given up trying to reason with his father, tell him that he no longer had a command of any kind, that he was old and sick and dying far faster than he believed. Or it might be the old warrior didn't think he was ever going to die. I need you down here. You can get them in line. Always count on you, XO. Puller had joined the military on the tail end of his father's illustrious career. They had never served together, but the old man had kept a close eye on his youngest son's accomplishments. Things had not been made easier for him because of his connection to the lieutenant general. In fact, they had been made infinitely harder. Thank you, sir. But as I said, I'm on another mission. He paused again, checked his watch. He was behind schedule. He didn't like to use this card, but he did when he had to. I saw Bobby the other day. He told me to tell you hello. The line immediately went dead. Puller closed the phone and slipped it into its holder on his belt. He sat there for a few more seconds, gazing down at his boots. He should go. He really should. Instead, he slid his wallet out of his pocket, flipped the photo out. The three Puller men were all in a row, all tall, but John Jr. was the tallest, beating his old man out by a bare half-inch. The general's face was carved from granite. The old man's eyes had been described as hollow-point ordnance with max loads. You could do pull-ups on his chin. He looked like Patton and MacArthur rolled into one, only bigger, meaner, and tougher. He'd been a son of a bitch as a general, and his men had loved him, died for him. As a father, he'd been a son of a bitch too. And his sons? I love him. I would have died for him. Senior had been the captain of the Army basketball team at West Point. They'd never won the championship during his father's 4 years, but every team they played went home bruised and battered. And those that ended up beating his father's team still probably felt like they'd lost. Getting pullered was an expression often used back then. On the basketball court, on the battlefield. To the old man, it was no doubt the same thing. He simply kicked the shit out of you until the buzzer sounded. Or the armies ran out of ammo and bodies to throw at each other. Puller's gaze held briefly on the spot of the photo just to the left of his father. There was no one there, though there should have been. There should have been. He put the photo away, gunned up, and slipped on his CID jacket and locked the door behind him. The past is just that. Gone. Chapter 24. Outside, as Puller started to get in his ride, he saw the light on in the motel office. Being naturally curious, he decided to check. He eased the door open. The old lady was sitting in a chair in front of the counter. Her right hand gripped her chest. She looked scared, her chest heaving, her face reddening, with tinges of gray skirting the edges. He closed the door and moved closer. Her lips and the skin around her nose weren't blue, so no cyanosis. Yet. Puller slipped his phone from his pocket and thumbed 911 without looking at the pad. How long have you been this way?
About 10 minutes.
He knelt beside her. Happened before?
Not this bad in a long time. Then I had my quadruple at the hospital.
Bad ticker, then?
Pretty bad. I think, yeah. Surprised I lasted this long.
She moaned, gripped her chest harder. Like a heavy weight there? She nodded. Any shooting pain in your arms? She shook her head. Tears dribbled out of her eyes. A big sign of myocardial infarction was an elephant on the chest. Next big sign, sharp pain along the left arm. Not always the case and not always the left, particularly with women. But Puller wasn't going to wait for it to happen. The dispatcher came on the line. Puller described the situation in staccato sentences, containing precise details, and closed the phone. They're on their way.
I'm scared.
I know, but you're gonna be okay. He felt her pulse, weak, no surprise there. Bad pump meant reduced blood flow, and that equaled a crappy pulse. A stroke was also possible with someone her age. She felt cold, clammy. The veins in her neck were bulging, another bad sign. She might be clotting. Just nod or shake your head. You nauseous? She nodded. Can't catch your breath? She nodded again. He said, You on any meds for your heart? She nodded again. He could see beads of cold sweat lining her brow like a nearly invisible pearl necklace.
I got some nitro, too, but couldn't get to 'em.
How about aspirin?
Same place.
Tell me where.
Bedroom nightstand.
She pointed with a shaky finger to her left. Puller was back in 10 seconds with the bottles of pills in hand. He gave her aspirin with some water. If she had a clot, aspirin was a good way to prevent platelet clumping. And it kicked in fast, and it didn't screw with her blood pressure. The problem with nitro was that it only treated symptoms, not the underlying coronary disease. It would help with her chest pain, but if her blood pressure was already low, the nitro would push it lower still. That's just the way it worked. That could significantly worsen the heart problem and also cause organ shutdown. He couldn't risk that. He had to know first. "You have a blood pressure cuff here." She nodded, pointed to a shelf behind the counter. It was one of those battery-operated devices with a digital readout. He grabbed it, slipped it on her right upper arm, hit the on switch, and watched the cuff inflate. He read the results. Not good. Pretty low already. Nitro might kill her. He looked her over. No sign of retaining fluids, swollen feet, or vascular problems. "You on any diuretics?" She shook her head. "I'll be back in 10 seconds, he said. He raced to his Malibu, popped the trunk, grabbed his first aid bag, and ran back, his long legs chewing up the distance. When he got back, she looked worse. If the heart crashed now, the EMTs, instead of saving her, would pronounce her dead when they arrived. He opened the kit, readied his equipment. He talked to her the whole time, trying to keep the old woman calm. One ear listened for the ambulance. He had done triage in the middle of nowhere with guys who looked like red chunks of meat. He had saved some, lost others. He had made up his mind he was not going to lose her. Puller swabbed her arm with alcohol, found a good vein, and inserted the needle, taping it securely to the inside of her forearm with white medical adhesive. He screwed the other end of the line into the IV bag of saline he'd pulled from his kit. Fluids got the blood pressure up. Same method the docs used to save Reagan after he'd been shot. It was a liter bag with an 18-gauge line. It was a gravity feed. He held it above her head and opened the feed wide. It would take 20 minutes to empty the bag. She had 5 liters of blood total. A liter of saline would boost her by 20%. When the bag was half empty, he punched the on button on the cuff again. He read the numbers. Both were up to safer levels. Whether safe enough he didn't know, but he didn't have much choice. She was gripping her chest tighter. Her moans both deepened and lengthened. He said, "Open your mouth." She did, and he slipped the nitro tablet under her tongue. The nitro pop worked. A minute later, she was calming. Her chest stopped heaving. She took her hand away from it. With heart distress, your artery was undergoing spasms. The nitro knocked that out. With the spasms gone, lots of good things could happen. At least until the ambulance arrived. Take long, deep breaths. Paramedics are on the way. Aspirin, nitro, and fluids have helped. You're looking better. You're gonna be fine. Not your time yet. He hit the cuff button again, read the numbers. Both up, both better. Her color was improving. It was a mini miracle in the middle of coal country.
Hospital is a long way away. Should have moved closer.
He grinned. We all have regrets. She smiled weakly, took his hand. He let her squeeze it as hard as she wanted. Her fingers were tiny, weak. He barely felt the pressure, like a rippling breeze. He could see her face relax. Her teeth were yellowed, black in places, gaps in other places, and nearly all the remaining teeth were crooked. And yet it was a nice smile. He appreciated seeing it.
You're a good egg.
Anything you need taken care of around here? Anybody I should call for you? She shook her head slowly.
Nobody but me left.
Up close, Puller noted the heavy cataracts. It was a wonder she could even see him. Okay. Deep, steady breaths. I hear the siren. They know it's cardiac. They're coming prepared.
I thank you, young man.
What's your name? Annie, like on the sign? She touched his cheek, thanked him again with a shaky smile, her lips curling in pain with each beat of her creaky heart.
My name's Louisa. I can't really tell you who Annie was. Name was there when I bought the place, and I didn't have the money to change it.
You like flowers, Louisa? I'll send you some in the hospital. He held her gaze, willing her to keep calm, breathe naturally, and not think about her heart trying to stop forever.
A girl Always likes getting flowers,
she replied, her voice weak. He heard the engine, followed by the crunch of gravel, doors opening and closing, feet running. The paramedics were swift, efficient, and well-trained. He told them about the aspirin, nitro, the fluids, and her blood pressure. He listed her symptoms because she didn't have the strength to talk now. They asked all the right questions, spoke calmly, and had her masked on oxygen and on a fresh drip within a few minutes. Her color improved even more. One EMT said to him, "You, Doc, did all the right things." "Not a doc, just a soldier with a few tricks. Take good care of her. Her name's Louisa. We're buds." The short man stared upward at the massive former ranger and said, "Hey, dude, a bud of yours is a bud of mine." Louisa waved to Puller on her way to the wheels. He followed. She slid her mask off. She said,
"Got a cat, could you?"
Puller nodded. "I got a cat, too. No problem."
"What's your name again, honey?"
"Puller,"
"You're a good egg, Puller,"
she said again. The doors clunked behind her, and the ambulance zoomed away, its siren firing up as night began seriously turning into day. A good egg. He'd have to find a florist. He looked for the cat, found it in the woman's living space, reached by a door behind the office counter. The tabby was under the bed, fast asleep. The old woman's home constituted 2 rooms and a 6-by-6 bath with a shower almost too small for Puller to even get into. Stacks of things people her age often collected lay everywhere. It was like they were trying to stop time in its tracks by holding on to all that had come before, stopping their march to death, as if any of us could. 4 of his men had died in that ambush. He had saved the other 4. He'd gotten a slew of medals for doing what any of them would have done for him for free. He went home. Half of the 8 did too, in shiny coffins draped with the stars and stripes. An all-expenses paid ride to Dover Air Force Base, then 6 feet under at Arlington. A white headstone to show where you were amid all the other white headstones. Hell of a deal, thought Puller, for the Army. The cat was old and fat, and apparently unaware of its owner's medical distress. Puller made sure the food and water pails were full and the litter box clean. He found the office key, locked the door behind him, and went to get breakfast. He was suddenly hungry, and right now, food would have to suffice. Chapter 25. He parked the Malibu on the street directly in front. The crib room was open and already half full. People rose and ate early here, obviously. Puller snagged a seat at a table in the corner, his back to the wall. He never sat at the counter unless there was a mirror so he could watch his rear flank. The crib had no such mirror behind the counter. Hence, that was not an option. And from here he could see his ride clearly. He ordered the same meal for breakfast that he'd had for dinner the night before. Once you found something good, you stuck to it. He let his gaze wander over the other customers, mostly men, dressed for work or maybe coming home from it. No suits at this time of morning. Only working stiffs like him. He eyed the clock on the wall. 05:30. He sipped his coffee. 20 minutes to get his food and eat it, 40 minutes to the crime scene. 06:30. Just like he'd told Cole. He sipped more coffee. It was good, it was hot, and the mug was big. He cupped it with his hand, felt the heat sink into his skin. The thermometer outside was already at 80. It was also muggy. He had felt the sweat form on his body when he'd run to his car for the first aid kit. But when it was hot outside, you drank something hot. That made your body cool itself. When it was cold, the opposite. Simple science. But frankly, regardless of the temperature, Puller liked his coffee. It was an army thing. Puller knew exactly what it was. It was a few moments of normalcy in an otherwise abnormal world, where people were trying to kill each other. "You John Puller?" He looked to his left and saw a man about 60 standing next to his table. He was about 5'9" and rotund, with sunburned skin. Fringes of gray hair hung out from under his hat. He was also wearing a police uniform. Puller eyed the name tag. Lindeman, the good sheriff of this fine hamlet. "I am Sheriff Lindeman. Please have a seat." Lindeman wedged himself across from Puller. He took off his broad-brimmed hat and set it down on the table. He swept a hand through his thinning hair that was sticking up at odd angles from the encounter with the hat. He smelled of Old Spice, coffee, and nicotine. Puller began to wonder if everyone in Drake smoked. "Won't take up too much of your time. Figure you're busy," said Lindeman. "Figure you are too, sir." "No need to sir me. I'm Pat. What do I call you?" "Puller will do just fine." "Cole tells me you're good at what you do. I trust her. Some say she's a gal and shouldn't be wearing the uniform or carrying no gun, but I'll take her over any man I have in the department. From what I've seen of her, I would too. You want some coffee?" "Tempting, but I have to say no. Well, at least my kidneys have to say no after 3 cups already. And my prostate, which Doc tells me is the size of a grapefruit. Not too many places to pee in a patrol car." "I can see that." "Tricky damn business, all this." "Yes, it is." "Not used to this stuff around here. Last murder we had was 10 years ago." "What happened then?" "Hubby caught his wife cheating with his brother." "He killed her?" "No, she beat him to it, shot him, and then shot the brother when he came after her for shooting his brother. Got a little convoluted, to say the least." He paused and looked around before settling his gaze back on Puller. "We don't ordinarily collaborate with outsiders on police matters." "I can understand that. But the fact is, we need your help." "I'm glad to give it." "You keep working with Sam." "I will." "Keep me in the loop. Media inquiries." He said these words with considerable distaste. "Army can help you with that. I can give you some contact info." "I'd appreciate that." Puller took a business card from his pocket and wrote a name and number on the back and slid it across. The lawman picked it up without looking at it and eased it into his shirt pocket. "I best be heading on," said Lindeman. "Enjoy the rest of your breakfast." "I'm sure I will." Lindeman slid his hat back on and trudged out of the crib. As Puller's gaze followed him out, a guy sitting 2 tables away caught his attention for one reason only. He had on a U.S. Postal Service cap. Chapter 26. Puller watched him. The man ate his food slowly, deliberately. Coffee the same. 1 sip, then the mug went down. 10 seconds, another sip, then down again. Puller's food came. He ate it faster than he had originally intended. The carbs and protein pumped up his energy level. He left cash on the table, not even waiting for the bill. He knew the amount from the night before. He rose, cradling his last cup of coffee, walked past tables, ignored the stairs, and stopped at the postman's booth. The man looked up. "You Howard Reed?" asked Puller. The skinny, sallow-cheeked fellow nodded. "Mind if I join you for a few minutes?" Reed didn't say anything. Puller flipped out his cred pack, badge followed by ID, and sat down without waiting for an answer. "I'm with Army CID, investigating the murders you stumbled onto on Monday," he began. Reed shivered and pulled his cap down lower. Puller ran his gaze over him. Too lean in an unhealthy way. Spoke of some serious internal problems. Sunburnt skin. Probably looked 10 years older than he was. Stooped shoulders. Body language spelled defeat, in life and everything. "Can I ask you some questions, Mr. Reed?" The man took another careful sip of coffee and set it down, the mug just so. Puller wondered if he had OCD. "Okay," said Reed. It was the first word he'd said. His voice was hoarse, weak, like he didn't use it much. "Can you take me through your steps that day, starting with you pulling down the street? What you saw, what you heard. Maybe something you usually see or hear, but didn't that day. You follow me?" Reed slid his paper napkin from next to his empty plate and wiped off his mouth. He went step by step. Puller was impressed with the man's memory and method. Maybe you got that delivering a zillion pieces of mail, covering the same ground, seeing the same things over and over. You'd get a sense if something looked different. "You ever see the Reynoldses before?" Puller asked. "Who?" "The murdered family was named Reynolds." "Oh." Reed considered this, took his time, and treated himself to another deliberate sip of coffee. Puller noted the wedding band on the man's gnarled finger. Married, but eating his breakfast out at 5:30. Maybe that's where the hopeless look came from. "Saw the girl one time. She was out in the front yard when I was delivering. Never saw the man. Maybe saw the woman once passing by in her car when I was coming through." "Did you know the Halversons?" "The folks who live there?" "Yeah." Reed waggled his head from side to side. "Never did see them. Wouldn't have gone up to the house, but I needed a signature for the package I was delivering. Certified mail. Return receipt requested. Were they killed too?" "No, they weren't there at the time." Puller remained silent for a few moments. "What happened to the package?" he asked. "The package?" Reed's cup was halfway to his lips. "Yeah, the one that required the signature." Reed put his cup down and placed a finger against his cracked and dry lips. "I went in the house with it." He shuddered and gripped the laminated tabletop. "Then I saw—" "Right, I know what you saw, but focus for me, please, package in hand." "Then you turned and ran back out. Hit the door, broke the glass against the banister." Puller had learned all this from Cole. Reed looked alarmed. "Am I going to have to pay for that door? I didn't mean to break it, but I never seen anything like that in my life, and hope to God I never do again." "Don't worry about the door. Focus on the package. Was it addressed to the Halversons?" Reed nodded. "Yep, I remember seeing the name on there." Puller didn't respond. He just let the man think about it, pictured the package in his mind. The mind was a funny thing. Give it time, and something fresh usually popped. Reed's eyes widened slightly. "Now I think about it, it was a CO. "Care of?" Right, Reed replied excitedly. He slid his hands along the tabletop, bumping against his empty plate. He didn't look hopeless anymore. He looked engaged. Maybe for the first time in years, thought Puller. Puller reasoned, "So it wasn't meant for the Halversons, really. It was just sent to their house. Was there any other name on it? The Reynoldses. They were the only ones staying there." Reed remained silent, his gaze pointing slightly upward as he thought it through. Puller said nothing. He didn't want to break the man's focus. He took a drink of his own coffee, now lukewarm. He performed a long visual sweep of the diner. More than half the heads there were turned his way. He didn't flinch when he saw Tatboy. Dickie Strauss was sitting at the far end of the diner, facing Puller's way. He had a much bigger man with him. The second guy had sleeves, so Puller couldn't tell if the arms were inked in a similar way or not. They were watching him while trying very hard to seem not to. It was pathetic, really. Dickie must have forgotten all his military training, thought Puller. He focused on Reed to find the man staring at him. "I can't remember," he said apologetically. "I'm sorry. Do remember the CO, though." "That's okay," said Puller. "The package? Was it big, small?" "Size of a piece of paper." "Okay. Do you recall who sent it, or where it was mailed from?" "Not offhand, but I can maybe find out." Puller slid across a contact card. "Any of these numbers or emails will get to me. Now, do you remember what happened to it? You ran out of the house, kicked open the door." Reed looked away from his plate. For a moment, Puller was afraid the man was going to throw up his breakfast. I must have dropped it." "In the house? Outside the house? Sure it's not in your mail truck?" "No, it's not in the truck." He paused. "Yeah, must have been in the house. Had to be. Dropped it there. I ran out and it wasn't in my hand. See that now, clear as day." "Okay. I'm sure it'll turn up. Anything else you can tell me?" "I don't know. I mean, I've never been involved in anything like this before. Don't know what's important and what's not." "House right across the street. Notice anything funny over there?" "Treadwell's place?" "Right. He lived there with Molly Bittner. You know them?" In Cole's report, Reed had stated that he didn't know anybody in the neighborhood, but Puller preferred to hear it for himself. Reed shook his head. "Nah, only know the name 'cause I'm the mailman. He gets lots of biker magazines, has a Harley, parks it out front." Puller shifted in his chair. He didn't know if Reed was aware that Treadwell and Bittner were dead. "Anything else?" "Just the usual stuff. Nothing that sticks out. I mean, I just deliver the mail, just check the addresses. I don't really do more than that." "That's fine, Mr. Reed. I appreciate your time." He tapped his contact card. "When you find out who sent the package, please get in touch." Puller rose. Reed looked up at him. Reed said, "Lot of damn mean people in the world." "Yes, sir, there are." "Know it for a fact." Puller leveled his gaze on the man, waited. "Yep, know it for a fact." He paused, his mouth working but no words coming out for a few seconds. "I'm married to one." After Puller walked outside, Dickie Strauss and his large friend followed. Puller had been pretty sure they would. Chapter 27. Puller jiggled the car keys in his pocket, leaned against his Malibu, and waited for them. Dickie and his friend stopped on the pavement a few feet away. "What can I do for you?" asked Puller. Dickie said, "It wasn't a big chicken dinner, and it wasn't a DD." "Good to know. But if you're lying, I can find out in about 5 minutes. Just a few keystrokes to get a reply back from the Army Records Center. So what was it?" "A parting of the ways." "Why?" Dickie looked at his friend, who was keeping his gaze on Puller. "It's personal, and it wasn't nothing bad." His friend added, "And it's none of your damn business." "So what can I do for you?" Puller asked again. "I hear Eric Treadwell got killed." "You know him?" "Yeah." Puller eyed the tatted arm. He pointed to it. "Where'd you get that done?" "Place here in town. Treadwell had one just like it." "Not just like it, little different. But I used his as a model." "Why?" "Why not?" That's not really an answer. The bigger guy stepped forward. He was an inch taller than Puller and outweighed him by about 50 pounds. He looked like a former Division I defensive lineman. Not good enough for the pros, but decent enough for 4 years of college on a full-ride scholarship. "It's his answer," said the guy. Puller swiveled his gaze to the man. "And you are?" "Frank." "Okay, Frank. I thought this discussion was between Dickie and me."
Well, maybe you need to rethink things.
I don't see a reason to do that. Puller watched as Frank pulled his hand from his pockets and balled up his fists. He also saw what was in the man's hand, although Frank was trying to hide it.
I got two pretty good ones right here,
said Frank, holding up his knotty fists. No, you don't, Frank. You really don't, Puller said evenly, as he stood straight and also took his hands from his pockets. Puller had nothing in his hands, but he didn't need to.
I know you got a gun. Saw it in the crib, said Frank.
I won't be needing it.
Frank said, I outweigh you by 40 pounds.
More like 50. Okay, so do you get the point? Dickie said nervously, Hey, guys, it's cool. He put a restraining arm on his friend. Frank, don't, man. Ain't worth the hassle. Puller said, Your bud is making sense, Frank. I don't want to hurt you. But if what I'm seeing in your body language gets transferred into action, you will get hurt. The only question is how badly. Frank snorted and attempted a confident grin.
You think just because you're in the army you can kick everybody's ass?
No, but I know I can kick your ass. Frank's right hand swung, but Puller had already launched. The top of his head hit the other man flush on the face. Puller's skull was far harder than the other man's nose. A stunned 280-pound Frank whipsawed backward, his face bloody. Puller took hold of Frank's left arm, windmilling it back and torquing the limb nearly to the breaking point. He slid a foot behind Frank's left leg and the big man went straight down to the pavement. Puller had knelt along with the falling Frank, cupping his head with his free hand before it hit the ground so the man's skull wouldn't crack. Puller dug the roll of quarters out of Frank's fist, dropped it on the pavement, rose and looked down. When Frank, who was holding his broken nose and trying to dig the blood out of his eyes with his knuckles, tried to stand, Puller put a foot on his chest and nudged him back down. Just stay there. He turned to Dickie. Go in the crib and get a bag of ice. Do it now. When Dickie didn't move, Puller gave him a shove. Now, Dickie, or I'll throw you right through the window to speed your ass up. Dickie rushed off.
You didn't have to do that, you son of a bitch,
Frank said through his bloodied hands. And you didn't have to take a swing at me with a roll of quarters.
I think you broke my nose.
I did break your nose, but it was already broken before. It goes off to the left and has the hump in the middle. Probably caught it on a face mask during a game. Doubt it was ever reset properly. And you've probably got a deviated septum, too. Now when they fix you up, they can make all that right. Dickie came back out, with the ice enclosed in a small towel. When Puller looked over, everyone in the restaurant was standing at the window watching. Dickie held out the ice to Puller. I don't need it, Dickie. Your bud there does. Frank took the ice and held it against his nose.
What in the hell is going on here?
Puller turned to see Sam Cole pull up in her police cruiser with the window rolled down. She was in full uniform. She parked at the curb and got out. Puller noted that her gun belt didn't squeak. She looked down at Frank and saw the roll of quarters. She glanced over at Dickie and then at Puller.
You want to explain what's going on? Did he attack you or did you attack him?
Puller looked at Dickie and then at Frank. When neither of them seemed willing to speak, Puller said, He slipped and broke his nose. His buddy got him some ice. Cole hiked her eyebrows and then glanced at Dickie. He mumbled, That's right. She looked down at Frank.
That your story, too?
Frank sat up on one elbow.
Yes, ma'am.
And what, a roll of quarters just fell out of your pocket?
Shirt pocket, said Puller. When he fell. I heard him say something about doing his laundry. Explains the quarters. Cole put out her hand and helped Frank up.
You better go have that looked at.
Yes, ma'am.
They slowly walked off. Ready to get going?
asked Puller.
What I'm ready for is for you to tell me what really happened.
You saying I lied?
That guy didn't slip. He looked like he'd been hit by a truck, and that roll of quarters was probably in his fist when he took a swing at you.
All conjecture and speculation on your part.
Well, here's some firmer evidence.
She reached up and smacked him lightly on the forehead.
You have blood right there. I don't see a cut, so it's probably his blood. That means he took a swing and you headbutted him. I'd like to know why.
Misunderstanding. Puller used his sleeve to wipe the blood off.
About what?
About personal space.
You're really starting to piss me off.
It's not important, Cole. Small town, insider-outsider thing. If it turns out to be more than that, you'll be the first to know from me. She didn't look convinced, but also didn't say anything. I thought we were meeting at the crime scene.
Got up early. Figured you'd be here.
Cole replied. I had a chat with your boss.
Sheriff Lindemann?
He came into the crib. I gave him some contact info to help with the media stuff.
Thanks.
He thinks very highly of you.
It's mutual. He's the one who gave me my chance.
You said you were with the state police before you came here.
That was his idea. He said if I had that on my resume, nobody could stop me from carrying a badge in Drake.
I take it he doesn't make the hiring decisions.
County commission. All men living in the 19th century. Barefoot and pregnant and in the kitchen just about covers their idea of a woman's role in life.
I also spoke to the mailman.
Mailman? You mean Howard Reed?
Yeah, he's in there finishing his breakfast. He said he left the package he was delivering inside the house. Dropped it in there, more likely. He said it was sent in care of the Halversons, which means it was probably addressed to the Reynoldses. Do you have it? Cole looked puzzled.
There was nothing like that.
Puller gazed steadily at her. Didn't you wonder why the mailman was at the door in the first place?
He told me he was there to get a signature for something. I just assumed.
Her voice trailed off, and her cheeks reddened.
I screwed up. I shouldn't have assumed.
But you're saying the package wasn't found in the house. Reed was pretty sure that's where he dropped it.
Maybe that's what they came back for night before last.
Yeah. But your people had all day in there. Why didn't they find the package?
Let's go get an answer to that, Puller. Right now.
Chapter 28. 2 county cop cars were parked side by side, hood to trunk, outside the 2 houses. The officers inside the vehicles were chatting when Cole skidded to a stop, with Puller right behind in his Malibu. She slid out of the car before it even seemed to have stopped rolling, and approached the twin cruisers.
You two spend all night jawing or actually doing your job?
Puller walked up behind her and noted that the 2 cops were ones he'd never seen before, which made sense if they were pulling the graveyard shift. The cops climbed out of their rides and stood at semi-attention, although Puller interpreted far more contempt in their body language than respect for a superior officer. In the Army, that situation would have been taken care of in a matter of a few painful minutes, with a months-long penance by the transgressor to follow.
Anything to report?
Both of them shook their heads. One said, "Saw nothing and heard nothing. Did rounds regularly, but changed up the timing so nobody watching could catch a pattern."
Okay.
She pointed to Puller.
This is John Puller from the Army CID. He's working with us on this case.
The pair didn't look any friendlier than the ones had yesterday. That didn't bother Puller. He hadn't come here to make buddies with anybody. He nodded at the 2, but then glanced at Cole. It was her show to run right now, not his.
You two were at the crime scene on Monday. Did either of you notice a package that the mailman might have dropped in the house over there?
She pointed to the Halversons. They both shook their heads. "Any evidence found gets logged in," said one of them. "Didn't see any package." The other said, "If it didn't get logged in, we didn't find it. But we weren't the only ones in there. Lance should know if a package turned up," he added. Cole snarled.
I should have known if a damn package turned up.
"So maybe there is no package, Sarge," said the first cop in a calm, even tone.
Puller scrutinized each of them without seeming to do so. Still, he didn't have a good read on them. He couldn't tell if their obvious resentment at being ordered around by a woman was also masking something else, like a lie. He said, "Well, I guess it will turn up, or it won't." Both cops looked at him. Before either of them could speak, Puller said, "So, no activity last night? No cars, no people walking? No kids outside playing hide-and-seek?" "There were cars," said one cop. "And they all went to their houses, and they're all still there." The other said, "A few kids outside. None came near the houses, and nobody was out walking last night. It was hot and muggy, and the skeeters are out like you wouldn't believe." Puller looked over at the house where Treadwell and Bittner had been killed. "They have any next of kin that need to be notified?"
We're checking into that. The Reynolds has had some besides the wife's parents. We're in the process of trying to contact them.
Army can help you with that. They'll have info on the colonel's relatives. Cole nodded at her officers.
Okay, your shift is up at 8. You can go back to work.
The men turned and strode off. "Attitude like that all the time?" said Puller.
Well, I basically accuse them of either screwing up or withholding evidence, so I can understand a little attitude. I'd probably be the same. I guess I shouldn't have gone off like that, but I'm pissed that I missed the damn package.
She glanced up at him.
Mind if I smoke a quick one?
"I don't, but your lungs will."
You think I haven't tried to quit?
"My old man smoked for 40 years.
What got him off?
Hypnosis?
You're kidding. Really?
Surprised me, too. I didn't think stubborn people could be hypnotized. But apparently they're the most susceptible."
You calling me stubborn?
"I'd rather call you a former smoker."
Thanks, Puller. I might just try that.
"So the next step is checking the evidence log, and what else?"
Lan will be here this morning.
She looked at her watch.
In about an hour or so.
"And if the package doesn't turn up?"
I don't know, Puller. I just don't know.
Reed said he could maybe find out where it came from back at his office. Check the certified mail records, but maybe you can speed that up officially.
Yes, I can. It would be nice to know what was in a package that was worth maybe one of my men being killed.
He turned and looked at the house. "Were you one of the first responders?"
No, 2 others. Jenkins over there, and Lou, who you met yesterday. The one who talked to the imposter from the Treadwell house.
"When did you get here?"
About 90 minutes after the call came in. I was way on the other side of the county.
"And the dog was still in the house?"
Yeah, why? What does the dog have to do with anything? It didn't bark, I told you that.
"Well, dogs pick up stuff. They chew stuff. They eat stuff they're not supposed to." Cole looked over at the house, her features stark.
Let's go, Puller.
She started to run.
Chapter 29. 40 minutes later, Puller watched as Cole lifted the edge of the hemming around the sofa the bodies had been on. He handed her a mag light, and she shone it under the piece of furniture.
Got something,
she said. She pulled out a dog bone and 2 plastic dog toys. Seems to be the mutt's hiding place, said Puller. Anything else? She tried to edge farther under the sofa. Hang on, he said. Puller lifted one end 4 feet into the air. Cole stared up at him from the floor.
Now that's using your brain and muscle.
He looked down. Bit of cardboard, like from a package.
And this?
Cole picked up the bit of green paper off the carpet and stood. Puller set the sofa back down. She examined the bit of paper and handed it to him. Looks like the edge from a certified mail receipt.
Yes, it does. Only where's the rest of it? Do we have to x-ray the dog's stomach?
Or maybe the people who killed Wellman took it. They might have figured the dog got the package and hid it somewhere. They looked under the couch, and there it was. Cole looked puzzled.
But how would they know it was even here?
They interrogated the Reynoldses. The colonel might have told them they were expecting a package.
So why didn't they just intercept it? They could have been in the house when Reed delivered the package. They could have signed for it, impersonated them like that guy did with Eric Treadwell across the street. Reed told us he didn't know any of them, so he wouldn't have known the difference. He just wanted the piece of paper signed.
But what if they didn't know about the package until later, until after it was delivered here?
I don't get that at all, Puller.
He sat down on the edge of the sofa. Reed said he was at the door because he needed a signature. That means it's some sort of special mail. But he doesn't say what happened to the package. Why would that sort of package be coming to the Halversons? They're retired. Reed remembered it was actually going to the Reynoldses, but he didn't tell the police that. Only that it was a package requiring a signature. So the killers might have just deduced what we did. Mailman at the door because of a package. What was in the package? They had to find out. Puller looked out the window. Lan Monroe was just pulling to a stop in front of the house. Why don't we ask Lan what his evidence list shows?
Okay, but I'm telling you, I don't think that package is on there.
Then we confirm it. 5 minutes later, they had their confirmation. No package. Lan looked worried as he surveyed the room. I never saw anything like that.
Dog might have eaten it,
said Cole, drawing a long look from Puller.
I guess I could have that vet check or do an x-ray.
It's paper. It probably wouldn't show up, or else the mutt's already digested it and pooped it out, replied Puller. Cole's phone buzzed. She saw the caller ID and looked surprised. Who is it? Asked Puller.
Roger Trent.
Your mining mogul. The phone continued to ring. Aren't you going to answer it? Said Puller.
Yeah, I guess I am.
She opened the phone.
Hello?
She listened, tried to say something, and then listened some more.
That'll be fine. See you then.
She closed the phone. Well? Asked Puller.
Roger Trent wants to see me at his house.
Why?
He says he's been receiving death threats.
You better get going.
Why don't you come with me?
Why? You want some backup on this?
Couldn't hurt. And I can tell you're curious about the man. This way you get to see him up close and personal.
Let's go. Chapter 30. Cole and Puller drove to Trent's home in her cruiser. She said,
I'm taking a shortcut. Cuts off a chunk of time, but it's bumpy.
She hung a hard right and swung onto a narrow road full of potholes. It looked familiar to Puller. He gazed around, and then saw why this was so. What the hell is that thing? He pointed at the towering concrete dome, over and around which trees, vines, and bushes had grown. He'd seen it on his way in here the first night, when he'd gotten lost.
Folks around here call it the bunker.
Okay, but what is it?
Used to be some sort of government facility. It was closed up long before I was even born.
But certainly the older folks in town know what it was. Some of them had to work there. Cole shook her head.
Nope, no one from Drake ever did work there, at least not that I know of.
I know the government is a financial black hole, but even D.C. won't put up a facility like that and not even use it.
Oh, they used it.
She slowed down, and Puller focused on the stretch of houses he'd glimpsed the other night. In daylight, the place didn't look much different than it had at night. The houses were at least 5 decades old and possibly older. Many looked abandoned, but not all of them. They stretched over a web of streets, row after row. They reminded him of military housing. Each one looked the same as its neighbor. Are you saying they brought in people from outside the area to work the bunker? She nodded.
And they built all those homes to house them.
I see there are people living in them still.
Only over the last few years. Economy cratered, people lost their jobs and their homes. These places are old and haven't been kept up, but when you're on the street, you can't be choosy.
Any problems? Desperate folks sometimes do desperate things, especially when they're in close proximity to each other.
We patrol it pretty regularly. What crime there is has been just petty stuff. People mostly stay to themselves. I guess they're grateful to have a roof over their heads. County tries to help them out. Blankets, food, water, batteries, books for the kids, stuff like that. We're over here a lot telling them not to use kerosene heaters and crap like that in the houses for heat, and ways to keep themselves safe. Already had one family nearly died from carbon monoxide poisoning.
And the government just lets you use the housing?
I think the feds have forgotten it was ever even here. Sort of like the end of that movie, Raiders of the Lost Ark, one more box in the warehouse.
Puller glanced back at the bunker. When did it shut down?
Don't know exactly. My mom told me it was sometime in the 60s.
And all the workers?
Packed up and moved out.
And the concrete?
My daddy said that was something to see when they did it. It's 3 feet thick.
3 feet?
What my daddy said.
And nobody in Drake ever talked to these folks, found out what they were doing in that place?
From what I heard, the government supplied the workers with most of what they needed, and it was all guys, all of them in their 40s and single, according to my parents. Of course, some would come into town on occasion. My dad said they were real tight-lipped about what they did here.
If they were in their 40s back then, most, if not all of them, are probably dead by now.
Guess so.
Puller eyed the bunker and saw the rusted fencing with barbed wire topper that ran around the facility. In between the structure and the neighborhood was a stand of trees. Next, Puller shifted his gaze to a little boy and girl who were playing in the front yard of one of the houses. The boy was running around in a circle while the girl attempted to catch him. They both fell down in a tangle of arms and legs.
You have kids?
Puller turned to see her gazing at him. She had slowed the car to a crawl, while she too watched the children. No, he replied. Never married.
When I was a little girl, only thing I wanted to be was a mom.
So what happened? She hit the accelerator.
Life. Life happened.
Chapter 31. Puller's eye gauged it to be about 15,000 square feet, with a central block and 2 wings emanating from that core. It looked like a Parisian cathedral dropped in the middle of West Virginia. The Trent mansion was on the very top of a hill that apparently held no coal deposits, because the land was still intact. The road up was laid with heavy cobblestone-style pavers. A gate awaited them at the entrance to the formal grounds that were enclosed by a 6-foot-high wrought-iron fence. There was an armed guard at the gate. He looked like a long-retired cop, Puller thought, fat and slow. But he could probably still shoot halfway straight. As Cole slowed the cruiser, Puller said, "Gates and guards. Man needs protection?"
Like I said, coal companies are never popular, least at the places where the coal comes out. I'm sure they're a lot more popular where there aren't any mines or lopped-off mountaintops.
The guard must have been informed of their arrival, because he opened the gates and waved them through. "Good thing we're not here to kill the guy," said Puller. "The rental cop just made it pretty easy."
He takes his orders from Trent, like most folks around here.
You trying to tell me something?
I said most folks, not all, and certainly not me.
Up close, the house looked twice as big as it did from a distance. A maid in a domestic's uniform opened the front door. Puller half expected her to curtsy. She was Asian and young, with delicate features and dark hair that was tied back in a neat braid. She escorted them along a hallway of immense proportions. It was wood-paneled with large portraits professionally hung on the walls. For a second, Puller thought he was actually in a museum. The floor was tumbled marble, in a maze of colors. Cole's cop boots clicked on its surface. Puller's combat boots absorbed all the sound of his footfalls, as they were designed to do. He said to Cole, "I thought you said he was rich. I was expecting a much nicer place than this." Cole obviously didn't appreciate his humor and didn't answer, keeping her gaze straight ahead. They passed the staircase. Puller's gaze slid up it in time to catch a teenage girl staring back at him from the top of the stairs. Her face was plump, her cheeks crimson. Her hair was a tangled mess of highlighted blonde tresses. An instant later, she was gone from his view. "The Trents have kids?"
"2, teenage girl and 11-year-old boy.
"I take it Mom and Dad aren't exactly ready for Social Security."
Trent is 47, his wife is 38.
"I'm glad they're young enough to enjoy their money."
Oh, they enjoy it.
The maid opened a door and directed them inside. She closed the door behind them. Puller could hear her timid footsteps pitter-pattering down the hall. The walls were upholstered in a dark green fabric. The floor was cherry wood with a satin finish. 2 squares of oriental rugs covered parts of it. The chairs and couches were leather. The window treatments blocked most of the light from outside. The chandelier was bronze, held a dozen bulbs, and looked to weigh a ton. A large table sat in the middle of the room, with an enormous flower display in a crystal vase resting on top of it. More paintings were on the wall here. They looked old, original, and expensive. Everything was tastefully done. It had been a careful eye that had coordinated all of this, thought Puller. "Have you been here before?"
A few times. Social occasions. The Trents have a lot of parties.
"So they invite the working class to their soirees." Before Cole could respond to this, the door opened, and they turned towards it. Roger Trent was 6'1", and quickly eating himself to obese status. His neck was thick, his chin had a twin, and his expensive suit could not hide the width of his waist. The room was cool, and yet he was sweating. Maybe from the long walk down the hall, thought Puller.
"Hello, Roger,"
said Cole, as she put out a hand for him to shake. Puller shot her a glance that she ignored. "Roger?" Trent snarled. "I'm getting tired of this shit, you know that?"
"Well, death threats are pretty serious."
The coal baron glanced up at Puller. "Who the hell are you?"
"This is Special Agent John Puller from the Army CID back in Virginia."
Puller put out his hand. "Nice to meet you, Roger." He glanced at Cole in time to see her grimace. The men shook hands, and Puller came away almost believing he'd just held a fish. "Death threats?" said Puller. "How did they come to you?" "Phone calls."
"Did you happen to record them?"
Trent gave her a patronizing look. "The recording only works if you don't answer the phone." He sat down in a chair but didn't motion for them to do the same.
"We can try and trace them."
"I already had my people do that."
"And?"
"Disposable phone calling card."
"Okay. How many threats? When did they come, and what phone number were they called into?"
3. All around 10 p.m. the last 3 nights. All on my cell phone. Puller asked, "You have caller ID?" "Of course." "And you answer calls where you don't recognize the number?" "I have many business interests outside this area and even in other countries. It's not unusual for me to receive such calls, and at odd hours."
How many folks have your personal cell phone number?
Trent shrugged. Impossible to tell. I don't give it out freely, but I've never tried to keep it a secret either.
What were the contents of the threats?
That my time is coming up? That they're going to see that justice is done?
Those were the exact words, each time?
Well, I don't know if that was it verbatim, but that was the gist, he added impatiently. But the call said, they're going to see that justice is done. Meaning more than one person, asked Puller. That was the word they used. Man or woman's voice? I'd say it was a man's. Gotten threats before? Asked Puller. Trent glanced at Cole. A few. Like this? I mean, was it the same voice? Those other threats weren't by phone. What then? Cole cut in.
We investigated those, and they were dealt with.
Puller gazed at her for a few moments before turning back to Trent. Okay, so why do you think they're threatening you? Trent rose and looked at Cole. Why is this guy here? I thought it was just going to be you.
We're working a homicide case together.
I know that. I spoke with Bill Strauss. But what the hell does that have to do with my situation?
Well, one of your employees, Molly Bittner, was also murdered.
Again, I don't see a connection. And if she's dead, I doubt she's the one threatening me. Did you ever meet her? Asked Puller. If I did, I don't remember. I'm not even sure what office she worked in. I don't get down to that level of employee. Puller resisted the urge to knock the man through the wall. You have another office around here? I have several.
Roger, they were blasting on Sunday night at the operation near where the murders occurred. Why Sunday? And why at night? You would have had to get a special permit for that.
He looked at her with incredulity. How the hell should I know? I don't schedule the blasting. I pay other people to handle that.
Right. Okay, and who would that be?
Strauss should know. Puller said, Then I guess we'll talk to Strauss. Trent glared at Cole. I just want you to deal with my situation, okay?
I will look into it, Roger. But in case you haven't noticed, I'm dealing with a bunch of murders.
He ignored this. I'm sick of people targeting me just because I've been incredibly successful. It's pure jealousy, and I'm tired of it. Hell, I'm the only reason Drake is still around. I'm the only one who creates any jobs here. These losers should be kissing my ass. Puller said, Yeah, I'm sure your life is very hard, Mr. Trent. Trent's features turned dark. You obviously don't have what it takes to build a fortune. The vast majority of people don't. You have a small number of haves and the rest have-nots. And the have-nots think everything should be given to them without working for it. Puller said, Yes, sir. There are a whole bunch of lazy have-nots in the Middle East right now, just living the good life off your taxpayer dollars. Trent's face reddened. I didn't mean that, of course. I'm a big supporter of our troops. Yes, sir. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a flight to catch. Flying out of Charleston? Asked Puller. Bit of a hike from here. I have my own jet. Right. Trent walked out, slamming the door behind him. Puller looked at Cole. Is he always so cheery to be around?
He is what he is.
Earlier death threats. You checked them out? Did you find who did it?
That investigation is closed, and he's right. You really aren't part of this one.
You asked me to come.
I shouldn't have.
Are you that scared of the guy?
Don't go there, Puller.
The door opened. It wasn't the maid. It wasn't Roger Trent. It wasn't the teenage girl Puller had spotted earlier. The woman was in her 30s. She was petite, dark-haired, with lovely, delicate features that seemed too perfect to actually be genuine. Her dress was of simple design, but the material was obviously costly. She carried herself in a confident manner, and her eyes seemed to take everything in. Puller had seen a pair of eyes like that before. He looked at Cole and then gazed back at the woman. And then he glanced back at Cole. Cole said,
How are you, Jean?
Jean, Trent said.
I'm wonderful. How are you, little sister?
Chapter 32. Puller looked at Jean Trent and then drew his gaze back to Sam Cole. They weren't twins. They really weren't that close in looks, but still, on closer examination it was evident they were related. He said, "So, Sam's your little sister?" Trent nodded.
By 2 years and 2 days.
Cole said,
But people always think she's the younger one. I have regular massages and my own trainer and chef. You go on stakeouts and high-speed chases and eat crap, Sam. It takes its toll. I guess it does.
Cole added.
So more death threats? What he says.
You don't seem too concerned, observed Puller.
Roger travels with a bodyguard. We have more than adequate protection here. He's licensed to carry a concealed weapon, and he does. People around here don't like him, but no one has ever actually attacked him.
If you say so. Puller glanced back at Cole. You ready to roll?
Let's go.
As she passed by her sister, Trent said,
Why don't you come for dinner tonight?
She glanced at Puller.
And why don't you come along too? Why?
Asked Cole.
Roger's going to be out of town and your niece has been asking about you.
Cole looked a bit guilty at this last comment, thought Puller. Her sister must have noted this too.
Say about 8:30, we eat late here. Okay,
said Cole. If you get fancy for dinner, I didn't bring my dress blues, said Puller.
We're actually pretty casual.
She looked at her sister.
Where are you off to now? To see some dead bodies get cut up? Have fun.
They walked back to Cole's cruiser. How come you neglected to tell me about the family connection? Asked Puller.
Was it relevant?
Who knows what's relevant, until it is or isn't.
Well, now you know.
He's about 10 years older than her. Second wife?
No, he just married late and she married early. Her kids are his kids.
She mentioned your niece. I saw a teenager on the stairs going in.
Megan, she's 14. Awkward age for a girl.
And you said they have an 11-year-old son, too.
Roger Jr. He's away.
Away where?
Military academy.
Trent didn't strike me as the military type.
He's not. He's far more into private gain than public service. But his son has a problem with discipline, and I guess my sister didn't want to deal with it. So away he went to someplace in Pennsylvania where they whip you into shape and make you say sir.
Not so bad. Discipline is a pretty good asset for life.
Maybe, but I think they gave up on him too early. He's only a kid, and discipline starts at home. You ship a kid off at that age, he probably thinks you don't give a crap about him.
And do they? Give a crap about him.
Not my place to know, really.
Not close with your rich relations?
Who really knows anybody?
That's more true than not, thought Puller. He said, So, earlier death threats? She whipped around, hands on hips.
I told you they were investigated and the case closed.
I know that's what you told me.
So why do you keep bringing it up?
Because I want to know more than what you've told me. That's generally why I ask questions.
Well, I don't feel like elaborating.
Where does your brother live?
In Drake.
What does he do?
Generally, as little as possible. Is this an interrogation?
I'm just trying to understand the playing field here, nothing more. If I offended you, I'm sorry. His frank manner diffused her anger.
Randy's the youngest. Just turned 30 and sort of lost his way in life. We're hoping he finds it again. Real soon.
I take it no one sent him away to a military academy.
Maybe someone should have.
They climbed into the cruiser. Puller clicked his seatbelt. Any hits on that guy from your bolo?
None. Something tells me he left Drake a long time ago.
She clipped her seatbelt across her and fired up the engine.
What did you do with the laptop and briefcase?
On their way to Usasil via military courier.
Good place?
Best place. You can tell right from the moment you walk in when you see it on the floor.
See what?
The lab's logo. Bought it back in the 50s from some guy for $1.
What is it?
Detective Mickey Mouse. The guy who sold it was named Walt Disney.
A crime lab's logo is a cartoon character?
When you're that good, who cares what your logo is?
If you say so.
They left the Trent mansion behind and headed back to the real world. Chapter 33. Dr. Walter Kellerman had once been a far heavier man, but had dropped a lot of weight, noted Puller, when they arrived for the autopsies. He deduced this from facial skin that sagged, and his belt, having 4 additional holes cut in the leather to accommodate his shrinking waist. The bodies had been transported from the funeral home to Kellerman's surgery. It was in a 2-room brick building behind his office, which clearly used to be someone's home and was located about a mile from the downtown area. Portable refrigeration beds had been brought in to hold the bodies. "Is the man sick or eating better?" Puller asked in a low voice to Cole, as they slipped on surgical gowns and gloves.
Little of both. He's walking more, cutting out the red meat and eating less. They took out his gallbladder and left kidney about a year ago. He knows if he wants to see his 70s, he needs to get it together.
"You attended autopsies before?" asked Puller.
More than I wanted to.
"Lindemann said the last murder you had was 10 years ago.
They do autopsies for other reasons, accidents mostly. In coal mining country, you have quite a few of those. And car accidents. Have quite a few of those, too.
Okay.
And if you're wondering whether I'm going to start puking when he starts cutting, the answer is no.
Kellerman had a trim white beard, blue eyes, little hair on his head, and a friendly manner. When he was introduced to Puller, he said, "I pulled one stint in the Air Force, 2 years in Vietnam, but the GI Bill helped pay for college, and I went on and got my medical degree." "See, Uncle Sam can do things right," said Puller. "I never regretted it. Makes you stronger."
If you survive it,
said Cole. Puller noted the body on the steel table with the sheet over it. "Who's first?" "Colonel Reynolds." Kellerman glanced at the portable cold beds. "I have 2 trained assistants helping, but it's still going to be a long day."
We're just here to observe and ask questions.
"You're very welcome to do both. I looked over the bodies this morning. An interesting mixture of wounds. Shotgun, small caliber handgun, strangulation, and blunt force trauma." "Any idea what was used to kill the teenagers?" asked Puller. "Probably a hand."
How can you be sure of that?
"I'm not sure. He asked if I had an idea, and that's it."
But why a hand?
A bat, metal tool, or other foreign object would have almost certainly left some sort of residue or telltale mark on the skin. Did one post where you could make out the logo of a Louisville Slugger bat on the deceased's chest. But the hand leaves a distinctive mark, too, and I found trace embedded in the neck of the boy. "What was that?" asked Puller. "Looks to be a bit of black leather." "Meaning they wore gloves?" "How I see it, yes." "It's not easy to hit the medulla just right to kill someone," noted Puller. "It's only about 3 inches long. I'd say you were looking for someone with special training, maybe martial arts."
Or military.
Suggested Cole. "Right, or military," agreed Kellerman. He slid down his clear face mask, lifted the sheet from the dead colonel, and readied his instruments. "Shall we?" Even with the 2 assistants' help, the 7 bodies took many hours to properly autopsy. Puller had boxed up quite a bit of the evidence in special containers, carefully marked, that he would ship down to Usasil. He would include with the packages specific instructions for the lab at Fort Gillem when they processed the evidence, and he would follow up those instructions with an email and a phone call. Kellerman had left his assistants to sew up the Y incisions, changed his clothes, and gone home. Cole and Puller walked outside. Puller put the boxes into Cole's car. He had also filled up his recorder with notes on the posts, and Cole had taken extensive handwritten notes as well. Yet there was nothing too remarkable revealed by the process. Shotgun wadding was taken from Reynolds' head and would be compared to find the gauge of gun used. Some of the white material found embedded in his face had not been wadding. Kellerman had theorized it was a blindfold they had made the colonel wear. Probably why he didn't try to defend himself or throw up his hands, said Puller.
He never saw it coming,
added Cole. Stacy Reynolds' torso had been filled with shotgun pellets. The two kids had died from strikes to their necks, as they had speculated. Eric Treadwell and Molly Bittner had been killed by .22 caliber shots into their brains. The bullets had come out in reasonable shape, and now all they needed was a gun to match them to. Wellman had been struck on the head hard enough to cause unconsciousness. His life had not been ended by a broken neck. That required a considerable drop that the low ceiling in the basement could not provide. Instead, Wellman had suffered a slow asphyxiation. Cole and Puller leaned against her car. She slid out a cigarette and lit up.
Don't look at me like that, Puller. I just sat through 7 bodies being cut up. It's stressful.
They didn't leave much behind.
You have any ideas?
None that work all the way through right now. She checked her watch.
Dinner at my sister's.
Why does she want me there?
I don't know. Other than you're younger, taller, and fitter than her husband.
So you're saying she cheats on him?
I'm not saying anything because I don't know. Roger's gone a lot.
She didn't seem overly concerned about the death threats.
Roger is not a popular guy. I guess you get desensitized to it.
She might be, but he clearly isn't. He was both pissed and scared.
Well, he's the target, not her.
True.
I can drop you off at your car and then pick you up at the motel. Give us both time to shower and change. I need to scrub hard to get the smell of death off me.
I don't think anyone can scrub that hard.
I'm sure as hell gonna try.
Chapter 34. Puller drove straight to the post office, which was a few minutes away from Annie's motel. He arrived right before it closed for the day. He mailed off the boxes via priority shipping to Atlanta, and then focused on the young woman behind the counter, who gazed up at him expectantly. He flashed his cred pack to her. I'm with the Army's Criminal Investigation Division.
I know you are.
How's that? He asked.
Small town, and you're too big to miss.
I need to find out about a delivery.
What delivery?
He explained about the certified mail package Howard Reed had delivered on Monday to the Reynoldses, but in care of the Halversons' address. She nodded.
Howard mentioned that to me this morning when he came in to get his delivery load.
It's really important that we find out where the package came from. The young woman gazed behind her.
I really should get my supervisor involved with this.
Okay.
But he's gone for the day.
Puller put his big hands on the counter. What's your name?
Sandy. Sandy Dreidel.
Okay, Sandy. Let me lay it out for you. This delivery might be very important in finding out who killed those people. The longer we wait, the farther away they get. All I need is the name and address of who sent the package, that's all.
I understand that, but we have policies and procedures.
Puller suddenly grinned. I understand that. I'm in the Army. For every policy the post office has, the Army has 10, guaranteed. Sandy smiled back.
Sure thing. I bet you're right.
But there is a way to find out the information?
Well, yes, we have records.
Probably just a few clicks of that computer there will tell you. Sandy looked embarrassed.
Well, we don't have everything in computers just yet, but we have logbooks in the back.
Puller held out his notebook and a pen. If you could take a couple of minutes and just write the name and address down here, that could really help us find whoever killed all those people. Sandy hesitated, glanced over Puller's shoulder and through the window overlooking the street, and then took the items from him. It took her 5 minutes, but she returned with the notebook and pen and handed them to Puller. He glanced down at what she had written and then looked up. "This is a big help, Sandy. I really appreciate it."
But you won't tell anybody I did it?
"No one will ever find out from me." Back at his motel room, Puller studied the name and address that Sandy had written down for him. The company name he didn't recognize. The address was Ohio. He did a Google search on his laptop and pulled up the company's home page. When he saw what the firm did, he wondered if he finally had a break in this case. If he did, it wasn't that obvious. He phoned the number on the home page but only received a recorded response. The company was closed and would reopen tomorrow morning at 9. Stymied for the moment, Puller called the hospital where the motel owner, Louisa, had been taken. He couldn't find anyone who would tell him her condition, but he did purchase a vase of flowers from the hospital gift shop, paying for it with his credit card. On the card, he had them write, "Cat is fine. Hope you are too. Your good egg, Puller." He put the phone down, stripped off his clothes, and stepped in the shower. The Army taught you to wash fast and dress faster, so he was dry and clothed 5 minutes later. He was just sliding his M11 into the front holster when he saw it. Someone had slipped a piece of paper under the door to his room. He immediately checked the window next to the door. He could see no one. The little courtyard was empty of both cars and people. He stripped the pillowcase off one of the bed pillows, knelt down, and used the pillowcase to pick up the paper. He turned it over. The writing was laser print. The message was straightforward. "I know things you need to know." There was an address listed, and then there was one more word printed. Now. Puller used the map app on his phone to find the location. From where he was, it was a 15-minute ride by car. That would probably put him even more in the middle of nowhere than he already was. Perfect place for an ambush, long-range shot, or shotgun at close range. Or 10 guys on one. Maybe Dickie and his big friend with the broken nose had decided to get even and would be bringing necessary reinforcements this time. Puller looked down at his phone. He could call Cole and fill her in. He probably should. He hit the numbers. The phone rang, went to voicemail. She was probably still in the shower, scrubbing death off her. He left a message telling her about this latest development. He gave her the address he'd been given and then clicked off. He made one more call to his friend Kristen Craig at Usasil. He gave the lady a heads up on what he was sending and what results he was hoping for from the lab. "How are things coming on the laptop and the briefcase?" he asked her. "Did you get read into it by DIA?"
We did, but I have to tell you, I'm disappointed so far.
"Why?"
His briefcase had an old sandwich, a few private sector business cards, and a couple of magazines. The only report in there wasn't even classified.
"And the laptop?"
A little porn and a whole lot of nothing else. I mean, he had work stuff on there, but nothing that would have caused the collapse of Western civilization as we know it if the bad guys got hold of it.
"DIA know this?"
Of course, they're DIA. They had someone come to the lab.
"Porn, huh?"
We find that on military laptops all the time, you know that. And this stuff wasn't hardcore, just crap you can watch in your hotel room and not see the title on the bill the next morning. Barely titillating with awful production values, but then, I'm not a guy.
"Women have far higher standards. So why all the sirens going off from SecArm?"
Hey, I'm just a tech. You're the investigator.
He clicked off, pondered this, glanced down at the note, pondered that. He waited for Cole to call him back. She didn't. He locked the motel room door on his way out. He fired up the Malibu, popped the address he'd been given into his GPS, and drove off. Chapter 35. One rusted, leaning mailbox. Puller passed by the mailbox and the dirt road that it fronted. Woods on both sides. He was surprised a place like this had an address that could be found on his GPS. Big Brother really did have all the info. He parked a quarter of a mile down, got out, and entered the woods. He worked his way back west. He eyed the small house from behind a stand of trees. In the distance, he could hear the distinct sound of a rattlesnake, warning someone of its presence. Puller didn't move. He just squatted there, eyeing the place. There was an old truck out front. The guts of another truck rested on the far side of the house. There appeared to be a garage behind the house. Its single door was closed. The place didn't look like it had been recently inhabited. It wasn't dark enough yet for lights to have been put on in the house, though the surrounding woods threw everything into a jumble of shadows. No sounds. No people. They continued to squat, continued to contemplate what to do. It was apparently that someone who lived this far away from the murders probably had not seen anything. But they might know something, like the note had said. So the analysis came down to a possible lead or someone looking to do him harm. Either revenge from Dickie and company, or a counterattack from someone looking to derail his investigation. He had put his phone on vibrate. It did. He looked at the screen, answered it in a low voice.
"Where are you, Puller?"
Cole asked. "At the address. In the woods to the east of the house. Where are you?"
"West of it, in the woods."
"Great minds. See anything? I've got Zip over here."
"No."
"Do you know who lives in the place?"
"No."
"There wasn't a name on the mailbox."
"What do you want to do?"
"Find out why we're here."
"How do you want to do this?"
"How about we keep it simple? I come in from the east and you come in from the west. Stop at the tree line and check back in." He put his phone away and moved forward. His M11 was out and pointing the way. He assumed Cole's Cobra was doing the same to the west. A minute later, his phone vibrated.
"In place. What now?"
Puller didn't respond right away. He was taking in what he was looking at grid by grid. The Taliban and Al-Qaeda had been very clever about leading American soldiers into traps. They could find ways to make something actually very deadly look entirely innocuous. Children, women, pets.
"Puller."
"Give me a minute." He took a few steps forward. He called out. "Hello? Anybody in there?" No answer. He hadn't really expected one. He took 2 more steps forward until he was clear of the tree line, but he kept the old truck between him and the house. He spoke into his phone. "Can you see me?"
"Yes, but just barely."
"See anything on your side?"
"No, I don't think this place is lived in. Hell, it looks ready to fall in."
"Ever been down this way?"
"Only going somewhere else. Never even noticed this road before. What do you think is going on?"
"Stay put. I'm going to try something." He slipped the phone in his pocket and edged forward until he had a sight line on the front porch. He looked up and then down, side to side. Then he looked down again. From his jacket pocket he pulled a scope that he'd taken from his rucksack. He looked through it, adjusting the optics until he had a clear look at the front porch. He looked up, down, side to side. And then he came back to the down part. He slipped out his phone, wedged it against his ear. "Sit tight and keep down."
"What do you see? What are you going to do?"
"You'll hear it loud and clear in about 5 seconds if it is what I think it is."
"Puller."
But he'd already put the phone away. He attached the scope to the top of his M11. He gave one more look around. "Hello, it's John Puller. You asked me to come here. I'd like to talk." He waited 5 more seconds. Did they think he was just going to walk right up to the front door? He lifted his gun and took aim through the scope. His muzzle was pointed at the front porch floorboards. He fired 3 times in rapid succession. Pieces of the deck shot into the air. He heard the ping of metal on metal. That could only mean one thing. He'd been right. He crouched down. The front door blew open. The shotgun blast ripped the old fragile wood cleanly. Anyone standing in front of it would have been obliterated. Anyone being me, thought Puller.
Jesus!
He looked to his left and saw Cole staring first at him, then at the large hole in the front door, and then back at him.
How'd you know it was booby-trapped?
New floorboards in front of the door. They put the pressure plate under it, ran a wire inside the house and attached it to the trigger on the shotgun that they mounted on something at gut level. Heard my rounds impact the plate. He moved away from the truck. Still can't figure out why they thought I would just mosey up to the door and get my head blown off.
I'm just glad you're smarter than they give you credit for.
She moved forward, too. Puller saw it and launched. He hit Cole right in the gut, lifting her off the ground. They tumbled back toward the tree line 2 seconds before the truck detonated. A front wheel landed within 6 inches of them. Debris crashed down around them. Puller covered Cole with his body. A long strip of rubber landed across the back of his legs. It stung, but did no permanent damage. He would have a welt there, but that was all. As the flames leapt over the truck, Puller knew he had a second problem. He grabbed Cole by the arm, lifted her over his shoulder, and ran into the woods. A few seconds later, the gas tank exploded, sending a second wave of wreckage sailing in all directions. Puller set Cole down behind a tree and knelt in the dirt well away from the remains of the truck. He let the debris rain down safely away from them, and then peered out from the shield of the tree.
How did you know?
Gasped Cole as they sat up. Tripwire stretched between 2 bushes.
Someone obviously wanted you dead. Rigged truck, rigged door, one misses, the other one gets you.
She looked around and shivered. And it wasn't just because the night air was cooler.
My ears are ringing like a church bell.
Puller wasn't looking at her. He was staring at the destroyed truck.
You okay, Puller? Did you get hit?
He shook his head.
What then?
I should have seen that wire long before you hit it.
But you saw it in time.
He looked over at her. That's not good enough.
I need to call a team in to investigate this. And the fire department. If these woods catch on fire, it'll be a nightmare trying to get under control.
There's a spool of hose up near the house. If there's still water left in the well, I'll douse the flames.
What if there are more booby traps?
If I miss the triggers again, I deserve what I get.
Puller, you didn't miss anything.
He ignored this. Got any bomb specialists on board?
Len Monroe knows something about it. But there's a retired ATF agent who lives outside of town. I can deputize him.
I'd do it. Need as much expertise as possible on this one. While Cole called it in, Puller got the hose and sprayed down the wreckage and the flames. Within 10 minutes, 2 deputies showed up along with 2 fire engines. Len Monroe called and said he was on his way. Cole reached the former ATF agent and arranged for him to come as well. While the firemen took care of the remaining patches of fire and wetted down the truck remains, Puller got the attention of the deputies and pointed to the house. I wouldn't go near that sucker right now. What I'd do is find a motorized robot and send it in before anyone with a heartbeat gets close.
State police has one of those. I'll make the call.
After she did that, Puller said, "Well, I think we have a dinner to get to."
You still want to go?
Yeah, I do.
You have any clean clothes in your car?
Always.
Then we can stop by my place and shower. And I can change, too. My place is closer to the Trents than your motel.
They walked back to their rides while the investigation team stood as far away from the house and detonated truck as possible. When they reached the road, Sheriff Pat Lindeman was leaning against the passenger door of his Ford. He dabbed his face with a handkerchief and spit on the dirt. "Exciting times in Drake," he said as they approached.
Too exciting.
"You saved me having to get a new sergeant, Puller. I owe you for that." "I almost didn't. What counts is what happened," said Lindemann. He eyed the drive back through the woods. You're making somebody uncomfortable. They left you the note at your motel? Slid it under the door when I was taking a shower. So they're watching you. They appear to be. You two have any idea what in the hell is going on here?
Not yet. But they just made it personal, so every waking moment of my life is going to be devoted to this, Sheriff.
He nodded, spat again. Allergies. Never had 'em before. He eyed Puller. You want some protection from our department? No, I'm good. Suit yourself. Well, I best get on. The missus is holding supper for me.
You take care, Sheriff.
After he drove away, Puller said, You angling for the job? He already seems to have checked out.
He's a good cop, but he's been doing this over 30 years, and I don't think he ever expected something like this on the tail end of his career.
As she opened her car door, Cole said,
I found out what you did with Louisa over at Annie's motel. That was really good of you.
She needed help, so I helped. No big deal. How is she?
I don't know. I haven't had a chance to call the hospital, but she'd be dead for sure without you.
Do you know her?
Everyone knows Louisa. Salt of the earth.
It's nice to help the salts of the earth, replied Puller quietly. They usually get the shaft. She put a hand on his shoulder.
I want you to stop beating yourself up about that tripwire, Puller.
If I'd done that overseas, my entire squad would be dead.
But we're not dead.
Right, he said dully. Puller got in his car and followed her out. Chapter 36. After a 25-minute ride, Cole turned down a street in a neighborhood of older, well-kept homes with wide front porches and nice lawns. She pulled into the driveway of a salt box that had gray shingle siding, a white picket fence, and colorful landscaping. It looked more New England than West Virginia. He climbed out of his car, got his clean clothes from the trunk, and joined her at the front door. Nice place. How long have you lived here?
I grew up here.
Your parents' place?
I bought it after they died.
They died at the same time?
That's right.
She did not appear willing to supplement this information. Puller said, Looks like it belongs on the rocky Maine coast, though.
I know. That's why I like it so much.
You a saltwater girl?
Maybe I want to be.
He looked around at the other homes in the neighborhood. Yours sort of stands out. How come?
My dad was in the Navy for a while. Saw the world as a young man. Loved the water. He built this place himself.
Puller touched the sturdy front porch support posts. Handy guy. So how come he came back here if he was an ocean guy?
He's from West Virginia. He came back home. I have a few calls to make. You can take the bathroom upstairs. Towels and everything else you need should be in there.
Thanks. He found the bathroom, started the shower, stripped off his clothes, and stepped under the water. 5 minutes later, he was dry, dressed, and out of the bathroom. He bumped into Cole, who was coming down the hall, dressed in a long terry cloth robe.
Good God. You're already done?
She said, staring up at him. In her bare feet, he was more than a foot taller than she was. You got 1,000 guys wanting to take a shower you can't linger, sort of built into my psyche now.
I'm not as fast as you, but I won't be long.
You want to use this one since I'm done?
No, I've got all my stuff downstairs.
But isn't your bedroom up here?
You have no need to know where my bedroom is, Puller.
He took a step away from her and looked over her shoulder. Okay. Mind if I get some water? Getting blown up makes you thirsty.
Bottles in the fridge in the kitchen.
Tap's okay with me.
Not our tap. Use the bottled stuff.
Downstairs, he split off to go to the kitchen while she went into the bathroom. He heard the water come on, envisioned her stepping into the shower, and then he stopped thinking about that at all. Business, at least his business, never mixed well with anything else. The kitchen looked like the galley on a ship, functional, nice use of space, neat as a pin. Navy Dad had obviously carried his theme throughout the house.
Both parents had died at the same time. Must have been an accident, he thought. But apparently Cole did not want to elaborate. And it was none of his business anyway. He wrenched open the fridge and pulled out a bottle of Deer Park. While he drank it down, he looked out onto the backyard. The grass was cut, the flowers watered. There was a small stone fountain with trickling water. Farther back there was a white garden swing, a fire pit, and a grill under a wooden arbor that was draped with purple-colored vines. It was all peaceful and soothing, and did not match in any way the place he thought Sam Cole would live in. Why, he wasn't sure. He didn't really know the woman. He stepped out onto the back porch and drank some more of his water. He closed his eyes and thought back to the tripwire. He hadn't seen it. Not until Cole had almost hit it, and then her shin had grazed it just enough. By all rights, they should have been dead. There had been a delay between the trigger and the detonation. Puller knew why. The bomber's relay had been poorly constructed. Or maybe he just assumed that you tripped over the wire, you'd fall. Couple of seconds of confusion, you scramble back up, then boom, your head's gone. In that regard, Puller had saved his life and Cole's. But it hadn't been good enough. Not nearly good enough. I'm not what I was. I'm not close to what I was. Not being over there, your senses get dulled. You're a step slower. He had known the day would come when that would be the case. He'd had no idea, however, how vulnerable it would make him feel. The only solution, really, was to go back over to the Middle East and try to survive. And I don't really want to do that. Not after 6 combat tours, getting shot and blown up and nearly dying more times than I can remember. Does that make me a coward? A few minutes later, he was sitting out on the garden swing when she came outside. Before, she'd been dressed in slacks and a blouse with flats. Now Cole had on a light blue sundress with a scalloped front and white sandals with an inch-heel bump. He liked the dress better than the slacks. She joined him on the swing and whisked the skirt across her legs as she crossed them. Her hair was still damp, and she smelled of jasmine and lilac. She sat back and closed her eyes. "Shouldn't we get going?" said Puller.
I called Jean, told her we'd be a little late.
She rubbed her temples. "Did you tell her why?" She looked at him.
No, I didn't see a good reason to do so.
"I checked on the certified delivery package at the post office." She glanced at him.
How?
"Just asked some questions."
Didn't want to wait on me?
Speed sometimes is crucial, and the post office is only 3 minutes away from the motel. He smiled, and she smirked in return.
So tell me what you found out.
It was a firm that does soil testing.
Why would the Reynoldses be testing soil?
I wish I knew.
And if the dog didn't eat the package, that means whoever killed Larry Wellman came back and took it. But again, how would they even know it was there?
Puller finished his water and screwed the cap back on. Like I said, they might have deduced it the same way we did. They realized the mailman found the bodies. Why was that, unless he had a delivery to make at the house that required a signature? That would be the only reason for him to have come in the house. So what was in the package? They came back to find out. Didn't know what it was, but couldn't take a chance.
But how would they know we hadn't found it?
Puller said, maybe they're getting some inside info.
I can't believe I've got someone on my police force that's helping the other side.
I'm not saying it's a fact. I'm just saying you have to consider it.
And the bombing?
I actually take that as a good sign.
Meaning you're making someone nervous, like the sheriff said?
Yes.
If it is connected to the murders. You ticked Dickie and his big buddy off.
You think they'd retaliate by trying to blow me up?
No, you're probably right.
She closed her eyes again and rested her head against the back of the swing. She rubbed her temples again and grimaced. I didn't even ask if you were okay, he said in a low voice. I hit you pretty hard. Are you okay? No concussion or anything?
I'm fine. You knocked the wind out of me, but it was better than the alternative.
She opened her eyes and let her fingers graze his forearm, and then remain there.
And I neglected to thank you.
The light was poor. Usually you can see the sunlight glinting off it. That's why the Taliban and Al-Qaeda favored pressure plates and other triggers that were below ground.
I didn't see it at all.
She leaned over and pecked him on the cheek.
Thank you for saving my life, Puller.
He turned to look at her. He thought that he saw a tear glistening in her right eye, but she looked away before he could be sure. You're welcome. She removed her hand from his arm and rose.
We better get going. I can drive. You leave your ride here. We'll take my truck. Tired of the police wheels right now.
He let her walk a bit away from him before she turned back. With the sunset behind her, Sam Cole looked radiant in her dress. Puller took a moment to admire the view.
Are you coming?
He rose. I'm coming. Chapter 37. Jean Trent was dressed in khaki slacks, red sandals, and a matching red sleeveless blouse. She was seated in the sunroom on the western side of the house, where there was no sun left to shine. She already had a cocktail in hand and asked Puller and her sister what they cared for. Puller opted for a beer. Cole a ginger ale.
Wow,
said Jean.
You two look like trouble for sure. Sorry we're late,
said Cole.
We got detained over a case. No worries. It allowed me time to have another martini.
She glanced at Puller.
You should try one.
Puller ignored that comment and said, Have you heard from your husband? Did he get to where he was going?
He rarely calls me from the road. I'm not even sure when he's going to be back. Where's Megan?
Asked Cole.
Swimming laps in the pool. This late?
Asked Cole.
She's trying to work off her stomach. I tell her it's all part of growing up. Just baby fat. But the other girls call her names and she hates it. I would too,
said Cole.
Roger is large-boned and prone to weight problems. We never had that issue in our family.
Jean added, looking over at Puller, who perched on a small settee, covered in green and purple vine fabric.
Now, if you're any indication, height runs in your family.
It does.
Father or mother?
Father.
And your mother?
Asked Jean. Puller didn't answer. He turned away from her and looked around the room. Jean looked at his waistband.
Do you have to carry a gun to dinner?
Regulation. Have to carry it with me always. Cole said,
Will Megan be joining us for dinner? Doubtful. She's also starving herself. Not good, sis. Young girls are prone to eating disorders. I've talked to her until I'm blue in the face. I've had her seen by specialists. They wanted to put her on all these pills, but I put my foot down. We hope it's just a phase that she'll grow out of.
Cole did not look convinced of this.
So it's just the three of us for dinner then? Probably,
said Jean.
Well, are we or aren't we? I can't definitely answer that right now. Great,
Cole said disgustedly.
Did I tell you I have enough unanswered questions in my day job? I'm going to see my niece.
I didn't see a pool in the yard when we were driving up, said Puller.
It's an indoor pool,
said Jean.
We're not sun worshippers here. And coal dust might turn the pool water black, said
Cole. Her sister turned to her.
That is complete and total bullshit, and you know it. Do I?
The maid arrived with their drinks, and Cole took her ginger ale and handed the beer to Puller. She said,
Okay, I'm going. You two can chat about me behind my back.
She left, and Jean turned to Puller and clinked her glass against his bottle.
She's a little intense for my taste.
She's a cop. She has to be intense. And she's a woman, so she has to be even more intense to be accepted.
If you say so.
You two are pretty different. Not in looks, but in every other way.
I wouldn't disagree with that. So why were you two really late? You're not sleeping with her already, are you?
Already? He said in surprise. She certainly doesn't strike me as the type to sleep around.
I didn't mean that. And she's not. She's attractive and unattached, and you're attractive, and I don't see a wedding band on that big hand of yours.
That doesn't explain the already comment.
Well, I think my little sister is getting a little desperate.
Puller leaned back and took a drink of his beer. No, we weren't sleeping together. We were getting blown up together. She sat up straighter.
Excuse me?
Someone booby-trapped a truck at a house we were at. Came a few seconds away from not joining you for dinner tonight or any other night. Jean put down her glass and stared at him.
You're joking?
I don't joke about almost getting killed.
Why didn't Sam mention it?
I don't know. She's your sister. You obviously know her a lot better than I do. She picked her glass back up but didn't take a drink. She stared down at the olives.
I wish she had never become a cop.
Why?
It's dangerous.
Lots of things are dangerous.
You know what I mean.
She's a public servant, risking her life to keep the peace, to keep the good citizens of Drake safe. I admire her.
And you're a soldier, right? A public servant?
That comes with the job description, yes.
Iraq and Afghanistan?
Both?
A young man I had a crush on in high school, Ricky Daniels, joined the Army right after he graduated. He died in the first Gulf War. He was only 19.
If he had come back, would you have married Roger Trent? She swallowed the rest of her martini.
I see no reason why that's any of your damn business.
You're absolutely right. Just making small talk until your sister comes back.
Well, don't trouble yourself about the small talk. I'm perfectly fine with my own company.
So why did you want me to come tonight?
I don't know, actually. It just struck me as a good idea at the time. I'm an impulsive person.
Really? You don't strike me as such.
Well, I am.
So tell me about the earlier death threats your husband got.
Why? More small talk? I told you it wasn't necessary.
No, I'm wearing my investigator hat now.
It was stupid. Nothing to it.
Death threats are rarely stupid with nothing to them.
Well, these were.
Do you think the same person is making them again, then? And should your husband not be worried? Because it's clear he is. Jean didn't look as confident now. Her hand shook some as she set her glass down.
I'm not sure I'm the best person to answer that.
You didn't seem all that concerned about it this afternoon.
My husband is not Mr. Popular. Lots of people hate him.
Any you know personally?
Yes.
And yet you married him. She looked at him darkly.
That's right. I did. So what? And he wasn't rich back when I did. He was still struggling to build his business, so I didn't do it for the money.
Not saying he was, and not saying you did.
But you were thinking it.
I'm sure he has lots of other appealing qualities.
He does, actually.
Good to know.
I don't like your attitude.
I don't have an attitude. I'm just trying to go with the flow.
Try harder.
Chapter 38. Cole walked back into the room.
Well, Megan is far more interested in burning off fat than talking to her aunt.
She stopped speaking when she saw her sister scowling at Puller.
Everything okay?
She said, glancing at him. He said, "Everything's just fine." The door opened again.
Randy?
Exclaimed Cole. Randy Cole had cleaned himself up since Puller had seen him last. He had on freshly laundered jeans, a black T-shirt, and loafers. His hair was neatly combed, and he'd shaved. Sam Cole seemed genuinely surprised, but pleased. Jean looked stunned, but not unhappy. Randy came forward, and Cole hugged him.
How are you doing, stranger?
She said in a light tone. Puller assumed she was trying to diffuse any possibility of tension. "I'm doing," said Randy. He looked over at Puller. "Seen you at Annie's." "Yeah, she did." "You the Army guy everybody in town's been talking about?" "Guess I am." "I wanted to join up." "Why didn't you?" asked Puller. "Failed the physical. Eyes not up to snuff and something in my chest. Probably from breathing all this fresh air my whole life." Jean said,
Let's head into dinner.
The dining room was large, paneled in zebra wood with enough moldings, cornices, and medallions to qualify for palace status. They occupied one end of an antique Sheraton table that was long enough to require 3 pedestals for support. Randy rubbed his hand over the highly polished wood. "Damn, coal sure pays good, big sister." "You never been here before?" asked Puller. He was sitting next to Randy and had noted him looking around in wide-eyed astonishment at the opulent surroundings. Jean said quickly,
Not for lack of asking. That was why I was surprised to see you tonight. You never came before when I invited you.
Puller glanced at Randy. The Trents had been married all these years, and Randy had not come to their house? Then a possible answer struck him. "How long have you lived in this house?" he asked Jean. She kept her gaze on her brother.
5 years. Took that long to build the place. Added a lot of workers to the job roles, I can tell you that.
"Yeah," said Randy. "Hey, sis, why don't you get your hubby to build a couple more of these? Knock the county unemployment down for sure." Jean laughed uneasily.
I think we have all the space we need, Randy.
"Damn shame," said Randy.
But you know there's a job for you at Trent if you want it.
She said. "What would that be? Vice president? CFO? Chief ass kisser?" Cole turned to Puller and said hastily,
Randy and our father worked for Trent Exploration.
"Doing what?" "Finding coal," said Randy, "and we were damn good at it."
Yes, you were,
agreed Jean.
They found rich coal seams in the most unlikely places.
Randy said, "Daddy never went to college. Hell, he barely finished high school. Then the man went into the Navy for a spell, but he knew how to read a geological report. And he knew this country better than anybody. And he taught me all he knew." He stared at Jean. "And I know it better than anybody now. Even Roger with all his fancy equipment."
Which is why it would make perfect sense for you to go back to work for him.
"You mean to make him even more money?" Cole said.
Randy, if...
Randy cut her off by saying, "Hey, can a man get a drink in this place?" Cole said,
How'd you get here, Randy? Feet or wheels?
"I won't be driving drunk. I might stay here overnight. Hey, Jean, you got room for me? I can hang out with the family just like old times." She said quickly,
Absolutely, Randy. I'd love that.
"Well, maybe not. I might have something to do in the morning. Or maybe even tonight." Puller glanced at Randy, trying to get a read on his pupils. He drew a slow intake of air. No alcohol. He glanced at Cole in time to see her doing the same thing. Puller said, "You see yourself staying in Drake?" Randy grinned and shook his head. "Man, I don't see myself staying anywhere." Cole said,
Randy, you're not making any sense.
Randy nudged Puller with his elbow. "They think everything has to make sense, Puller. I just don't get that shit, do you?" Puller sensed Randy didn't expect or even want an answer, so he said nothing. He looked around at the 2 sisters, then at the brother. What was missing was obvious. Mom and Dad. Cole had said they had died. The house was 5 years old. Randy had never been here. He wondered if Mom and Dad had died 5 years ago. He looked at Cole again. He started to say something, but it was almost as if Cole could read his mind. Her look was pleading. Puller closed his mouth and looked down at his hands. The meal was served. There were 4 courses, and all of them were good. The Trents obviously had not simply a cook, but a chef. Puller felt self-conscious as the hired help ladled out the soup and meticulously served every course. But he figured if he'd gotten up and started serving himself, it might cause the maids more distress than anything else. Over an hour later, they all pushed back from the table, their bellies full. Randy wiped his mouth one last time with his napkin and finished off his glass of what Puller suspected was a very expensive red wine. When he was a kid, his father had taken him and his brother to Provence and Tuscany.
While the boys had been too young to drink, even by European standards, their father had taught them about wine. The general had been a connoisseur and collector. It also didn't hurt that he spoke fluent French and Italian. "Thanks for the victuals," said Randy. "You still swimming in the cement pond, Gene? Keep that girlish figure of yours for old Roger?" An embarrassed Cole glanced at Puller.
Randy, I don't think you need to play the Beverly Hillbillies act for Agent Puller.
"Oh, it's not an act, Agent Puller. I'm clearly white trash that's got rich relations. But I just refuse to put on airs. Let that be a lesson to you. Never forget where you came from."
Should I get a room ready for you, Randy?
Asked Gene. "Changed my mind. Got places to go, people to mess with." Cole said,
Would that include people like Roger?
Randy stared over at her, his smile deepening but also hardening, Puller thought. Still, it was an infectious smile. Puller felt his own lips tug upward. "Man's out of town, ain't he? That's what I heard." "You have sources on his movements?" asked Puller. "No. I saw his jet fly over Drake earlier."
Would that include people like Roger?
Cole asked again. Puller glanced at Cole. She looked about as tense as Puller had seen her, and that included quite a few stressful situations. "I'm cool, Sister Cop," said Randy. "Roger goes his way, I go mine, and you folks go yours." He spread his hands to indicate the members of his family. "But I guess your way is the same as Roger's."
Don't talk about things you don't know anything about,
said Jean.
It's a bad habit. Gets folks into all sorts of trouble.
Randy rose, dropping his napkin on the table. "Damn nice visiting with you. Let's shoot to do it in another 10 years or so."
Randy,
said Jean.
Wait, I didn't mean it like that.
But he walked across the room and was gone, shutting the door quietly behind him. Chapter 39. Puller and Cole left about 30 minutes later. Puller sat in the passenger seat of the truck and gazed out the window. He was full of questions about the evening, but he wasn't going to ask any of them. It was none of his business. Cole finally said,
Well, that was a lot of fun.
Families usually are.
I'm sure you have questions.
I don't like people prying into my stuff, and I'm going to show you the same courtesy. They drove on in silence for 5 more minutes. Cole began.
Our parents were killed when a boulder dislodged by a mine blast from one of Roger's operations crushed the car they were in.
Puller turned to look at her. About 5 years ago?
About, yeah.
And Randy took it hard.
We all took it hard,
she said fiercely. Then her look and tone softened.
But Randy took it the hardest of all. He and our parents were always close, especially he and Daddy.
Cole drove for a few more miles in silence. Puller looked around the truck's interior and noted the new vinyl seats and the rebuilt dashboard with what looked to be original equipment. Even the floorboards looked new, with not a trace of rust. "Did your dad redo this truck?"
Yeah, why?
"Reminds me of the cottage. Did you buy it along with the house?"
Yes, paid the money into the estate.
"Is that what Randy lives off? Gene obviously doesn't need the cash."
Yes, that's how we set it up. Randy needed it more than me.
"I can see that."
It's funny. No one thought Roger Trent would amount to anything.
"So how did he end up where he is today?"
I have to admit he worked hard and had some vision and some luck. He worked his way up in the coal business. He's ruthless, arrogant, but he's got a sixth sense for making money, and my daddy and brother did find a lot of coal for him, even if it's destroying the land.
"But I guess it provides jobs."
Not nearly as many as it used to.
"Why, is the coal running out?"
The coal is always running out, from the first scoop you take, but all mining operations in Drake and a lot in West Virginia are now surface mining.
Where they basically blow up the mountains to get to the seams.
Coal companies will tell you the decision to do surface versus deep mining is based on geology, topography, and pure economics. The lay of the land, depth and configuration of the coal seams, the cost of extraction versus the available profit, stuff like that. The reality is you need fewer workers to do surface mining, which means more profits to the coal companies. Now, Trent will argue that a lot of the surface mining is covering ground that was already deep mined. They're just coming back to get what the deep mining couldn't. So it's a second shot, and at least some economic activity and jobs are created. And he may be right about that, but it's not a compelling argument when there's no food on the table or a roof over your head.
She stared over at him.
I have no idea if it will turn out to be relevant to the investigation, but it might make sense for you to learn some things about coal country.
Part of Puller wanted to say no. He had little interest in the intricacies of coal mining, and he felt the focus on the investigation slipping some. But he could sense that Cole wanted to talk about it, and the Army had drilled into him the value of knowing the field on which the battle will be fought. He found the same to be true for the investigative side. Okay. Chapter 40. 20 minutes later, she stopped the truck and pointed up ahead. The moonlight was especially strong tonight, and Puller could easily see what she was trying to show him.
What do you make of that?
The object was a 300-foot-high mound that looked startlingly out of place between two other peaks. Tell me.
That's what's called a valley fill. What they fill it with, the coal companies call overburden. That's basically everything they tore off the land, trees, soil, and rock that the coal companies sweep away to get to the seams. They have to put it somewhere. And since West Virginia has a Reclamation Act, meaning the coal companies have to put the land back close to how they found it, the companies take the overburden, dump it in a valley, hydroseed it, fertilize it, cover it with mulch, and go on their way. Problem is, when they dump the overburden like that, they've turned the geology upside down. Topsoil is on the bottom, and rock that was on the bottom is now on top. Native plants and trees won't grow in it, so they introduce non-native plantings that are royally screwing up the ecosystem. But they've met the letter, if not the spirit of the law, and they move on. And this dumping also changes the topography of the land. Rivers get redirected, flash floods occur, mountains fall down and crush homes.
I didn't really see that many folks living around here.
That's because Trent has bought out entire neighborhoods.
Why? People wanted to sell?
No, they just didn't want to live next to a mining operation where they were blowing up the land. Can't drink the water, can't wash your clothes outside, and you got health problems spiking on everything from lungs to livers. Randy wasn't kidding when he mentioned his lung problems. He was diagnosed with it when he was a teenager, a precursor to COPD. And unlike me, he's never smoked in his life. But he did play football and run track near a coal mining operation, and he's not the only athlete from around here to suffer like that. Quality of life went to shit. Where there were towns and communities, now all you see is one little trailer or one little house in the woods. That's all that's left. Used to be over 20,000 people in Drake County. Now we don't have even a third of that. Next 10 years we might just disappear, right along with the coal.
She drove on, stopping in front of a chain-link fence with warning signs posted on it. Behind the fence was a large metal facility rising many stories into the air. It had long chutes running from it in several directions and at several levels.
That's a loadout, where they crush the coal and load it in trucks and on rail cars. There's a railhead that runs right up to it.
They're working late, said Puller, as he watched lights flick back and forth from the facility and from trucks rumbling around.
They work 24/7. Like you said, used to be they knocked off work at dark, but no more. Time is money. And the only thing they have to sell is the coal. Does them no good sitting here. That stuff will go to power the electrical grid. Keeps the light bulbs and laptops going, as they like to say around here. At least in the coal company marketing materials.
I take it you hate all parts of it.
Not all parts, no. It does bring jobs. It does help the whole country because we need the power. But some folks think there might be a better way to get the stuff than blowing up the land. And at some point the costs do outweigh the benefits. Some folks will tell you we hit that tipping point a long time ago. But if you're not from around here and you don't have to deal with black water in your sink or big rocks falling on your house or your kid getting cancer because the air pollutants are off the charts, what do you care? They call us the United States of America, but we're not really united about anything. Appalachia brings the coal to the rest of the country. And when all the coal is gone and West Virginia looks like Pluto, what does the rest of the country care? Life goes on. That's the reality.
How did your dad feel about it? He sounds like he was a salt-of-the-earth guy.
He spent a good part of his life looking for coal. I think he stopped thinking about what it was doing to the planet, if he ever did.
And Randy?
What about him?
He looked for coal, too. Was apparently good at it. Now he's obviously dropped out of life. Puller paused. Was he the source of the earlier death threats against Roger? She put the truck in gear.
Got one more thing to show you.
Chapter 41. Cole pulled her truck to the side of the road about 5 miles later. She got out, reached behind the seat, and pulled out 2 construction hard hats. She handed one to Puller. "Where are we going that we need these?" he asked.
To see my parents?
Puller slipped the hat on and followed her. Cole had pulled a powerful flashlight from the bed of her truck and turned it on. They walked through the woods down a gravel path that soon turned to dirt.
Ordinarily, you have to get permission to be certified and also be escorted for where you're going, but screw that. It's my mom and dad, after all.
They left the path and crossed a field, where they were confronted by a chain-link fence. Puller was prepared to scramble over until Cole pointed out the slit in the links. "You did that?"
I did that.
They cleared the fence and kept walking. Cole finally slowed when they reached the edge of the cemetery. "We're obviously going to see their graves," said Puller. She nodded. "Why all the complications?"
Trent bought the community and the cemetery was part of it. Technically, you have to make an appointment now to see your dead relative's final resting place. But to tell the truth, Puller, and though I am a sworn officer of the law, that requirement just rubbed me the wrong way.
"I can see that. It would have me, too." She led him around the graves until she stopped at a pair of them and shone her light on the markers. "Mary and Samuel?" Cole nodded. "You were named after him." She smiled bitterly.
They thought I was going to be a boy. When I turned out to be a girl, they named me Samantha and called me Sam. They didn't think they were going to have any more kids, you see. Randy was a little surprise that came along years later.
Puller read the birth and death dates carved in the marble. A boulder? Wrong place, wrong time. Senseless. Cole didn't say anything right away. When she did, her voice was deeper, huskier, like the walls of her throat were closing in.
Could you give me a minute?
Sure. He walked about 50 feet away and started to examine some of the other graves. The cemetery was in complete disrepair. Headstones toppled, weeds and grass thigh-high in places, and everything coated in dust. He had noted, however, that Mary and Samuel Cole's headstones sat straight in the earth, and there were fresh flowers on the graves, and the grass had been trimmed away. He assumed that was Cole's doing.
Hey!
He whirled around when he heard Cole call out. He was next to her a few seconds later.
Somebody's over there,
she said, pointing to her left. Puller squinted into the darkness. Cole aimed her light in that direction and did a sweep.
There!
Cole pointed to the figure of a man fleeing to the east. She held her light steady and kept him in the crosshairs. Her mouth dropped.
Randy? Randy!
She called in a louder tone. The man was out of range of the light a few seconds later. "That was your brother?" asked Puller.
Yeah. I wonder what he's doing here.
Maybe the same thing you were. At dinner he said he had places to go and people to see. Maybe he meant coming here. He paused. "You want to go after him?"
No, let's just leave.
She drove them back to her house. His Malibu was in the driveway. They got out of the truck.
You want to come in for some coffee? You said it helps you sleep. Jean's fancy dinner didn't include any. She's more into after-dinner liqueurs or teas with names I can't even pronounce. I just want my coffee Maxwell House Black.
Puller really wanted to head back to the motel and get some work done, and he almost said that. But instead he replied, "Thanks. Sounds good." She made the coffee and poured it out in 2 mugs. They carried it outside and sat on the swing in the backyard. She took off her heels and rubbed her feet. "No mosquitoes. I'm surprised," he said.
I spray, and one benefit of the mining up here is that the skeeters don't seem to like the coal dust and other byproducts any more than we do. Plus, they've filled in so many sources of water that it's cut down on the breeding grounds.
They drank their coffee.
I appreciate you letting me vent tonight about my family.
No problem with venting. Helps to clear the mind.
But we have 7 homicides and a bombing to solve, and to think, just last week, the biggest problems I had were drunken disorderlies, a few moonshine stills, and a burglary involving a microwave and a set of false teeth.
Part of my brain has been working it all through dinner and right up to now.
And what does your brain say?
That we're making progress.
How do you know that?
Somebody tried to kill us.
So what next?
Keep digging. But I have to go back to D.C. tomorrow. Her face fell.
What? Why?
Reynolds worked for DIA. I've got interviews set up there. Angle I have to cover.
Can't somebody up there do that? Army must have lots of agents.
They do. They've just decided not to deploy them on this case.
I still don't understand.
It is what it is, Cole. But I'll be back soon. Her cell phone rang. She answered it, listened and asked a few questions. Then she clicked off.
That was Sheriff Lindeman.
And what did he have to say?
He's not happy that his peaceful hamlet is now the scene of murders and bombings.
I can understand that.
They put the fire out. The house where you were going to has been abandoned for years. No prints on the letter slipped under your door. The explosive used was dynamite, and the ATF guy said the detonators on both devices were professional jobs.
Good. I hate going up against amateurs. They're too unpredictable.
I'm glad you can pull some good news from all that.
So, no clues, no leads?
Not right now.
Seems hard to believe that someone could get the necessary elements and set 2 bombs in a place like this, and no one notice.
Lots of explosives up here, Puller, and lots of people who know how to use them.
He finished his coffee and set the cup down on the arm of the swing. He stood. I better get going.
Yeah, I guess you better.
Thanks for the primer on coal country.
You're welcome. Still beating yourself up about that tripwire?
He didn't answer.
You're a strange man.
I've been called worse.
I actually meant it as a compliment.
She looked over at the door to her house and then back at him.
It's late. You can stay the night if you want.
She kept looking at him. Reading her mind, he said, "You know, sometimes the timing on things really stinks." She smiled weakly and said,
You're right. It does.
She rose, took his cup.
Get going. It's late. What time do you want to meet tomorrow? I'll buy breakfast.
Let's sleep in. 0800 at the crib. She smiled.
Juliet.
Not time for Romeo yet. She went up on her tiptoes and pecked him on the cheek, her hand pressing lightly against his chest.
Famous last words, again.
He climbed in his car and drove off. She waved at him from the front porch and then went inside. He eyed her in the rear-view mirror until he couldn't see her anymore. He steered his car in the direction of Annie's motel. Chapter 42. Puller killed his headlights and slid his M11 out. The lights were on in the motel office. A pickup truck was parked out front. He had planned to check on Louisa's cat, but someone else was in there now. He crept forward, keeping his weight balanced and his gaze swiveling. It might be nothing, but after nearly being blown up, Puller was taking nothing for granted. The bomber obviously knew he was staying here. Maybe he was back for another try.
He reached the truck and made sure it was empty. He opened the passenger door, checked the glove box, and read off the name on the registration. Cletus Cousins. The name meant nothing to him. He left the truck and moved to the little porch in front of the office and peered in the window. The man was short, in his 20s, and carrying a large cardboard box. Puller tried the doorknob, not locked. He opened it, his gun pointed at the man's head. The young man dropped the box. "Please, God, don't shoot! Please!" His head was shaven. He had a flabby gut, a trim goatee, and looked ready to crap in his dirty jeans. "Who the hell are you?" asked Puller. The man was shaking so badly, Puller finally lowered his gun a notch. He flipped out his creds. "Army investigator," said Puller. "I'm not going to shoot you unless you give me good reason. What are you doing here?" "My granny told me to come." "Who's your granny?" "Not Louisa. She said she didn't have any family in the area." "She don't, but my granny is her best friend." "What's your name?" "Wally Cousins. My granny and Nellie Cousins. We've been in Drake our whole lives. Everybody knows us." "Truck registration says Cletus Cousins." "That's my daddy. My truck's in the shop, so I took his." "Okay, Wally. One more time. Why are you here, and what are you taking?" The young man pointed at the box on the floor. It had fallen open, and its contents had spilled out. Puller could see some clothes, a Bible, some books, a few framed photographs, and some knitting needles and balls of colored yarn. "To get this stuff," he said. "Why? Are you taking it to Louisa at the hospital?" The young man looked confused. "No, sir." "What then?" "Taking it to my granny." "So you're taking Louisa's belongings to your grandma, and that's not stealing? Why?" The young man's eyes widened. "Well, she ain't going to use it no more. She's dead." Puller blinked. "Dead? Louisa's dead? When?" "Yes, sir. Died about 3 hours ago. And Louisa told my granny she could have this stuff when she passed. Like I said, they were good friends. About the same age and all." Puller eyed the box again, and then lifted his gaze to Cousins. "You don't wait very long around here, do you, before you start scavenging the body?" "Don't you know, mister?" "Know what?" "Lot of folks around here ain't got nothing. They find out you dead and ain't got no relations, your stuff's gone before you know it. Why you think so many empty houses around here all trashed? So when Miss Louisa passed on, Granny told me to get myself over here and get this stuff Louisa said she could have before it was gone." Puller lowered his pistol. "How did your granny know Louisa died?" "She called the hospital." "Someone else I know called the hospital. They wouldn't tell her anything." "My aunt is a nurse there. She told Granny." "I thought she was doing better." "I guess she was. My aunt said she looked better, but then the machines started going off. She just stopped breathing. My aunt said that happens sometimes with old folks. They just get clear tuckered out. Tired of living, I guess." Puller examined the box more closely and saw that there was nothing of value. He eyed one of the photos. It was of 2 women in their mid-20s wearing poodle skirts, tight blouses, and pink heels with hairdos so big they looked like bees' nests on steroids. He flipped it over and looked at the date written in pen on the back. November 1955. "One of these ladies your granny?" Wally nodded. "Yes, sir. She's the dark-haired one." He pointed to the young blonde woman on the left. She had a mischievous smile and looked ready to take on the world. "And Miss Louisa's right there. They sure look different now, especially Miss Louisa, of course." "Yeah." Puller looked around. "You taking the cat?" "No, Granny got 3 dogs. They'd eat that dang thing up." He eyed the gun. "Can I go now?" "Yeah, go on." Wally picked up the box.
Tell your granny I'm sorry about her friend. I will. What's your name? Puller. I'll tell her, Mr. Puller. A few moments later, Puller heard the truck start up and slowly roll out of the motel parking lot. He eyed the room and then heard the meow. He walked past the counter and into the back bedroom. The cat was on the unmade bed, lying on its back. Puller checked the food, water, and litter tray. The cat hadn't eaten or drunk much. Maybe it was waiting for Louisa to come back. If so, it would probably be dead soon, too. It looked about as old in cat years as Louisa had been in human ones. He sat on the bed and gazed around. From 1955 and a poodle skirt with the world lying before her to this crappy existence decades later. People taking your stuff before you were even in the ground. I thought I'd saved her. Couldn't do it. Just like my guys back in Afghanistan. Couldn't save them either. Way it went, beyond your control. But the Army taught you to control everything. Yourself, your opponent. What all the training didn't tell you was that the most important things, the ones that actually decided life and death, were almost completely outside your control. He rubbed the cat's belly, rose, and left. He popped his trunk, took out the tape, and strung it across the entrance to the motel office after securely locking the door. The yellow tape was visible from a long way away. Its message was clear. Do not enter. Next, he eyed the door to his room. His gaze drifted to the spot in front of the door. He looked for wires, a new piece of wood, saw none. He hefted a large rock from the flower bed encircling the parking lot and tossed it at a spot in front of the door. As it flew through the air, he ducked down behind his car. The rock hit, and nothing happened. He picked up another rock and aimed it at the door handle. It struck the spot solidly. Again, nothing. He pulled from his rucksack a long telescoping pole with grips on the end that could be fixed at virtually any angle. He placed his room key in the grips and played out the pole. He looked around. The place was empty. He seemed to be the only one staying here right now. He inserted the key in the lock, turned it, and using the pole, pushed open the door. No explosion. No fireball. He put the pole away, locked his car, and went inside his room. He stood there for a few moments, letting his eyes adjust to the darkness here. Everything looked just where he had put it. He checked his little booby traps to tell him if someone had been here. None were tripped. He closed and locked the door, sat on the bed. He added up his growing list of failures. He had failed to see the tripwire in time. He had failed to save Louisa. He checked his watch, pondered whether to make the call. Cole would probably already be in bed by now, and what exactly did he have to tell her? He lay back on the bed. His M11 would rest in his hand all night. His cell phone buzzed. He looked at the number and inwardly groaned. "Hello, sir." "Damnedest thing, Gunny," said his father. The old man would alternate referring to Puller as his XO, gunnery sergeant, or sometimes simply, "You asshole PFC." "What's that, sir?" "No orders from high command on a Saturday night with nothing to do. What say we get together and bang some shots back? We can catch a ride to Hong Kong on a military transport heading out. Know some places. Good times, lovely ladies." Puller untied his jump boots and kicked them off. "I'm on duty, sir." "Not if I say you're not, soldier." "Special orders, sir. Straight from HC." "Why don't I know about it?" his father said in a clenched tone. "Bypass local chain of command." "I didn't ask why, General. It's the Army. I just follow lawfully given orders, sir." "I'll make some calls. This bullshit has to stop. They try to run around me one more time, they'll regret it." "Yes, sir. Understood, sir." "Hell to pay. "Yes, sir." "Have a good time in Hong Kong." "You hang tight, Gunny. I'll be back in touch." "Roger that, sir." His father clicked off, and Puller wondered if they had stopped giving the man his nighttime meds yet. When medicated, he usually was sound asleep by this time, but he now called his son twice late at night. He'd have to check on that. He stripped down to his civvies and lay back on the bed. Every time he had a conversation like this with his father, it seemed to tear a little piece of his reality away. There might come a time when his father called and Puller would actually believe everything the man said. That he was back in the army, heading up his own corps, that Puller was his XO, or his gunny, or one of his 100,000 asshole PFCs. One day, but not tonight. He turned out the light and closed his eyes. He needed to sleep, so he did. But it was a light sleep. 3 seconds to wake, aim, and fire at the enemy. Bombs, bullets, sudden death. It was as though he'd never left Afghanistan. Chapter 43. By 0600, Puller was up, showered, shaved, and dressed. He sat outside on the porch in front of the office and drank a cup of percolator coffee. No one had broken through the yellow tape he'd strung after Wally Cousins had left. 8 o'clock at the crib was eggs, ham, and grits with more coffee. Cole was back in uniform, her femininity buried under polyester, police gear, and regulation black shoes. "Louisa died yesterday," Puller said.
I hadn't heard about that,
replied Cole, her fork poised halfway to her mouth. He told her about Wally Cousins' visit to the motel. Cole confirmed that Cousins' grandmother and Louisa were longtime friends. "I called the hospital this morning and said I was her grandson," he said. "They told me that she died in her sleep."
Not a bad way to go, I guess.
"Better than a boulder crushing your car with you in it," thought Puller. "She has no family left here," she said. "What'll happen to her body? Funeral? And what about her motel?"
I'll make some calls. We'll take care of it, Puller. Drake isn't what it once was, but we still have good folks here that care, who take care of their own.
"Okay." He took a sip of coffee. "Do folks really have to move that fast around here when someone dies?" She shrugged.
I won't tell you Cousins was wrong. When folks have nothing, they do strange things.
"Like that neighborhood you showed me next to the concrete dome."
I admit, some of those folks go scavenging around the area, and sometimes they take things from people who are still alive and kicking. We call that burglary or robbery or grand larceny, and they have to pay the price.
"Jail?"
Sometimes, yeah.
Puller took a bite of eggs. He'd called his SAC back at Quantico and brought him up to speed on all the latest developments. When he'd mentioned the bombing attempt, Don White had said, "You've obviously gotten someone excited." "Yes, sir," Puller had said. But he didn't ask for additional assets. If the SAC wanted to send them, he would. Puller was not going to beg. He had also arranged to be on a commercial flight out of Charleston later that day. He had to make inquiries at the Pentagon about the late Colonel Matthew Reynolds, and he also needed to visit the man's house in Fairfax City. Puller had hinted that another CID agent back in Virginia could see to this detail as well as he could. But the SAC made it clear that Puller was the entire show right now, at least as far as the U.S. Army was concerned.
How long will you be gone to D.C.?
"Not sure. Depends on what I find out. But not longer than a couple of days."
Any word from your fancy lab in Atlanta?
"Nothing on the briefcase and laptop. They just got the other items. They're good, but they need some time. I'll check in with them today and fill you in on what, if anything, they've found out."
How about that soil testing company in Ohio?
"They open at 09, so at 09 I plan to hit my speed dial."
They may not tell you much without a court order.
"Maybe not, but we can't get a court order." Cole said nothing. She just drank her coffee and looked around at the other patrons of the crib. Puller studied her. "You never answered my question about Randy and the death threats."
I guess you didn't have to be a world-class detective to figure that one.
Parents killed by Trent, probably how Randy sees it. He lashes out at the SOB, so he sent the earlier threats. You investigated and found out the source. You dealt with it, and don't want to talk about it further.
That's a pretty good read.
Okay, now, here's the question. Is he the source of these new threats?
Don't think so.
But you're not absolutely sure.
I've been a cop long enough to know that anybody can be violent if given the right motivation.
You want me to talk to him? She shook her head.
Puller, that is not your investigation. You are here for one reason only.
How do you know it's not connected to what happened to the Reynoldses? And that is my turf.
How could it be?
I don't know. That's why we investigate stuff. Will you let me talk to him?
I'll think about it. But I don't even know where he is right now.
How does he support himself, other than the money your parents left?
He works odd jobs.
Does Roger think Randy's behind the new threats? Is that why he called you directly?
Probably.
When does Trent get back into town?
I don't know. I don't keep the man's calendar.
I think this morning would be a good time to go to the office where Molly Bittner worked and ask some questions.
You really think there's a connection between them and the Reynoldses? I mean, aside from them maybe seeing something.
That's what we have to find out. But for the record, I don't really believe in coincidences. They both turned to the plate glass window as a pale silver Mercedes SL 600 pulled up in front of the crib. The top was down, and the occupants were clearly revealed. "Speak of the devil," said Puller. "That's your sister driving, and your brother riding shotgun." Chapter 44. As Gene Trent and Randy Cole walked into the crib, heads at every table turned their way. Gene Trent was dressed in a short, dark blue skirt, white sleeveless blouse, and 3-inch heels. And her hair, despite the open-top ride in the Benz, looked lovely, and her makeup was expertly applied. It was a wave of glamour pouring into the crib that probably left everyone there, from the working class to the office dwellers, slightly lightheaded. It was as though a movie star had decided to breakfast in Drake, West Virginia. She smiled and waved to folks at various tables. Randy had none of his cocksure manner from the night before. He slouched and studied the floor. He wore dirty jeans, a white T-shirt with an Aerosmith silkscreen, and a lousy attitude on his features. Puller studied the pair before rising and waving to them. "Gene, over here. We have room."
For Christ's sakes, Puller,
hissed Cole. He looked down at her. "You don't want to catch some more family time?" Gene and Randy headed toward them. Puller got up so Gene could slide into the booth, and then he sat back down. Randy settled in beside his other sister. Cole said,
were you at the grave sites last night? Pretty sure I saw you.
"Law against it," her brother mumbled. Gene said,
I corralled our wayward brother when I was driving into town. Convinced him a meal with his big sister wasn't a fate worse than death.
She eyed him.
And you look like you could use some meat on your bones. You hardly touched your dinner last night. What were you doing at the gravesite?
Cole asked. "What were you doing there?" He shot back.
Paying my respects.
"So was I. You got a damn problem with that?"
Okay. You don't have to get all pissed off.
He looked around. "Can we order some breakfast? I'm hungry." He rubbed his head. "Headaches again?" asked Puller. "What's it to you?" Randy snapped. "Just asking. Maybe some food'll help." Puller raised his hand and waved the waitress over. After Gene and Randy ordered, Puller lifted his coffee to his lips, took a sip, and set it down. "You really look like you could use a few hours of sack time." Randy looked across the table at him. "Thanks for your concern." "No concern, just an observation. You're a big boy. You can take care of yourself." "Yeah, well, tell that to my sisters here." "That's what sisters do," said Puller. "Worry. They worry about their brothers. Then when they get married, they worry about their husbands." Cole said to her brother,
I don't even know where you're living. Do you even have a place to stay, or are you just jumping from one friend's place to the next?
Randy laughed in a hollow tone. I don't have that many friends in Drake.
You used to,
said Jean. They've all grown up, got married, had kids, said Randy.
And you could have done the same,
said Jean. Randy eyed her. Yeah, Jean, you're right. I could have married me a rich, fat woman and lived happily ever after in some big house and drive around in some fancy-ass car. Jean didn't even flinch. Puller figured she'd probably heard that one 1,000,000 times from lots of different people.
I don't believe there are any rich fat women in Drake, Randy. And if you're thinking of changing which side of the plate you hit from, the only rich fat guy in town is taken.
Don't we all know that? Snapped her brother. Jean smiled.
Sometimes I don't know why I bother. I really don't.
Never asked you to.
Oh, come on, Randy. You're laying a guilt trip on all of us, slinking around town, never know where you are. You show up looking like shit, take some money, and then slink off again. We wait for you to call, and when you do, we make all over you. You came to dinner last night only because Roger wasn't there, and you shoot off your mouth all your sarcastic little quips that you think are so funny. Poor Randy. I bet you just love it, don't you? Makes up for a life that you just don't have.
Puller hadn't seen that one coming, and apparently neither did Cole. She said reproachfully,
Jean.
Puller glanced over at Randy, who never took his gaze from Jean. Keep going, sis. I'm enjoying this. Jean said,
I saw him wandering down the road like a lost pup. Gave him a ride in my car. I brought him here to feed him. I've offered to get him work. I've offered to help him any way I can, and all I get back for that is shit thrown right in my face, and I'm tired of it.
Her voice had risen steadily to where heads at other tables were turning in their direction, and Puller could see folks muttering together. Cole put a hand on Randy's arm.
She didn't mean that.
Jean exclaimed,
Of course I did. And you would too if you'd take your head out of the damn sand.
Randy's manner suddenly changed. The grin and the confidence came hurtling back. Hey, Jean, does Roger pay you each time you screw him? Or does he get a volume discount? And after he slaughtered Mom and Dad, did you charge him double to bang you? You know, to show your anger at him, wiping out our parents and not giving a shit? Jean reached across the table and slapped her brother so hard that Puller saw her wince from the shock of the blow. Randy didn't show any reaction, even as the skin where she had struck him turned pink and then a dull red. Is that the best you got? Said Randy. All the money has really made you soft. He stood. I got things to do. Hey, Jean, thanks for the ride. Or maybe you should thank Roger for me. It's his car, after all. He owns it, the house, the business, and you. He looked out the window at the Benz. That model's looking a little old, sis. Raj might be looking to trade it in. He's gone so much, makes you wonder. Didn't know coal men needed to fly off on their fancy jets all that much. And despite all your working out and dieting, a little too much alcohol and birthing 2 kids has taken its toll. Now don't get me wrong, you're still nice looking and Roger is fat and ugly. But the rules are different for men and women. They're not fair rules, but they are the rules. And whoever has the goal makes the rules, and that would be Roger. Now you have a good day, big sister. Randy turned and walked away. As Puller watched, he high-fived a couple of guys in one booth and then slammed the door on his way out. He turned to Jean, who just sat there looking as stunned as she probably felt. Cole said,
Both of you said things you didn't mean. I meant every word I said,
replied Jean.
And Randy did too,
she added quietly. She looked back out the window at the car. Puller could see the thoughts running through her mind like frames from a film. Where was Roger right now? Was he thinking about trading her in? Cole reached over and took her hand.
Jean, what Randy said was bullshit. Was it?
Her sister snapped. Cole looked down. Jean glanced at Puller.
What do you think? You're supposed to be a great detective.
Puller shrugged. I can't read people's minds, Jean. But if your husband cheats on you, Then you sue his ass for divorce and end up with as much of the gold as your lawyers can get. Since you married him before he struck it rich, I assume there's no prenup.
None.
Then I wouldn't worry about it. Best advice I can give. When Jean and Randy's food came, the waitress looked around and said,
"Is he coming back?" "I seriously doubt that he is,"
said Jean pleasantly.
"but if you can keep it warm and then wrap it for me, I'll try to find him and give it to him." "Okay."
The waitress walked away. Jean cut up her eggs and was about to say something when Puller rose.
"Going somewhere?"
"I'll be right back." Puller had just spotted Bill Strauss sitting at a table in the corner. He walked off. Jean looked at Cole.
"You two sleeping together yet?" "Jean, why don't you just shut up and eat your eggs?"
Cole wriggled out of the booth and hurried after Puller, who was already standing next to Strauss. "Hello, Mr. Strauss. John Puller, CID. You remember me?" Strauss nodded. He had on another expensive three-piece suit with a French cuffed monogrammed shirt. "Certainly, Agent Puller. How are you?" Puller said, "Great." "Investigation coming along?"
"It's coming,"
said Cole, as she came to stand next to Puller. He said, "When do you expect your boss back in town?" "I'm not actually sure." "Boss doesn't fill in his second in command?" asked Puller. "Why do you need to know when he'll be back?" Puller said, "That's really between Trent and us." He slapped Strauss on the shoulder. "Tell your boss I said hello." He turned and walked back to Jean's table. "I'll need to talk to your husband again. Tell Roger we'll need to see him when he gets back into town." She put her fork down.
"Why?"
"Just give him the message. Thanks." He walked toward the door. Cole laid cash down for their meals, said a hasty goodbye to Jean, and hurried after Puller. He was already outside, where he was looking at the silver Benz.
"What were you trying to do in there with Strauss?"
"Just getting some info. He's the COO?"
"Chief Operating Officer, yeah."
"How long?"
"Pretty much as long as Roger's been in business."
"Strauss is older."
"Yeah, but Roger is more ambitious, I guess."
"Or at least he's more of a risk-taker." They started walking back to the car.
"Still heading to D.C.?
"Yeah, no way around it."
"Think things will start hopping here soon?"
Puller said, 7 people have already been killed. I think it's been hopping for a while. Chapter 45. They drove over in Cole's cruiser to the Trent office where Molly Bittner had worked. Along the way, Puller called the soil testing company in Ohio, after being transferred to 2 different people who could not help him. Puller motioned for Cole to pull off the road. She put the car in park and turned to him. Into the phone, Puller said, "Well, let me talk to a supervisor." He waited another couple of minutes until the voice came on the line. Puller explained the situation, and the person on the other end responded. "Can you tell me anything over the phone?" he asked. Puller listened and nodded. He asked for their contact information and wrote it down in his notebook. "Okay, the court order will be coming. I'd appreciate a fast turnaround." He clicked off and looked at Cole. She said,
"So a court order is necessary? I didn't think soil samples were so confidential. Could they tell you anything?"
"Only that it was Matthew Reynolds who had requested the work done. He paid by credit card. And it was some samples of organic matter that he wanted vetted. They wouldn't tell me from where or what they found. I've got their information here. Can you get the paperwork going on that?"
"I'll see the county attorney today."
She put the car back in drive and pulled back onto the road.
"It must be soil from around here, don't you think?"
"I would assume so, but we have to know for sure."
"And why test it?"
"Pollutants," said Puller. "I mean, why else?"
"So that may be what this is about? Pollution?"
"Well, if they came back and killed Wellman to get the report, then yeah. I'd say that might be what this is about. It must be something really serious, though."
"This is West Virginia, Puller. There's a ton of ground and water pollution here already. Hell, we can't even drink the water. People know that. You just have to look around or see the crap in the air to know it's dirty." So I don't see how it would be worth killing 7 people to keep secret something that everyone already knows exists.
That's a valid point. Let's look at it from another angle. Has Trent had run-ins with EPA?
There isn't a coal company operating in West Virginia that hasn't had run-ins with EPA and the state regulatory folks. Coal drives the economy here, but there are limits.
And if you exceed those limits, you can get in trouble.
Yes. But again, is it worth killing 7 people, including a police officer? If Roger had run afoul of some reg, he'd have to pay a fine, which he's done in the past, many times. He has the money to do that. He doesn't have to resort to murdering people.
What if it was more than just butchering a reg?
What do you mean?
You told me if people kept dropping dead from cancer that Trent might get run out of town on a rail. Foul water, sickness, maybe kids dying. That could crater his whole company, cost him everything, including that big house and his private jet. Maybe he goes to prison, too, if it's shown he knew about it and did nothing. Maybe they stumbled onto something like that. Cole didn't look convinced. A few miles passed before she broke the silence.
But how would the Reynoldses be involved in that? I mean, I can understand Bittner. She worked at one of the Trent offices. Maybe she found out something, overheard something, saw something in a file or on a computer screen she wasn't supposed to. But if so, why not just send in the soil sample request herself? Why use the Reynoldses?
Maybe she thought someone suspected her, so she used the Reynoldses as a go-between to shield her own involvement. They're living right across the street. Maybe they spoke, became friends of a sort. They see Matt Reynolds in his uniform. He's official, a soldier, works at the Pentagon, sworn to protect his country. They think he can help with all his connections. He agrees to do it. But then someone finds out. They send in the hit team. Take both families out.
Lot of firepower. It's not like Roger has teams of killers at his beck and call.
How do you know he doesn't? Union and coal company battles can get pretty intense. He already has security, and Gene told me he carries a concealed weapon. Are you telling me he doesn't have guys with guns on his payroll to handle stuff? Intimidation? Scare tactics?
With surface mining, you don't really have much union involvement because you don't have miners going underground to get the coal out, so those types of battles don't happen that much around here. In fact, the Union Hall closed years ago.
I concede it's a theory we need to work out. Let's hope we can find out something where Bittner used to work. And we can't forget about the meth lab. If this is tied to drug dealers, we need to know sooner rather than later.
The drug angle, in my mind, is more viable to explain all this than the coal angle. Drugs, guns, and violence just go hand in hand.
But that doesn't explain the soil sample, or the Reynolds' involvement, or Wellman getting strung up.
My brain is starting to fry. Okay, let's focus on what's coming up next. How do we handle Bittner's office? What tack do you want to take?
Ask broad questions, and hope for equally broad answers. We keep our eyes and ears open. Anything in plain sight is fair game.
Well, if you're right, and the company killed all those people to keep some secret, I doubt Bittner's office co-workers will be too forthcoming. They're probably scared shitless.
Never said it would be easy. Chapter 46. The Trent satellite office was a one-story concrete block building painted light yellow that was reached by a winding gravel road. The parking lot held about a dozen cars and trucks. One of the cars was a Mercedes S550. It was parked in a spot right next to the door. "Bill Strauss's?" asked Puller, as they passed it on the way to the entrance to the office building.
How'd you guess?
The car was parked in front of the crib. The only other guy in town who could afford a ride like this is Roger Trent, and he's not in Drake right now. Strauss beat us here somehow, probably when I told you to pull over, or he took another route. He eyed the dilapidated facility. I would have expected some fancier digs for the company's COO.
The Trent Company philosophy is take the money home, not waste it on office space in the middle of a coal mining operation. Even Roger's office at company headquarters is pretty Spartan.
So there's an operation near here.
A loadout like the one I showed you last night, and a surface mining op about a half a mile north.
So they blast close to here.
Blast close to just about everywhere around here. That's why the population has shrunk so much. Who wants to live in a combat zone?
She gave him a quick glance.
Military company excluded.
Trust me, soldiers would prefer not to live in a combat zone.
Who do you want to talk to here?
Let's start at the top. They walked inside, asked at the front desk for Strauss, and were shown back to his office. It was paneled with crudely stained plywood. The desk was cheap, as were the chairs. There were old metal file cabinets stacked in one corner. A ragged couch and dented coffee table occupied another corner. There was another door that Puller suspected led to a private bath. Strauss probably had drawn the line at having to urinate with the hired help. There was a shiny computer with a 23-inch screen on his desk. This was the only sign Puller saw that modern technology, rather than goodwill inventory, had come to the Trent Empire. When he thought of the mansion he had been in the night before, he now saw what Cole had meant. They really do take the money home. At least the head honchos do. Strauss rose from behind the desk and greeted them. He had taken his suit jacket off, revealing a pot belly covered by his starched white shirt with the French cuffs. The jacket hung on a hook on the back of the door. His fingertips were yellowed with nicotine, and he must have just crushed out a cigarette in the overstuffed ashtray because the air was heavy with smoke. Puller waved his hand in front of him to clear the air, while Cole took several deep breaths. Maybe she was trying to suck in as much of the foul air as she could, thought Puller. Second-hand smoke, gratefully inhaled.
Thanks for meeting with us, Bill.
No problem, Sam. If I knew you wanted to meet with me this morning, we could have done it at the crib. He motioned them in the chairs.
We'll try not to take up too much of your time.
Right. I understand you had dinner with Jean last night.
Yes, she invited a few of us over while Roger was out of town.
Where is Roger, by the way? Asked Puller. He's doing business in New York, answered Strauss. Business in New York, said Puller. I thought the company was a private concern. Strauss settled his gaze on him. That's right. Trent Exploration is private. But it's also very profitable in the energy sector. That makes it attractive to all sorts of investors. So, is Trent thinking about going public? Asked Puller. Strauss's smile was tight. I really can't comment on that, and I fail to see how that might be relevant to your investigation. He sat back down and glanced at Cole. So, what can I do for you?
As I mentioned to you before, we need to talk to Molly Bittner's coworkers. But before we do, I'd like you to give us a description of what she did here and how long she'd been working at Trent.
Strauss sat back and interlocked his fingers behind his head. He glanced at the pack of Marlboros on his desk and the stuffed ashtray next to it, but must have decided against lighting up again. Puller studied the man and his body language as he awaited Strauss's response. She'd been here about 4 years. Before that, she worked in another of our offices, the one on the north side of town. Why the change? Asked Puller. Strauss shot him a glance. We often have workers switch between offices. It's based on the needs of the company and also the desires of the workers. The North office did more work with a surface mining operation near there. This office handles more of the centralized operations, sort of a clearinghouse for multiple sites. I can't give you the exact reason Molly came here because I don't know. It may be that some of her co-workers could answer that question. We'll be sure to ask, said Puller.
And what did she do here?
Prompted Cole. Filing, answering phones, dealing with orders from the field. Pretty normal stuff. She wasn't in a position to order anything without higher approval. In the business world, she would be described as a secretary or assistant office manager, I suppose.
Good worker? Any problems?
As far as I knew, we never had any problems with her.
You noticed anything unusual about her over the last several weeks?
No, but I wouldn't necessarily. As I said, I knew her, of course, but we had little interaction on a daily basis.
No money problems of which you're aware?
No one was garnishing her wages, if that's what you mean. They asked a few more questions, and then Strauss led them to the cubicle where the office manager worked. Before Strauss left, Puller said, "How's your son doing?" Strauss turned to face him. "Just fine. Why?" "Just wondering." "You know, you had no right to ask him about his military career. And quite frankly, I found your questions insulting to him." "Sorry you felt that way. Were you ever in the military?" "No. If you were, you probably wouldn't have thought they were insulting." Strauss looked at Cole, scowled, and left them.